Suddenly, a splash of water was heard, indicating that someone had jumped into the pond or had been pushed there on purpose. It was an unknown guy who went under the water quite quickly. It seemed that he could not do anything about it, since his body was limp, as if he was unconscious. But not even a minute had passed before someone's strong hand covered the mouth of the young man, who looked in amazement at everything that was happening and did not seem to understand what was happening to him. Against the background of a large and majestic building, there was a huge red moon looking at it. Some person thought that vampires rule the world. The vampire-like man continued to say that people are ready to live with this, since they are absolutely satisfied with everything. At the same time, some teenagers carefully looked at the beautiful red-haired girl, noting that they had managed to meet the purebred Ling Lan. The beauty, holding a glass with some kind of red liquid, flirtatiously addressed someone and said that she really liked this person's blood. At this very time, an unknown young man, holding his head, shouted with despair in his voice that he must become a member of the spiritual Rain family. Sitting down on one knee and turning to the young lady, gently taking her leg, the guy politely called the beauty his beloved. Once again, someone's voice continued to talk about joining the bloody race because he had given up his humanity, and this was a conscious decision. The young man thought that he was obliged to live only for the sake of his mistress, for the reason that she had given him such an order. The guy repeated to himself that people like him can freely abandon their comrades, relatives, and even friends. They can easily destroy them if necessary. The unknown man's thoughts continued, and he remembered one phrase that sounded like this: "If someone does not go to trial, this means that this person will be killed immediately without any justification, and no punishment will follow." The flirtatious red-haired lady turned to the young man as if he were a brother and asked him if perhaps it was time to start showing mercy. The boy, standing with his eyes closed, seemed to be in a trance, and at the same time thought to himself that something was not adding up in his head. Somehow, everything was wrong. The serious look of another young man, who seemed absolutely indifferent, expressed a storm of emotions. And the thought that this world was crazy was spinning in this guy's head. The same guy, carefully peering into the distance, thought to himself about the mysterious bite mark that appeared on his neck. It seemed that the guy either couldn't remember or probably didn't know when he managed to appear, and how long the young man was unaware of it. Turning his face to the wall, the young man asked himself who he was after all, what he really was like, and a little gloomily, already smiling, he asked himself, who are the masters of this world, people or vampires? In a dark room, unknown people were lying on the floor, and a voice coming from the corner of this room asked what kind of garbage was on the carpet, clearly hinting at these people. Addressing someone, the red-haired lady said that she could not bear even a drop of this person's blood, and despite this, he was going to be her subordinate. Seeing how two strangers were dragging the poor fellows, the girl commanded her companion to throw men into the kitchen who could serve as ingredients. Sympathetically and authoritatively, the blonde man, turning to the girl, explained to her that according to the latest edition of the Constitution, any private consumption of human blood is a crime, and legal re-registration is necessary. With calm in her voice, the red-haired beauty noted that if a man so desires, he can send the guy to the factory for legal registration, without specifying who exactly we are talking about. And then she continued that in order for people to live happily and carefree, the blood race needs artistry. The beauty added that it is necessary to transform the strong, who will not betray their masters and will not become one of them. And after a little hesitation, she continued that it is also very important to eliminate the weak in order to turn them into ingredients. Hugging her lion, the girl said that in fact the blood race had ruled the earth for several years. Blood was no longer a necessity, and she herself preferred ordinary food. However, there is one important nuance, which is that for her, blood is still much better and more valuable than the most exquisite dishes. And praising herself, the red-haired beauty noted that the next destination would be the Emerald City. At this very time, the sun rose over some large city, and some unknown voice, addressing a young man named Z, told him to wake up. It seemed that the guy was in no hurry to do this, and therefore the man again, turning to him, said that this was very important. Realizing that the young man was still sleeping soundly, the stranger began to tug at him, thinking that only such actions could effectively help. Realizing that there was no effect, the stranger began to shout that his son was sleeping again. And in the middle of the day, he looked like a sleepwalker. And this was no good, because if he slept in class as before, he would be punished. Leaving the room, the man shouted to Z as he walked to come down as quickly as possible and start accepting clients. Otherwise, he was pretty tired of it all. Covering his face with his hand, the young man seemed either to not understand what was happening or to be so tired of it all that he no longer had the strength to endure everything that was happening. Peering at his hand in horror, the young man continued to sit on the bed and was in no hurry to go downstairs, as the man had told him just a few minutes ago. Suddenly, the young man began to remember his biography. He noted that his name was Wang Zhui. He had recently turned 25 years old, and this is what he was able to remember very clearly. The guy recalled that that night he worked for a long time on some project, and in the end, the result was appropriated by the head of the company, who then fired him. At that time, our hero was burdened with a mortgage, and his father was in the hospital for 2 years. The young man's financial situation was not the most optimistic, because he only had 50 yuan left on his bank card. That day, the young man got very drunk and went to the river to think about his own life, how he came to such a life, and why everything happened the way it happened. But the very next minute, something strange happened, because the guy saw a girl fearlessly entering the river in her outerwear. Our hero was alarmed by this. After turning to the girl several times and not receiving any response from her, the young man followed her, shouting for her to immediately return to the shore. Having pulled out the stranger, the young man asked her why, despite his desperate situation, she decided to go into the water to do what she was going to do. The guy told her over and over again that she shouldn't die. At least not at that age and not in that way. The young man repeated that sometimes it is better for us to stand on the sidelines because circumstances require it, or this is how life turns out. Plunging deeper and deeper into the water, the young man noted that sometimes you still have to be persistent. The guy was clearly aware that he no longer remembered anything from the events of that day. Everything was like a fog and was happening as if it were happening to someone else. Sitting on the bed and recovering from sleep and being woken up so suddenly, our hero tried to collect his thoughts in order to understand who he is now. Looking carefully at the time, Z noted to himself that it was now May 2077, and the clock said 10:30 in the morning. Clutching his heart, the young man realized with horror that this was the day when he was 18 years old. Still not believing that what was happening to him was happening. Swinging open the door, Z was going to find out as soon as possible what day it really was and what was really going on. Quickly going down the stairs, the guy seemed unable to believe that everything was really as it looked, although he understood that he really wanted it. Rushing into the beauty salon and carefully looking at everyone who was in it, our hero called out to his father very loudly. Finding his dad with his eyes, the young man hugged him with such force that it seemed like he was about to strangle his father, who did not understand what was happening. Continuing to hold his relative in his arms just as tightly, the young man heard his father asking what he was doing and whether he was feeling well. Unexpectedly, Z explained that everything was fine with him. He just had a bad dream that lasted several years. With some sadness in his voice, the man said, turning to his son, that he had not told him much and had not hugged him for a long time like he did that morning. But the family idyll did not last long, because within a minute, clients began to wonder when they would receive attention and how long they would have to wait. Returning to reality, the hairdresser's father, apologizing, said that he would do everyone's hair as promised and told his son to hurry up and not be idle. Addressing the owner of the salon, the unknown person said that if it were not for the crowded hall and the gentleman in no hurry, he would never have come here, and reminded that if he detained him, he would destroy his house. This unknown person asked the man why his son was so arrogant, however. When he was about to start sorting things out, his father stopped him. Papa Z said that the stranger should attend the interview with the pure-blood noble Miss Yu. Everyone already knows that their city is in the top 10 and can be selected as a dependent. A man with arrogance in his voice, turning to the hairdresser, said that he was an excellent conversationalist, and if he wanted, he could try to go to where he was sent a minute ago. Looking into the distance with confusion, our hero did not understand what his father and this unknown person were talking about. The young man tried to understand who the purebloods, the dependents were, and what kind of world this was, whether this was really the world he knew before, or whether he had fallen into a parallel dimension. Z sat and carefully read the latest news that concerned a group of pureblood and noble families, and it was also about the adoption of a law to include purebloods in the municipality. Still holding the tablet in his hands and carefully examining all the information that he managed to find, the young man did not understand what it all meant. The guy was perplexed why everything was so strange, and who these bloods were that they wrote so much about in the media, and therefore decided to study this issue in more detail. From all the flow of information that our hero managed to find, he only understood that the leaders of the earth are called blood. For a moment, the young man's face was distorted in surprise. He was in shock, realizing that people were ruled by vampires and blood relatives. Looking down at the wall, the guy began to think to himself about what was going on in his world. How it could be that humanity is under the rule of vampires, and no one is doing anything. The young man thought that this was most likely a quiet invasion. But to make sure of this, he decided to still find information on Google about the bloody war. The young man was very surprised by the search, which was as strange as possible, because some kind of monster with red eyes was drawn on the main window. The very next moment, this monster opened its eyes even more, and a 404 error appeared on the screen. Z, who knew very well how the search engine works, did not understand how this was possible and why he could not find anything useful. The guy looked again and again at the terrible picture on the screen, which seemed to mock him and gloat. Realizing that everything had gone too far, the young man hurried to press the button to return back to the main page. A second later, the screen went dark, and the guy was able to breathe a sigh of relief for the first time all morning, to give himself the opportunity to reflect on what had happened. Taking a breath, the young man thought that nothing had ever scared him as much as this strange emoji that awaited him during his search. Being in complete despair, our hero thought that he was completely lost between this world and the one in which he was before. While washing his face and trying to somehow recover, Z came to the conclusion that the only thing clear to him was that the world he was in at this stage was not reality. Touching the mirror, the young man continued to think that this state of affairs could only mean that he was able to possess his alternative self. Peering carefully at his reflection, the guy thought about whether, despite all the global changes, he managed to remain himself. Although the very next moment his attention was attracted by a small bite mark that was located on the left side of his neck. Looking carefully at these spots, the young man seemed not to understand where he got them from. Many thoughts swarmed in his head, but the most important one concerned whether he too had been bitten. After a little hesitation, the guy, turning to himself, wondered whether this was actually a real vampire bite or whether he had just imagined it all for himself. But after a minute, looking more closely, the guy realized that there was nothing on his neck. It seemed that the spots disappeared just as quickly as they appeared. Rubbing his eyes, Z thought that most likely he was imagining all this, because this often happens after sleep, especially when someone suddenly wakes him up. Our hero decided that he shouldn't think about this whole story anymore for now, but it would be better if he could just let go of this whole situation for a while. Z still stood there and could not move, but it seemed that he either did not want to perceive reality, or else the thought of thinking about something appeared. Although after a moment, the guy convinced himself that he was not yet able to figure everything out, and therefore it was better to accept it. And again, for a moment the young man fell silent, but from his appearance it seemed that he just wanted to be alone and relax a little. Although not even a few minutes had passed before Z had already turned around, and from his grin one could understand that life was actually getting better, and our hero had come to some kind of constructive decision. Large buildings indicated that our hero and his entire family lived in a fairly large industrial city. Moving through this city, the young man heard his father shouting after him to study well, and the guy promised that he would do so. And then Z said that his father should definitely go to the hospital and get examined, although it seemed that he had no intention of doing this, saying that he was working and had no time to visit medical institutions. The guy replied that he himself would take his father to the hospital, because in a previous life he had an advanced stage of cancer, but this time he would do everything to prevent the disease. Looking at the beautiful building, the young man noted to himself that it was quite strange to be reborn in such an unusual world. But at the same time, he was not going to miss his chance. With a smile on his face and with his hand raised, our hero promised the world that he was moving towards a new life and would do everything to make it better and more interesting. However, the very next moment, a voice angrily called him trash and told him to get out of the way. In front of the guy stood 3 people who in appearance resembled goths, but only one told the young man that this was no place for non-entities like him. Z looked at these people with a blank expression, not knowing how best to react in such a situation, given that he was not in his usual world. The unknown man looked searchingly at the young man and told him not to dare block their path, because he was nothing. After a moment's hesitation, he added that this was not the place where a low-level person like our hero should be. Looking carefully at everyone gathered, it seemed that the guy recognized one of them. Although he did not understand where he had seen them before, the phrase low level, which was very familiar to him, kept spinning in the young man's head. Moving along the alley, the young man heard some girls shouting that this place was only for students with a genetic level of Class A and above, which means the young man had nothing to do here. Looking carefully at his educational institution, the guy could not understand why his father sent him here, and what was happening in front of the building. The young man could not remember where he had previously heard such an expression as the genetic level, although he knew for sure that he knew it. After thinking about it for a while, Z remembered how not long ago he held a certificate that showed his name, level, grade, first year and third year. The guy didn't have time to think about anything else. When the next moment the guy started pushing him from all sides, shouting that he couldn't stand here, it was best to leave this place altogether. Looking in horror at everything that was happening, the guy did not fully understand how to act further so as not to harm either himself or others. Not even a minute had passed when the young man heard someone in the middle of this crowd start shouting his name very loudly. Suddenly, a guy with glasses approached Z, who asked the young man how he was feeling, and then, grabbing him by the elbow, began to tell him to quickly follow him. Looking at the young man with some bewilderment, Z began to address him, saying something. But the very next second, the young man, without allowing our hero to say a word, introduced himself, calling his name, which sounded like Wen Chang. Our hero thought to himself that in his past life this guy was his classmate. But he often stayed away from everyone because he was a bit of an introvert. As for Z himself, he had a wild and rebellious character. He was no different from other scum. And given that Wen Chang had a rich background, they could not communicate, much less be friends. Remaining surrounded by his thoughts, the young man recalled that he constantly skipped school, thinking that he was the most important in this world. At that time, people called him the King of the Hill, which is why he really thought that there was nothing he couldn't do. But this was not always the case. But only until society taught the young man the reality of life and showed that everything could be wrong. During the most difficult period of his life, when the guy did not know what to do, he swallowed his pride and sent a message to all his friends asking for help. Unfortunately, it turned out that basically all these friends were not such. Since someone had already blocked the young man a long time ago, someone forgot, and someone simply did not want to help. However, one fine day our hero saw how some person sent him 5,000 yuan to his card. Looking at this amount and not believing his eyes, Z believed that he was only dreaming about it, because he had long ago lost hope. At the same time, he received a message that said that our hero should not give up, and that he would definitely be able to cope with everything. Holding the phone in his hands, the young man realized that this money was sent to him by Wen Chang, the same person with whom he practically did not communicate during his school years. The most interesting thing is that now the guy understood who the savior was, but then he completely forgot about this man. Carefully looking at the young man with glasses, Zai thought about how amazing life is and what surprises it sometimes prepares. But out loud, turning to the guy, our hero said that he really missed his good friend, and therefore wanted to chat with him. Looking carefully at those gathered, Z turned to his old new friend and asked him why so many people were gathering. After a little hesitation, he asked who they were going to admit to the educational institution, and then, noticing some girl, he began to ask who she was. Wen Chang, who was being hugged so tightly by our hero, turned to him and asked the young man not to squeeze him so hard, because it looked very suspicious. In order to somehow reduce the degree of tension, the guy began to explain that ahead was the goddess Lin Lanyu. She was a noblewoman who came to the Emerald City in search of breeding cattle. After a little hesitation, the young man explained that yesterday Sha Ma told him about this, who himself wanted to join all this in order to become her breeding stock. Not understanding what they were talking about, Z asked, why everyone so wants to be breeding stock? Is there really any advantage to all this? With a calm voice, our hero's classmate began to explain to him that if the guy began to reproduce among vampires, he would be able to change his blood type, prolong his life, and even use their techniques. While the young man was trying to collect his thoughts and comprehend everything that he had just heard, he began to catch snatches of phrases from the crowd, indicating that the goddess was very kind, and this is the most important thing. Some teenagers standing nearby said that kindness is an important step for everyone. It is especially important when someone is favorable to you. The guys noted that this is a ceremony during which representatives of the vampire race pour their strength and blood into the tribal generation. And only after that can we say that the kindness is completed. The most interesting thing is that it is an extremely exciting, amazing, and flavorful experience just for humanity. And we are not talking about the ordinary person, but about the one who receives kindness because it is the most pleasant culmination he has ever experienced. One of those present noted that Miss Lin Lanyu was extremely beautiful, which meant that everyone would like to become her breeding stock. Rubbing his neck, our hero thought that despite all of the above, a person would still have to be bitten. And in the films, they say that a vampire bites to suck blood. But he would not want to do this under any circumstances. After a moment, the crowd fell silent, because cars began to gather near the building, one of which contained the very goddess that everyone so wanted to see. Not even a minute had passed before people held their breath, because a beautiful girl's leg in a red shoe appeared from the car. The attractive red-haired beauty was actually a very interesting girl, whom many males dream of. The beauty was introduced to the guests, noting that she was the most important visitor to the Emerald City. Moreover, even the mayor stood in front of her with a tight smile, and while everyone was carefully looking at the miss, it seemed that our hero had nothing to do with her, because he looked completely indifferently at both the girl and all the gathered onlookers. Not even a minute had passed before the young man again hugged Wen Chang, who did not understand what was happening and therefore turned to his friend. However, Z did not give him the opportunity to say anything. He noted that this entire event had nothing to do with him, because the most important thing is to come to school earlier, study more, and increase your importance in this world. The guy thought to himself that he had learned one important lesson from his past life, which taught him that everyone relies only on themselves, because sooner or later the help may go away, and he will have to fight on his own. Still hugging his friend, but now out loud, our hero explained that people, for example, have become a family, but still everyone lives their own life. A person decides for himself what it will be like. So he continued to talk about how each person strives for his own bliss, each has his own goals. Approaching a house, our hero stopped, and if Z was not embarrassed by anything, then the second guy was clearly wary, sensing someone's presence. Wen Chang turned around and looked into the distance with horror in his eyes, unable to utter a word. Not even a few minutes had passed, and the young people were already flying somewhere, thrown aside by some very powerful force. An unfamiliar man landed not far from them, covered in blood, but the reason for this was unclear. Frightened by all this, the young man with glasses began to pick up speed in order to leave this strange place as quickly as possible, and forget everything like a terrible dream. But the very next moment, he felt someone's strong hand grab his jacket. This someone turned out to be Z, but it was not clear whether the guy was trying to help his friend or whether he was up to something and wanted to stop the young man with all his might. And a minute later, something happened that, most likely, our hero did not expect, because his eyes became bloodshot, and a red liquid also appeared in the corners of his mouth. He heard someone's footsteps behind him, but was in no hurry to turn around to find out who was standing there. Still holding his friend tightly, the young man seemed to be waiting for some kind of outcome, but he himself did not want to rush and take any action. Suddenly, Z drew attention to a girl in a black cape who was standing away from him and his friend. At the same time, a battle was taking place between Ling Lanyu and someone in front of her, while the mayor looked at the beauty in surprise. Watching the girl fight back at some people, the mayor thought that if this madam had not blocked the blow, he most likely would have been in danger, despite all the bodyguards with their slow reactions. The man did not understand where the power of the people who attacked them came from, since this power can only be compared to the flash of a star. The official did not realize who sent the killer who dealt with everyone so cleverly, thinking that this could be somehow connected with the incident that happened just recently. The unknown man in the mask performed his task perfectly. It seemed that all his adult life, he had only been engaged in struggle and self-improvement. Looking after the stranger, who was about to disappear as quickly as he had appeared, all those gathered shouted that this man should not be allowed to leave, since it was important to establish his identity. The goddess, who looked at the mayor and at the same time paid attention to all the dead, noted that the killer managed to escape so easily, and this despite the fact that she was told that the army training in the Emerald City was at the highest level. Driver began to make excuses, explaining that the Huaiying conference would be held soon, and therefore most of the people were sent there. But the girl was a purebred noblewoman and the strongest fighter. It seemed that these words were of little interest to the girl, who the very next moment turned her attention to someone else. It was our hero and his friend who were heading to a safe place. But the beauty was not interested in this, but in the fact that, despite the danger, Z did everything possible to protect others. Suddenly, there was a guy next to Miss Lin Lanyu who said that he was a genius with the highest genetic level and only wanted to serve her, especially since he was at a meeting with a girl recently. Hearing what the young man was saying, those gathered from all sides began shouting the same thing, saying that they all wanted to be part of the beauty's family. Realizing that things were going too far, The goddess began asking people if they knew why genetic levels existed. Those gathered began shouting out various versions, including the most incredible ones, which seemed completely unrelated to the truth. One of the guys suggested that there are total 3 levels with human genes, from level A to level C. If you mix blood genes, the chance of such people becoming slaves is the greatest. Listening to this story, the beauty noted that everything is correct, but neither ordinary people nor purebred aristocrats have any restrictions on receiving grace. Ling Lanyu added that regardless of the genetic level of ordinary people, the success in the case of purebloods, as long as they give grace, is 100%, which means that Class A is no different from Class B. In her eyes, they are the same. After a while, she continued, noting that it was for this reason that purebloods could be classified as nobility. In addition, it was the reason why they were the strongest. The beauty said harshly that after taking the blood, everything starts anew. This is a world that the young man cannot understand, and this is not what she herself needs. Smiling maliciously and looking around at everyone gathered, the girl was about to say something else, but she was in no hurry to do so. Looking at the unknown guy, Ling Lanyu asked, turning to him, why she needed such a loser in the family. The wide-open eyes of this guy clearly showed his disappointment on the one hand, and some kind of deep sadness on the other. Sitting with a knife in his hands, the young man said a rumor that he most likely lost the election. And, among other things, he is a loser who is not recognized by adults. Twisting the knife in his hands, the guy continued to say that there was no meaning in his life, hearing someone's voice from the outside ordering him to stop self-torture. Z, addressing the young man, told him that if he cannot become a member of a pure blood family, then there is nothing wrong with that, since he has the opportunity to live his own life, but instead is thinking about suicide. Carefully examining all the teenagers, our hero thought that all these people who were in front of him should go to a psychiatrist. The next second, a guy with purple hair, who just a few minutes ago was about to commit suicide, walked towards Z, shouting that he didn't know anything about life at all. It seemed that our hero himself did not understand what had happened, but a moment later the enemy was already lying on the ground and crying loudly. The beaten and wounded young man looked somewhere into the distance and said that he did not feel the gaze of the red-haired beauty on him. Not even a minute had passed before something happened that our hero did not expect. Suddenly, a girl approached him and began to trace his lip with her index finger. At first glance, it seemed that the red-haired beauty wanted to wipe away traces of dirt and blood that were reminiscent of a recent battle. But in fact, everything was the other way around, because the goddess did everything possible to make smeared blood appear on the young man's lips. Asking the young man if he liked the taste of blood, she told the young man to come to her mansion because she wanted much more. As she left, Lin Lanyu added that everyone in front of her had a chance to get into her house because there would be a reselection in the evening, known to everyone as the second stage. Turning around, in a sly voice, she added that everyone who passed this selection would stay with her overnight. After hesitating a little and looking towards our hero, the lady added that she was looking forward to the young man's cry. The mayor, who was standing nearby, said that those who had the right to go would meet at the city hall at 8 in the evening. Those who did not show up would be considered abstaining. Within a few minutes, all the guys who were in front of the building began to actively train and prepare for the retest, and it seemed that only our hero cared little about all this, since he did not understand how one could rejoice in becoming someone's slave and being subjected to obscene harassment from a woman. With confusion in his voice, Wen Chang asked if he could also participate, since he was saved by his friend, but heard one of the organizers say that he also had such an opportunity. Addressing the organizer as a father, our hero's friend wanted to say something to him, but the man did not seem to hear him. At the same time, Z actually thought that the head was the father of this young man, thinking to himself that at first glance, they really were a little similar, but only in appearance. With sternness in his voice, the manager ordered that all the wounded be left in the hospital, while at the same time, he told all the healthy ones to come to his office to record the process of passing a retest. A few minutes later, everyone interested was already in the conference room, approached the manager one by one and signed something. Looking carefully at the documents, our hero could not sign for something without knowing what exactly the test was and what he would have to do. The most interesting thing is that the contract stated that each person participates in the selection of slaves. He consciously obeys the rules and bears responsibility for life and health. After thinking a little, the guy decided that this was just a repeat test, which means he didn't have to sign it. And after thinking for a second, he decided that he was already afraid for his life. but nothing had happened yet. Approaching the director, our hero, turning to the man, said that nothing terrible or reprehensible would happen if he simply refused. Turning around, the leader, with sternness in his voice, first asked what they had just said, and then, without waiting for an answer, noted that it was too late to change anything. He added that Miss Yu saw and even invited the young man, and if he just up and left, he would violate the order. Suddenly, a man turned to Z and told him that he was too weak to refuse the order of the purebloods. But what about the consequences, which the young man probably did not think about? The young man did not let up and continued to ask the guy why he was so worried and why he was playing some role, which this time became a reality for him. With malice in his voice, the man continued to say that if a guy doesn't want to, he doesn't have to go. A maximum of 3 of his generations will be sent to a pioneer camp in the army. But due to genetic weakness, they can be sent to hard work in an underground factory for the entire life. It seemed that our hero did not care at all. Smiling, he continued to note to himself what the man had told him just a couple of minutes ago. Turning to the leader, the young man stated the fact that he had signed the contract and told our hero that if he had the courage, then he should come and compete face to face. The man, showing his contract, noted that the winner would become a slave, and as for the loser, all his chances for a better life would simply die. The guy didn't answer anything. He just looked carefully at all the people who, having signed the agreement, quickly left the director's office. Z, the director, and Wen Chong stood silently in the empty room, watching the door that had closed just a few minutes ago behind the last people to leave. The guy with glasses was the first to break the silence. Turning to his father, he was wondering whether he should sign this contract. When the father asked whether the young man wanted to become a member of the family, he replied that he did not know, because he was weak, did not know how to fight, and most likely was inclined to think that he did not want to take any test. With sadness in his voice, the director said that this could not be done. Although the guy did not understand why, suddenly Z intervened in the conversation and asked why, if everything is so serious and dangerous, many people want to go. Are they really trying to die? The director timidly began to explain that he originally thought that Ling Lanyu was just being capricious, but now it was his son's turn to choose. Looking at the young people, the leader continued to explain that blood addicts are a symbol of power, and none of the residents can live up to their status. The most respected family members are purebloods. Those with this blood have the right to send funds to the army, to local human municipalities. They can even create private armies and build mansions. After a little hesitation, he added that the most interesting thing is that slaves are also representatives of this blood. Our heroes suddenly very vividly imagined the picture of vampires pestering them with a question about how they, little residents, were going to run state universities. Therefore, without listening to the story to the end, Z asked how they could independently create an army and occupy mansions, because this should be the occupation of the emperor of the country. The man, with surprise in his voice, asked the young man if he really didn't know that a world power was controlled by the 7 courts, and then added that the imperial court, the division of power, and the strength of the crown itself were connected with this power. After a minute, he continued, revealing that the noble lady he wanted to disobey was a member of the imperial court and the daughter of Baron Qi Yu, the chief holograph of their province's power. Clenching his fist, the young man wanted to say something. A thought was spinning in his head about what was happening there, but he did not dare voice it. Not even a few minutes had passed before our hero realized that he was in a completely different world. And yet he just wanted to study, work, start a family, and take care of his father's health. With horror, Z realized that now, most likely, all this was inaccessible to him. It no longer belonged to him. With sadness in his voice, the guy said that since he couldn't refuse, then he'd just admit defeat tonight. And for now, he'd go home and get a good night's sleep. The director heard all this and was indignant. How can you just admit defeat? He said that the young man should not dare to give up because Miss wants to watch the show. Z and Wen Chong looked at the narrator carefully, but it seemed that they did not fully understand what was wanted from them. Realizing this, the director continued, telling the guys that they must show her everything she wants to see. Wedging into the conversation, our hero inquired that when the time comes, he and his friend will try to put on a show, and at the last moment admit defeat in order to save themselves. The boy's father noted satisfactorily that if the retest was related to mathematics or chemistry, then everything would be fine, but if he had to fight, everything would end badly. Hiding his hands in his pockets, the director said that he himself did not know what would happen, since this was the first time in so many years that noble blood was traveling in search of slaves. It had visited many places, but found only a couple of people. Looking at Z, the man said that the guy must show his fighting abilities, because if he can fight, then his son will return safe and sound. With a serious look, after a little hesitation, he added that he would give all the family savings to our hero if everything went as planned. Rubbing the back of his head with a surprised look, the young man turned to the director as if he were Uncle Venya and said that he could not even defend himself, let alone something more serious. However, the director did not let up, continuing to say that the young man should listen to his instincts, because he did not want his best friend to become a slave. Answering the young man's question about why it was not good to be a slave, Wen asked counter questions, asking why the young man did not want this. Hesitantly, with timidity in his voice, he said that he thought that if he did not refuse, then it would be a lie, since he did not want to be any slave. Looking carefully at his interlocutor, the director noted that after joining the human family, he would cease to exist in this world. Reading the surprise on the guy's face, the man said that everything that was in him, feelings, memories, everything would disappear, as if a mirror had blocked him, and he would no longer be able to return. After a little hesitation, he added that from this moment on, only one thing will forever remain in a person's consciousness. There is only the mistress, everything else remains in the past, which can never be returned again. Throughout your life, you will need to follow the orders of your mistress, live for her sake, that is, actually live her life. As for former friends or even family, they will all have to be left behind, and if necessary, killed. Digesting everything that was said, Z wondered whether all this would really happen to a person. But upon hearing his uncle's answer that this was no longer a living person, but a slave, the young man once again thought that he would never become like that. The main reason is that he is a living being, his name is Z. He will inherit his father's hairdressing salon, which means that he was not, is not, and will not become any slave in the future. Immersed in some memories, our hero thought that even after appearing in this world, he thought that everything would be the same as before. But here, everything is completely different. The young man did not expect that his blood status would be so important. He just wants to live a very ordinary life. Go to school, enjoy socializing with friends. Jay couldn't fully understand why he had to visit some Mrs. Bedroom and do something to arouse her interest. The young man imagined how he would find himself alone with a red-haired beast who would control him, tell him what to do and how to do it. And at this very time, he will simply sit on the edge of the bed and again ask the same question as to why things turned out in such an unpredictable way. Most likely, the guy will just have to pretend to be asleep so as not to be noticed or pay any attention to him. However, he understood that this girl would not calm down just like that, so she would pester him and say that she could not wait any longer. Our hero continued to think that at some point, this restless Ling Lan Yu would rush at him and start talking so that they would finally start. And the guy wouldn't know how to refuse. All he can do is scream for someone to help him and somehow stop this whole mess, in which he had no intention of taking part. And at this very time, our hero was waiting for a meeting in the mansion where he went with his friend. The young man understood that this repeat test could turn into a nightmare for him, but there was no choice, so he had to do what was ordered. Suddenly, our hero's thoughts were interrupted by a voice that called all the participants and informed them that they were being tested for recruitment into Miss Rain's family. The man who announced all this introduced himself, telling those gathered that he was the butler, and his name was Mr. R. The man said that they have a total of 58 contestants, but only 20 people will be able to enter the house to take part in further levels. Only those who have shown their talent before this will be able to get into the room. And as for the further performance, he hopes that Miss will like it. Looking carefully at everyone gathered, Z thought that a lot of people had gathered in the castle, which he really did not expect. The young man remembered the words of his uncle, who said that before the selection, most likely, he would have to go through at least 2 or 3 tests, because one would not satisfy the goddess. Thinking, the guy decided for himself that he should cope with at least one task so that he would not be compared to trash. Meanwhile, the butler continued to note that only 20 people out of 58 would be saved and become, in some way, the chosen ones. This means that less than half of the competitors will pass, therefore, you need to try to be among the best of the best. The next moment, the voices of people were heard from the crowd asking what exactly the competition would be about, and asked to start as soon as possible so that they could meet with Miss. People did not stop yelling, saying that it was time to start, since the introductory part was already too long, and they were tired of waiting. With a smile on his face, The butler announced that everyone gathered in the hall would be watched from the moment they entered the main rooms of the estate. As for those who make noise or speak without permission, they will be immediately expelled. But instead of silence, the dissatisfied voices of many were heard, who immediately began to actively discuss something. In a calm voice, the butler explained that to become a member of the family, you need to be obedient, know how to behave. Because if a servant speaks without permission, this is disrespect for the mistress. However, this had no effect, because people stood and whispered among themselves, trying to at least discuss their indignation with someone. The next moment, Mr. R turned to his subordinate and asked how many well-mannered people were in the hall. He was very surprised when he learned that there were 32 of them. Suddenly, the butler thought about it and began to say that this was a very large number of people, because in the event of a coup, there would be only 26 fugitives, which is also a lot. The next moment, he informed all those present that out of 32 people, only 5 would be able to take part in the repeat test, but passing it does not guarantee passage to the next round. Hearing all this, the crowd was clearly delighted. People began to say that the repeated test was good and meant that everyone had a chance to become a slave. It seemed that this state of affairs suited the butler himself, who smiled and repeated that everything was going strictly according to plan. True, the very next moment, Mr. R, with a smile on his face, announced that this was a repeat test and fell silent for a short time, but only in order to attract the close attention of all those gathered, and only after that, he repeated that we were talking about fights without rules. The man explained that people would gradually leave the circle until there were only 5 people left in it. Our heroes, who listened carefully to the butler, did not quite understand the rule. The guys could not believe their ears and understand that they had to kill everyone gathered. Our hero continued to think that he and his friend did not talk or make noise, while there were so many of them around. But how a normal person can withstand everything that is happening here? But the very next moment, something so terrible happened that G was not prepared for, because he saw a sword and blood. Our hero and his friend stood spellbound, realizing that the weapon was piercing some person who was in the circle. One of those present stated that only 5 out of 30 people would advance to the next round. But even if they all just stood there, they would not have enough strength to continue participating in the competition. And the very next minute, the one in whose hands the blade glittered said that he knew the easiest way to win, clearly hinting at murder. After a little hesitation, he informed everyone gathered that if they did not want to die, then it was best for them not to approach him, but his goal was to become one of the last 5 people. And he added with a grin that if anyone came even a couple of centimeters closer to him, they would all be in trouble. Z, looking carefully at the guy, thought that firstly he was abnormal, and secondly, it was difficult for the young man to understand how someone like that was allowed to enter such a mansion with edged weapons. But what was surprising was not this, but the fact that the very next minute some brunette took out her gun and began to talk about how she also had abilities. Holding a machine gun in her hands, the beauty asked the guy with the sword whether he was really so smug that he thought he was smarter than everyone else. Z thought again. This time he realized that he was completely confused because he did not understand why the participants would beat or destroy each other, because it was so boring. But the very next minute he remembered someone's words, the meaning of which was that a blood family member must be able to see blood. But before our hero had time to think about anything else, he heard someone's voice saying that for the sake of Miss Soul Rain, they should start the party with blood. What happened next was difficult to describe in words, because it seemed that there was not a single place where there were no traces of blood. Victoriously holding a machine gun in her hands, the girl reported that there were only 5 people left. The beauty, looking around, also noted that there were no living people left who would stand in a circle and would like to fight. Not even a minute had passed when the brunette heard a strange voice coming from the side. It was a man, whom she also dealt with very quickly, and in a victorious voice she announced to all those gathered that that man was in fact the last. Suddenly the butler spoke up and said with a smile on his face that they had great respect for the ideas of this unknown girl. So from now on she was on the team. Our hero turned white with fear and looked attentively at all this, but he could not utter a word. The young man only thought that these people could hardly be called human. Most likely they were crazy with the wrong views on life. The guy standing next to him looked carefully in Z's direction and asked him why he was dissatisfied and what he was looking at so carefully. Holding a knife in his hands, the guy asked our hero if he was really a student, and if so, he would teach him a lesson about what society is like. And with a smile in his eyes, He continued to say that the young man should not try to cry, because it would look as pathetic as possible. Wen Chang closed his eyes and thought that this was most likely the end of him, the one he did not expect. Jay, realizing that his friend was shaking, hugged him and told him to try to calm down because it wasn't that bad yet. Running his hand over his friend's shoulder, our hero said that they passed the first round with dignity. In the next, they would simply admit defeat and return. It seemed that such words had a proper impact on Sun Chen, and our hero smiled and thought to himself that he had forgotten about the defeat. A minute later, the butler spoke, and with a commanding voice said that there were 32 of them, which meant that it was time to begin the first round of the competition. Our heroes cowered in horror. Z thought that everything they thought was the beginning was just a test, and how many people died? Mr. R continued his speech, informing everyone that this time 20 people would move on and enter his lady's room. And after hesitating a little, he was about to say something else, but everyone gathered began to carefully observe the crack coming from the butler's leg. Our heroes looked carefully at the abyss that was forming in the hall, hearing out of the corner of their ears that the person was talking about the essence of the test. For a moment, those gathered held their breath, unable to say anything, because the gap was growing larger every minute, and no one understood what to expect next. But Mr. R did not drag out the intrigue for long, and therefore quickly announced that everyone would just have to go fishing. The most interesting thing was that in the fissure, there were not fish, but some huge monsters with large teeth, around which flames were blazing. Looking down, the guys noted with horror that this hardly looked like fishing, because the predators could not be classified as fish. They looked more like monsters. True, not only this confused those gathered, but also the fact that next to the monsters, there were a lot of bones, which suggested not the most pleasant thoughts. Smiling and pointing at something, the butler said in a completely calm voice that this was actually a hunt. And for both sides, the man showed everyone the fishing rod and explained that it was made of a durable alloy and could hold a ton, which was more than enough to catch a predator. Butler added that the fun is not so much in the rod itself, but in the bait. It has a small compartment where you can drop a little blood from the participant himself. It was necessary to understand that predators are attracted not by any blood, but by the most delicious, and those whose fishing rods do not respond to fish will immediately have to leave the competition. And without letting up, the man continued, "If something happens that the predator starts pecking, and the person cannot pull it out, then, and after a little hesitation, he said with a smile in his voice, then the participant himself will become her food, which is absolutely fair." And so that everyone once again clearly understood the rules of the game, the butler repeated that everyone must use blood as bait to catch the giant fish. Those who fail to do this will be eliminated, but the person did not say how exactly. And a minute later, spreading his arms wide to the side, he declared that the qualifying competition could be considered open, and therefore everyone should begin to complete the task. It must be said that those gathered were in no particular hurry to do anything, carefully looking down and trying to develop their own fishing tactics. Our heroes also didn't know what to do. Looking down, they thought in horror about how it was possible to catch monsters of such gigantic size. Taking the fishing rod in his hands, Z noted that it itself was very heavy, and did not understand how he could do anything. The young man, turning to his friend, noticed that one stick weighs about 45 kilograms, and did not know why such a heavy tool was made. The young man understood that if he managed to catch the monster, then the weight would increase to at least 140 kilograms. At that very moment, our heroes heard some strange sound that came from the other side. We were talking about a very powerful and strong man. His eyes burned so intensely that it seemed that with just one look, he could kill the predator and pull it out. Our heroes, looking carefully at this man, thought that he contained such a powerful force that they would definitely not be able to compare with. Looking at Jay, the girl with the gun turned to him and said that he was a drug addict who most likely did not know about it, which was something very cute and funny. But the very next moment, the girl noted that we were not talking about our hero, but about a strong man whose muscles were growing rapidly and whose eyes were bloodshot. Moreover, this person has a clouded mind, therefore, we can say that he is using drugs. The beauty noted that the drink he drinks contains a lot of stimulants that increase the potential of the human body over a certain period of time. But the whole danger lies in the fact that if you cannot cope with this force, then either death or mental insanity follows. Watching how the drug addict hooked the fish and practically pulled it out, the beauty noted that he spent a lot of money. But will it be successful? Then she finished, adding that until they all became slaves, they had the right to do what they wanted. Realizing that she had already said too much, she added that she had a lot of work, just like the guys, wishing them good luck. The friends stood and looked into the distance in surprise, not understanding how best to act in this situation. And at this very time, the butler continued to explain to everyone who participated in the fishing that only 20 people would go through. So you need to try very hard to be one of them. But these words were practically not inspiring because the guys saw that someone was falling down, someone was not biting at all, and someone had already caught the predator. Our heroes felt like they were glued to their fishing rods, but there was nothing more they could do. The guys heard a friend say that they just had to try, but didn't know if it was worth it. Realizing that time was passing, Z finally decided and pricked his finger so that in the next moment he could drip some blood into the compartment. Less than a minute later, the guy cast his fishing rod, watching as his friend sitting next to him did the same. Looking down with a doomed look, the guy thought that his blood was unlikely to be of interest to such a large fish. But the next moment, something unusual began to happen, because a very strange circle appeared in the place where the bait was. The guys looked down carefully and realized that some very strange vortex was spinning there. But they did not know what it could mean. A minute later, the whirlwind began to spin more and more, and predators began to appear next to it, who were in no hurry to swallow the bait. After a short period of time, the so-called river flowing from below turned into a stream of fire. Our heroes, who still silently held their fishing rods, simply watched everything carefully and thought about what would happen next. Time passed, but nothing changed. The guy still held his fishing rod and just looked into the distance. True, the very next moment Z felt something start to happen. He screamed, turning to his friend, that he began to peck. The guy, holding the fishing rod, realized that most likely his affairs were very bad, since the predator was doing everything possible to pull the man towards him. Realizing that our hero was holding on with all his strength, Wen Chang grabbed him by the sweater to somehow help his comrade, praying that he would not fall into the abyss. Realizing that everything was very complicated, the young man with glasses began to shout to Z, making it clear that his strength was running out. The young man in turn asked his friend to bear with him a little longer and not let him go, since he simply could not cope without help. Wen Chang, gritting his teeth, told the young man to hold on and never think of giving up. The guy pressed himself into the ground as hard as he could and shouted loudly that he would never let go. But on the contrary, he would hold on even tighter, and he actually fulfilled his promise, since he not only held his comrade as tightly as possible, but also pulled him back. The next moment, the guys noticed that they were still little by little managing to drag the fish, which had already emerged from the fiery flame. Not even a minute had passed before Z announced with joy in his voice that they had managed to do the impossible. Winking at his comrade, Wen Chang said that despite all the difficulties, they did what they had to do. But not even a minute had passed before the young man's gaze changed sharply. For some reason, he became alarmed, and some kind of misunderstanding was visible on his face. The guy looked at the intertwining of tails but could not understand anything. It seemed to him that the situation had changed radically at one moment. Sweaty and exhausted, he looked at the predators and Z, who also did not know what to do next. The huge fish hanging on the hook looked attentively at the young man, and it seemed that she was smiling maliciously. The main problem was that the predator, which should have been pulled out long ago, was not allowed in by the fish that swam nearby, grabbing it by the fins and tail. Realizing that the weight had increased at least 5 times and his strength was almost gone, the guy said that this was enough for him. Despite the intention to finish everything, the comrade did not allow our hero to do this, and they continued, as before, to delay. Wen Chang shouted that they should push a little more, and then they would definitely succeed, because they shouldn't give up halfway. Z was much heavier because, firstly, he was holding a fishing rod, which slipped, and secondly, he was very hot, since he was next to the fiery liquid. Realizing that holding his friend's back was not an option, the young man decided to grab his friend's legs and rested his feet on the floor, thinking that this way they would definitely be able to get the predator. Unfortunately, despite all their efforts, the guys did not succeed. They simultaneously stated the fact that there were too many fish and the weight was maximum. On the one hand, the guys understood that they could not do anything, but on the other, it was difficult for them to make any decision. That is why Z, clutching his fishing rod harder, decided to once again try to do the impossible to achieve his goal. With the last of their strength, puffing and panting, our heroes tried to finally pull out this fish and forever forget about what happened as a bad dream. But success was not on Z's side, since the guy was already half in the abyss, holding his fishing rod in the air. The girl with the machine gun, who until that moment had been busy with her own business, decided to come closer to see why her friends were unable to get the predator. What she saw shocked her. She did not understand why the other fish grabbed the one that the young man was trying to pull out, because the other participants did not have this. Time passed, but nothing changed, and both Z and Wenchang tried to do everything to somehow move the situation from a dead point. However, the very next moment the young man with glasses said that he could no longer and would not hold it, inviting his friend to let go of the fishing rod. Realizing that his friend was already holding on with all his strength, the guy shouted again, turning to Z, and told him to quit this disastrous business. However, he seemed so attached to the fishing rod that he simply could not do it, or still did not want to give up halfway. The young man shouted, turning to Z, that if he didn't pull out all his strength now, then he would never have such a chance again. The next moment, Z began to talk about how his legs were cramping. He was in so much pain that he could no longer stand it. But despite this, the young man felt something else. But he did not know how to properly express his emotions. After a moment, the guy's eyes widened, either in surprise or fear. It seemed that they were filled with blood, while some inexplicable changes began to occur to the body. Everyone present held their breath and watched the changes that began to occur in the hall. One got the impression that our heroes did not believe what they were observing with their own eyes. Screaming with all his might, Z informed everyone, and his comrade first of all, that his plan had worked. It seemed that everyone who was in the estate at that moment heard it, since the sound was really very loud. Ling Lanyu, who had been carefully observing everything from the window of the large room, looked outside in amazement. Holding the glass in her hands, the girl thought that she was surprised by the results of such a small and fragile guy who was able to hook her. Licking her lips, the beauty thought to herself that she really wanted to eat this young man. At this time, everyone in the hall came up and began to carefully study the catch of Z and his best friend. The contestants were perplexed how two young guys managed to get 6 huge predators lying on the floor at once. Exhausted and exhausted, our heroes sprawled on the carpet and could not move a single part of their bodies. They were so exhausted. The onlookers who came closer to the catch did not hide their amazement, saying that they had never seen such a thing and thought that it was not possible to catch all the predators. The men, one after another, noted that our heroes were incredibly cool for being able to do what they did. One of the guests approached the predator, took it by the tail, and said that this fish is the strangest of all. But besides that, it is also the heaviest. Zai, who had recently been lying exhausted, thought that he had better get up and look at all those people who were crowded next to him. The young man stood up and with an appraising glance carefully examined the men who admired his catch. But a minute later, our hero, turning to someone, told him to move away from his fish. One of the men with a sarcastic voice said that guys shouldn't be so naive. And then he added that since Z caught everything and there was nothing left, then he needed to share it with others, because he himself had probably already qualified for the next round anyway. Wen Chang, rubbing his glasses, began to say that his friend caught all this himself. He risked his life, almost died, and they just want to take him and rob him? Having difficulty standing on his feet, Z noted that his opponents were actually trying to rob him, because they themselves were not capable of the same catch. He was haunted by thoughts about whether all these people could defeat him, and whether, according to the rules of the game, it was possible to rob others. The young man also wondered if one of these men would decide to take his life for the sake of some fish. One of the contestants, realizing that things were taking a dangerous turn, decided to ask the butler for more details about the rules. After a little hesitation, Mr. R informed everyone present that his lady was exclusively for peace. But after a minute, he added that according to the rules of the game, this is prohibited. But given that Mr. Z has so much loot, he fell silent again. But only in order to find the right words and explain that it is still better to share with everyone because there is no point in throwing these predators back. The butler said that if this is not done, there may be certain difficulties. They consist in the fact that the guys will simply become a target and an object of attack. It seemed that our hero either had some interesting thought or was up to something, because the young man smiled strangely. Holding the fish tightly, Z asked his friend if he needed the fish that he grabbed so tightly. Holding the monster in his hands, Wen Chang looked at everything that was happening in horror and seemed to not believe what was happening at that moment. While Z watched the predator open its mouth, showing off its creepy teeth, he continued to talk about how they were friends and should help each other. The assembled men looked attentively at their friends and, smiling, clearly expected that the trophies would soon go to them too. But not even a minute had passed before the young man, together with the fish, came as close as possible to the abyss. And the very next second, the predator went to where it had come from quite recently. The men watched everything in amazement, not yet understanding why the young man was throwing the fish back, because he himself said that they were all friends and should share. Reading the astonishment on the faces of the young people, Jay said that he was doing what he promised, namely helping his competitors. The young man continued, noting that they themselves had told him recently that he had caught all the fish, which means he could do whatever he wanted with it, which he in fact did. The young man explained to his competitors that just because he distributed the fish to them, nothing would change. The enemies would remain enemies. And at this stage, he wanted to deal with them. Z heard people whispering behind him, noting that he was too self-confident and this could not be done. Hearing this, our hero said that if he was so self-confident, he would give them another hope. Holding the huge fish by the tail and showing how big it was, the young man was in no hurry to do anything, taking a pause, which was necessary in this case. And suddenly, with malice in his voice, he continued, noting his conditions. They were that if someone kneels and calls him daddy, he will receive the coveted booty. The men looked at Z in surprise and were silent, and he continued to explain that he would soon run out of all predators, and it was not a fact that they would be able to catch something on their own. Having entered into some role, the guy continued to note that only 20 people would make it to the next round, which means that the chances are dwindling with every second. One of the gentlemen pompously asked the young man whether he really believed that they would give up so easily. But the very next moment the one who surrendered appeared. One of those gathered was kneeling in front of our hero. It was the fat one who uttered the magic words, making it clear that he really wanted to take his catch. Our hero was clearly amused by this, but he knew how to keep his word, so he told the man to take the reward without hesitation. However, instead of gratitude, the fat man said that after everything was over, he would definitely find the guy and kill him. With calm in his voice, our hero noted that it didn't matter, and then again began asking everyone present who else wanted to kneel. The young man added that in any case, since they can kill someone for the chance to stop being human, and after a little hesitation, he added that it doesn't cost them anything to become a dog for a while, especially since there is a good reward for this. Realizing that no one else was in a hurry, the young man once again emphasized that if they were ready to kill someone for the chance to stop being a human, then right now they could become a dog. When someone from the outside threatened the young man, saying that sooner or later he would be killed, he said with indifference that he was tired of listening to it. Smiling at the threats of others, he warned everyone present that he had only 3 fish left, which meant that the chances of getting a catch were dwindling every minute. People stood and looked indignantly at our hero, but it seemed that they could not oppose anything to him, and this was true. Not even a few minutes had passed before a couple of people finally knelt down, wanting to get into the top 20. One of the guests, carefully examining the young man, turned to his neighbor saying that, despite the fact that the guy had caught a fish, he still wanted to kill someone. Our hero heard whispers behind his back, in which it was said that they would soon get even with him anyway. Wen Chong, holding the predators in his hands, himself asked whether it was too much for a student to do what he was doing now. With calm in his voice, the young man confirmed that this was not at all the case, and then asked his comrade to look into the eyes of everyone present. Peering into the greedy faces, he noted, turning to his friend, that now these people want only one thing. Their goal, their most important goal, is the opportunity. The unique opportunity to become a member of the family. You can already understand that these people will stop at nothing to get what they want. After a little hesitation, our hero asked what was the point of killing people in order to get a chance to join the blood clan. After all these people are not like that. And if so, then why should a young man be humane with them? With anger in his voice, he continued, noting that this was just an unnecessary pile of garbage that no one would even think about tomorrow. Smiling maliciously, the guy said that it was just a stench that was even disgusting to stand next to. Wen Chong, standing nearby and studying his comrade in surprise, thought that this was all very strange. It's not what his friend said, but the way he behaves, it seems that he is turning into a completely different person. The young man noted to himself that before the guy was just a little strange, but now it was as if he had become crazy or something had possessed him. After hesitating a little, Wen Chang thought that it was really not so easy to pull out all these fish with 2 people. Some of them couldn't even reach one predator. The young man with glasses was perplexed as to what finally happened to his friend, who had changed literally before his eyes. The very next second, he himself began to think about something, but his main thought was blood. The guy thought that it was either hot or cool, coming out of the heart and flowing somewhere drop by drop. and then slowly but so pleasantly it fills the whole body, which receives strength and nutrition. The next moment, our hero's thoughts went in a different direction. He thought that due to trembling and tension, he was no longer able to control himself. The main reason for all this was that he lacks nutrition, or rather he wants blood, without which it seems he cannot live another minute. The young man noted to himself that one could be so humiliated, but not even dare to kill others, although they are a bunch of useless creatures. Looking carefully at everyone gathered, he noted with disappointment that there was no blood, and this was actually a great pity. But the very next moment, our hero's attention was attracted by something from which he literally could not look away. All those gathered looked attentively at the splashes of blood that began to scatter throughout the room, looking at each other in bewilderment. The reason was that someone's strong hand pierced the flesh and began to tear it apart. It was as unpleasant and unusual as possible, but it seemed that the hero, gutting fish in front of everyone, was not at all embarrassed by what he was doing. The young man's eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed that at that moment he had completely forgotten where he was and who was standing next to him. Continuing his occupation, he seemed to be looking for something specific, and not just wanted to get a piece of predator meat. Not even a minute had passed before the heart of the fish was in the young man's hands. His hands were bloody, but it seemed that this gave the guy unspeakable pleasure. Everyone gathered, including Wen Chang, looked at the young man and did not believe what was happening before their eyes. At the same time, Z himself grabbed the heart and sank his teeth into it, as if he had not eaten anything for a long time. Our hero, among other things, also smacked his lips while eating a raw fish organ, which was the most unpleasant sight. Those watching what was happening noted out loud that the guy was actually a big psycho, which they had no doubt about. Watching everyone in the hall with a smile, the butler hastened to remind the contestants that there was little time left to catch their fish. Mr. R did not hide his pleasure, repeatedly saying that the most important thing was the show, and it was clear that it was truly a success. Still looking dispassionately at the guys and smiling at them, the butler thought that a bunch of idiots who didn't understand anything had come to the competition. Watching Z eat the fish piece by piece, he noted that the fish is a great thing. The test will last a long time, the strength will disappear, and the fish is the only food available in the hall. The fact is that this predator is a great source of energy. It has a stimulation effect, thanks to which an ordinary person can increase his strength several times after eating. Mr. R thought that it was funny. Many came to this mansion to fight, but they don't know such basic things and can't use logic. Z, who already seemed to have had his fill, turned to his friend and said that the meat of predators was very tasty, and therefore Wen Chang should definitely try it. Realizing that his friend had hesitated, our hero decided to take a piece and stuff it into his mouth, saying that it was actually very tasty and the young man would like it. Looking at the guy who not only caught all the fish, but also ate one of them, the butler thought that this young man was a serious competitor for others. But the very next moment, Mr. R's thoughts were interrupted by some guy who said that he had also caught a fish, and he added a little hesitantly that, if possible, he himself would like to deal with the predator. The butler was not at all embarrassed by either such a question or such a statement, so he said that the contestant could do whatever he saw fit with his fish. Only a few minutes passed, and the young man, having sharpened the blade of his blade, cut the fish and treated it to his comrades. Mr. R, who had been behind all this time, was now carefully studying the contestant with the sword. Noticing how neatly the fish was cut, the man thought to himself that this guy was very well trained. And this means, to the great joy of him and his mistress, that not everyone gathered in this room is idiots, as he thought earlier. And this state of affairs cannot but rejoice, since every hour it became more and more interesting to watch those gathered. And the denouement was not long in coming, since after a while the butler informed all those gathered that 20 people had been recruited and the second round had started. Clearly pleased with the result, the contestants began clapping and cheering, anticipating what would happen next. It seemed that Wen Chang was the only one who was disappointed by this. The young man understood that a lot of innocent people had suffered, and all this was for an insignificant purpose. Turning to his friend, the young man thanked him for the fish he had caught for them and said that they were safe and could therefore return home. But instead of joy and encouragement, the young man was faced with some kind of indifference, since Z silently turned his back to him. Not understanding what was happening, Wen Chang turned to his comrade again and again to persuade him to end everything and leave this place. But our hero still stood silently and looked somewhere into the distance. It seemed that the guy was either thinking about something or was just tired. And in fact, the young man looked searchingly at the people in front, calculating his moves in advance. And there was a lot to think about, because the only people gathered in the hall were jackals who wanted to deal with each other as quickly as possible. It was necessary to keep an eye on such people, since they themselves were not averse to getting rid of our hero as soon as possible. Some of them are the ones who had to kneel, and therefore had to be watched most closely. Z began to realize that a gang had formed from the contestants, which would certainly take revenge on him, perhaps even that evening. Speaking of someone, our hero began to slowly take off his jacket, while Wen Chang could not understand what was happening. The very next moment, the young man's outer clothing was lying on the ground, and he himself was full of energy and determination to do something irreparable. Seeing how his friend, clenching his fist, raised only one middle finger, Wen Chang began to shout menacingly, asking the young man what he was up to. Holding his friend by the shoulder, Wen Chang persuaded him to leave as soon as possible, explaining that there was no need to challenge some scoundrels. But the young man could not be stopped. He noted that his comrade did not understand that these people were the first to provoke him, and therefore they needed to be shown their place. Wen Chang once again hastened to reason with his friend, explaining that most of the contestants knew each other and were a team that would destroy the guy if something happened. After thinking a little, he continued, noting that there are also loners, but they will not help the young man in any way, so he should think with his own head. Z noted that he should have thought earlier about the fact that some people carry weapons, therefore they have known the rules for a long time. Then, turning to Wen Chang, he suggested looking for information on this matter in order to know for sure. The guy's assumptions were correct. They found out that after some became slaves, they did not stop communicating with their relatives, but on the contrary, revealed their deepest secrets to them. This led to the fact that slaves began to very quickly promote their loved ones and acquaintances to the top positions. It turns out that all those people who are sitting in this hall, as well as others like them, are vicious. They see the position of members of a noble family as secure. With horror in his voice, Wen Chang said that no matter what, little depends on them, and most likely even nothing. Zi, who listened carefully to his friend, added that no matter what happens in the second round, as soon as it starts, the opponents will attack him in a group. Hearing this, the young man, still talking about being killed in advance, shouted in amazement that they should surrender before this happened. Hearing the conversation of our heroes, one fat man said with anger in his voice that the guys no longer had any chance, since they had humiliated him. He continued, noting that while one of them may succeed, ruining his life is as easy as eating. And again, turning to our hero, the stranger sarcastically said that for a slave, he was just a man who did not belong with them. Pointing to his comrades, he added that they were all different. But despite this, they were members of the same family, since they were born with noble blood. Our hero was not at all embarrassed by all these statements. He said that after all these statements, he understands that this person is downtrodden and useless. Turning his gaze to Wen Chang, the young man asked him if he had said and explained everything correctly. The young man stood and seemed unable to utter a word from surprise, unlike Z, who added that this entire group was no longer human. After a little hesitation, he added that everything that is not human has no right to life or even to any existence. The opponents began to laugh and gloat. They said that the young man was telling everything so beautifully, as if he could easily destroy them all. Everyone noted that our heroes were too crazy, and among other things, he could be called a chicken, not worthy of the attention of gentlemen like them. The man with the knife suddenly turned his gaze to the girl with the gun and said that besides them, there were others who were aware in advance that they could bring weapons. It's just that all this should be done as carefully and wisely as possible, so that no troubles follow. The fat man turned to the same guy with a knife, calling him Adam, and stated the fact that he was the strongest among them, and if so, then they would all work for his victory. Suddenly, the fat man heard a voice asking what would happen in the second round of the competition, and when it would start. But it turned out that our heroes did not hear this, since Z recommended simply giving up at the very beginning. As for himself, he was going to move on, since his opponents would not leave him alone. And if so, then it was worth trying to test his strength. Something changed in our hero's gaze, as well as in his voice. So the young man said that at least he could kill all these insignificant people. Realizing that this was going too far, Wen Chang turned to his comrade and said that he looked as scary as possible. The guy did not let up, assuring that his comrade was scaring him more and more every minute. Without waiting for an answer, Wen Chang once again asked what was happening to Z, why he changed so abruptly, because just a few hours ago he didn't want to come here at all. Looking at his partner with despair, The young man noted that he himself could not understand what was happening to him, but he felt overwhelmed by the spirit of blood. But the worst thing is that he is filled with wild hatred that has no limits. This strong feeling seemed to take over his will, which frightens him more than anything else. Realizing that the pause was too long, the butler carefully announced to everyone present that only 3 contestants would be able to advance to the finals. The guests listened with bated breath to what Mr. would tell them regarding the next task. Taking a deep breath, he said that the lost building was waiting for them. But not everything was as simple as it might seem at first glance. There are 99 floors in this building, and on the top there is someone waiting for them. We are talking about Miss Lin Lanyu, who sits in her chambers and waits for the arrival of the 3 best participants, or rather those who get to the top faster than others. The butler added that those lucky ones who can do this will have a chance to be a slave in the future. The assistant explained that the building has 4 elevators, but they reach the 89th floor. There is also a fire escape, but it leads to a maximum of the 90th floor. At the same time, there is also a regular staircase that starts on the 60th floor. But it should be remembered that all these passages can be protected. Mr. thought for a bit, but only to invite all the guys to come closer to him. He said that everyone needs to write down the desired floor number as a starting point. They can choose any floor from the 1st to the 89th. The fat man who came up first seemed to not know exactly what number to stop at, which is why he was holding up the line. Realizing that the guys had questions, the butler explained that if everyone starts from the 1st floor, chaos will result, and this cannot be allowed. Hearing Mr., the fat man said that everyone gathered would probably choose the 89th floor and run the last 10 floors along the stairs to gain time, and then chaos would begin. The competition had not yet begun, and the guys had already begun to argue among themselves. Although the eldest in the clan said that it was best to choose the number 8 and then kill everyone on the way to the top. In order to discuss this, the opponents of our heroes stood in a circle and began to whisper about something. Realizing that the situation was heating up, Wen Chong turned to his friend and said that this was the beginning of their end, because the group was together, which meant that they were invincible. For a second, Z was silent, thinking about what was going on in his head, and said out loud that the enemy's plan was very good and it would work to their advantage. Wen Chong, looking at his friend in surprise, asked him if he really believed that they would fight among themselves for the opportunity to get to the top floors. The guy said that this was definitely the case, since one of them would become a slave. And if they were actually a single team, then the fat man would not humiliate himself and kneel. Carefully studying the enemy, the young man noted that they were only thinking about how to kill each other. It seemed that Wen Chang either did not understand everything that was happening in the hall or could not believe that it was actually true. The next second, the butler spoke and asked Z if he had decided which floor to start from, having heard the young man's satisfactory answer. Not even a minute had passed and the guy brought up his card on which it was written randomly. Mr. R looked carefully at the young man and noted that despite the fact that the young man is a teenager, he is very brave. Moving deeper into the room, our hero heard someone asking him if he was afraid of accidentally becoming besieged on the 89th floor. Z did not have time to answer because at that moment, he heard the butler asking his assistant what date it was today. Realizing that it was the 17th, Mr. R turned to our hero and told him to choose the 17th floor as his starting point. After waiting for everyone to decide, the butler announced that Wen Chang had decided to temporarily withdraw from participation, which meant that everyone present had more chances. Pointing to a door somewhere, he wished everyone good luck, saying that it was time to start the next round. Not even a minute had passed before all the contestants were asked to stand on small, personalized glowing circles. The guys looked in amazement as a bluish light began to glow under them, not understanding what would happen next. Our hero, like everyone else, wanted to know what would happen next, and how he would get to his 17th floor, from which he should start. The next second, the young man realized with horror that he was being twisted into a spiral, and he was rising higher and higher every minute. The same thing happened with everyone else who flew next to the young man, but each remained in his own flow. After some time, Z noticed that the situation had changed, and strangers had disappeared somewhere. Squinting his eyes, our hero stated the fact that they had finally stopped, and it turned out that everyone was where they were supposed to be. The young man looked around to collect his thoughts and understand what his actions would be in the future. He looked carefully at the number 17 and realized that he was at the very beginning of his journey. Sitting on the floor, he realized that it was from this floor that he would have to go to the very top. Looking carefully at the stairs, which led both down and up, our hero understood that there was no one there, which meant that he was temporarily safe. But the very next minute, something changed. It seemed to Z that he had discovered someone's figure, which was difficult to see because of the darkness. The guy peered carefully into the darkness, realizing that not only the completion of the task, but also his own life depended on it. Trying to make out at least something, the young man was sure that there was someone on the landing, but who it was, he could not even guess. True, there was no need to do this, since not even a minute had passed before this figure decisively walked towards him. Z thought that this was most likely one of the big guys who had recently been whispering, making plans against him. But now it was absolutely unimportant. The most important thing was to escape from the blows that the ill-wisher inflicted with a fire spray. Our hero realized that he couldn't hesitate, and therefore, with all the speed he was capable of, he ran up the stairs, wanting to get away as quickly as possible. And if in the first seconds it seemed that everything was a success, then later the young man noticed that the enemy was not slowing down and was not going to retreat from his plan. The very next moment, the ill-wisher swung the spray can again, wanting to deal a crushing blow. But Ji was not going to hesitate, and therefore, raising his leg, he hit the man in the chest with all his strength so that he fell to the ground. The young man saw that he managed, at least briefly, to deprive the thug of his balance, and he stumbled and flew back. Our hero's eyes were empty, and from the expression on his face, it was difficult to tell what he was thinking about at that particular moment, and whether he was thinking about anything at all. Paying attention to the cylinder lying next to him, the guy decided that it was time for him to run, because this was the only way he could gain time and save strength. True, the very next moment, a completely different idea came to the young man's head, and he quickly grabbed the balloon and raised it above him. Realizing that something was wrong, the enemy waved his arms and began shouting so that the young man would not decide to do anything, but would simply stop. Realizing that Z was getting closer every minute, the man shouted that the guy should not commit rash acts. Moreover, he realized his mistakes and apologized. Still holding the fire cylinder tightly in his hands, the hero thought for a moment, looking carefully at the man sitting opposite him. It seemed that some dramatic change had happened to both the young man and his opponent, since both were silent and did not dare to take the next step. The enemy, realizing that Z had lowered the balloon, did not fully understand what had happened to the young man, and was also not sure whether he was saved. The man remembered how recently, while training in the gym, he thought that he was in great shape and would be able to defeat even his coach. Everything was fine, but exactly until the moment our hero hit the enemy, and he felt that his tendons had separated. But before the man had time to think about anything else, he heard the voice of a young man who asked if he was a member of the team, and if he wanted to tell something interesting. Rising to the 19th floor and still holding the fire cylinder tightly, the young man was thinking carefully about something. The guy thought about the fact that he managed to find out very important information, but most importantly, think through everything correctly and competently in order to win. The team consists of 10 people, divided into 5 groups, and only 3 managed to climb to the 89th floor. But they were stuck because on the main road, all the participants did not allow the others to pass. Having reached the 20th floor, our hero became alert and tightened his grip on the fire cylinder, intending to defend himself from his opponents, knowing that they were definitely there. The young man noted to himself that the man had accurately described the scheme, which meant that he should be as careful as possible. Looking at the stairs, the guy realized that there was no one at this point, although he didn't know whether to be happy or upset. Z did not understand that in this way the group is absolutely useless. They are not trying to help each other as he suspected from the very beginning. But their goal is to reach the top themselves. The young man thought that he was full of energy and strength, wanted to become the only winner and relied only on his own strength, which is why he chose a random floor number. Step by step, the young man rose higher and higher. He did not understand why the building was so quiet, but he knew that he still had to be on guard, because anything could happen. Holding the balloon in his hands, the young man walked down the stairs very quietly, knowing that sooner or later he would meet one or more opponents, and then he would need to take care of himself. However, not having walked even a few flights, the guy grabbed his head. It seemed that something was bothering him, and this something had nothing to do with the contestants. The young man peered carefully into the darkness, not to see anyone, but to relax. Leaning against the wall, Z began to carefully rub his head, closing his eyes and plunging into a whirlpool of thoughts. The young man noted to himself that he had a severe headache, so much so that he could not concentrate on anything. The guy would have stood against the wall for a long time, but the very next minute he drew attention to his hands, which began to look quite strange. But this was not the only reason. because after a few minutes, the colors in perception also changed, which our hero also noted to himself. He looked carefully at the objects around him and saw that they had suddenly all turned red. No, or rather, that's how he began to perceive them. The young man was so immersed in his own thoughts that he did not pay attention to how a man from the upper floor jumped on him to strike him. Standing behind Z, the young man noted to himself that his strong point is hypnosis, thanks to which he has the ability to control the minds of the entire public. Having the 5th rank, he can easily influence people of lower status. The stranger did not understand that if you use hypnosis on the enemy, he will become a slave. For this reason, he creates obstacles on the way to the 46th floor, because the easiest prey is located in this place. In addition, due to a number of subordinates, the man had no obstacles to climb to the upper floors. As for our hero, he will become his first victim. The next moment, the stranger grabbed Jay by the shoulders and waited for some reaction from him to make sure that the hypnosis was working. Realizing that no reaction would follow, the man began to put thoughts into his head, then took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then carefully opened them. The young man, who did not understand anything, did everything as he was told. There were no thoughts in his head. His face did not express any feelings. The young man simply looked somewhere into the distance and, as before, did not dare to say or do anything. The enemy had already begun to rejoice that he had succeeded, but the joy was short-lived, because the next second our hero grabbed him tightly by the throat. Turning to the stranger, the young man asked him what he had done that the guy began to feel so bad and exhausted. Not wanting to be frank, the stranger insisted that it was just a misunderstanding, and the young man misunderstood him and thought to himself why hypnosis did not work on some teenager. Realizing that the situation had gone too far, Z began to demand that the enemy immediately remove all the red from his eyes and also make sure that the veins disappeared. It seemed that the man was not going to do this. He said that hypnosis only suppresses the forces, but because of it, it should be difficult to move. In addition, the effect on the mind leaves its consequences. The man insisted over and over again that he did nothing because it was pointless, and then suddenly proposed an alliance to rise to the top together. Our hero seemed to listen to the words of the enemy, so he let him go and carefully watched what would happen next. But not even a minute had passed before the stranger fell lifelessly to the ground for unknown reasons. Turning his back to this poor fellow, Z stood in place for some time, not knowing what to do next. The young man understood that something inexplicable was happening to him. His eyes became bloodshot, and this iron taste appeared in his mouth, which he had already known before. Obeying some instincts, the guy quickly turned the stranger over so as to expose his neck, and then leaned over the man's head. Z opened his mouth wide and came as close as possible to the enemy's neck. But until recently, he did not understand why he needed this. Seeing how saliva flowed onto the man's skin, the young man could not stop himself, and therefore simply watched his actions, as if from the outside, unable to control them. After a few minutes, it seemed that sanity had finally returned to our hero, and he jumped away from the unfortunate man like a wounded animal. Sitting on the floor and breathing heavily, the guy again and again asked himself questions about what he had done and how he had gotten to this point. Our hero clearly had a hard time with this competition, which had not actually begun yet, but had already brought so much destruction. The guy remembered how recently he sat over this poor fellow and committed some terrible actions. He was fighting for some strange reason, saliva flowing from his mouth, as if he was very hungry and wanted to eat his victim or enjoy his blood. Covering his mouth with his hand, the young man thought that he was completely mad if he allowed himself to do what he did just a few minutes ago. Therefore, the only way out was to flee the scene and preferably, with the opportunity to forget about this nightmare as soon as possible. The young man was driven either by fear or shock, but he was clearly doing something wrong because he did not go up the stairs, but on the contrary, went down, thinking that he needed to find a way out as soon as possible. Some inner voice dictated the guy the right decision, to run away without turning around and without remembering it. The young man dreamed of the moment when he could run to his father's hairdresser and, hugging his dad as tightly as possible, hide from all the horror he had experienced. Going down the stairs, the young man did everything possible to bring this magical and desired moment as soon as possible. But in reality, everything turned out to be not so simple, because having stumbled, the young man flew down the stairs, hitting his head hard. If someone looked at our hero from the outside, he could well say that he not only hit himself hard, but also killed himself. Prostrate on the ground, the guy lay seemingly lifeless. He did not move and did not utter a word. It was quiet on the stairs. so quiet that it seemed as if there was no one else left in the building except the young man himself. Lights were on everywhere, and there was a calmness that cannot be described in words. But suddenly this calm was broken by the voice of our hero, who said that he urgently needed to resume his path in order to climb to the very top. Little by little, Z began to come to his senses and tried to slowly get up in order to resume movement and not waste time in vain. A few minutes later, our hero almost completely stood up, trying to maintain his balance and straighten up to his full height. Raising his head, the young man realized that he should rise higher, and for this he must first pull himself together. True, instead of getting ready, the young man began to think that he was very hungry and needed to eat as soon as possible. One got the impression that this hunger completely turned off Z's conscious mind, which again began to be guided by some incomprehensible instincts. The beautiful red moon indicated that it was deep night outside, at which time a man informed the lady that they were following all safety measures. It was the butler talking on the phone with the goddess herself and noting that the last cult raid was an accident. In fact, the enemy's target was the major. Addressing an unknown man, Mr. R asked him how much time was left. He calmly noted that almost everything was over, adding that it didn't matter how the contestants got there, because no one would pass by through the 89th floor anyway. Then he added that everyone protects their strength, but nevertheless is afraid that someone else will take first place. Despite this, all the contestants still rely on their luck, strength, intelligence, and foresight. There are those who try to maintain equanimity, leave without explanation, betray friends, mock the weak, kill absolutely everyone. There are players who prioritize achieving goals, but they do not rely on their strength to achieve a pleasant, and most importantly, desired result. As for the lady, she is impressed by persistent people, those who are not afraid to go to the end, risking everything they have. After finishing the last sentence, the butler turned to his assistants again to ask them what stage the teenager Z was at. One of them, sitting at the computer and carefully looking at the CCTV cameras, said that he needed a couple of minutes to find the young man. Within a minute, the man announced that he was able to determine the location of our hero, who walked dispassionately along the stairs, reaching the 89th floor. And this was true, because behind the guy's back on the wall was the treasured number 89, indicating that the young man had reached the finish line. Standing on the landing, Z carefully looked at a man with a broken head who was lying on the floor. At the same time, a fight continued between some people who did not seem to notice the strangers, that is, our hero. But it seemed that the young man was so tired that he simply looked out the window, thinking about something of his own and not intending to take any action. There was some kind of emptiness and wild fatigue in the guy's eyes. It seemed that in a short period of time he had lived his whole life. The people who surrounded Z looked more like zombies, thirsty for blood and completely forgotten about everything human. Moving forward, the young man noticed a man who was swinging a bat and was about to deal a serious blow to the young man. But this did not concern him. With a fearless look, our hero simply walked by, realizing that his goal was ahead, and for the sake of it, he was not going to lose his identity. The next second, the guy noticed how two more strangers, mad with blood, stood in the way and were about to attack him. But not even a few minutes had passed before these two were left behind by Ji, who seemed to see no one or anything as he moved forward. It was late at night outside the window, indicating that the competition was still ongoing, but there was nothing to indicate its impending end. Suddenly, the guy stopped, carefully looking at the girl, who at the first stage was waving her gun. The young man noticed how smartly she was fighting the enemy. For a moment, these young people also noticed Z, but they had no time for him, since they had to finish the battle among themselves first. The corridor of the 89th floor looked more like a battlefield, as everything around was covered in blood, and on the floor lay the bodies of those who failed to win. Realizing that there was no time to stand, the young man headed forward again, passing by the brunette and her competitor. Suddenly, someone called out to our hero. It turned out that it was the man with the blade who, back in the hall, threatened that he would deal with the teenager at any cost. Approaching the ill-wisher, the guy heard the girl warn him that the man had not just a knife, but a knife with a poisoned blade. With cunning in his voice, the man, turning to our hero, said that he had specially reserved this gift for the smug student. However, due to the fact that Z practically did not struggle and was still completely absorbed in his thoughts, he managed to dodge the blow with lightning speed. The enemy, who tried in every possible way to prick the guy, looked with horror at the fact that he couldn't do anything, no matter how hard he tried. His strength was at its limit. But the stranger could not even injure the young man, let alone something more serious, which he had initially hoped for. Moreover, the very next minute the situation changed, and not in favor of the ill-wisher, who felt someone's strong hand grab his wrist. With an unshakable expression, Z resolutely approached the young man and grabbed him with as much force as he was capable of, which surprised everyone present. The young man, realizing that the student was twisting his arm, began to scream and become indignant, asking him to release his wrist immediately. But the guy was little interested in the enemy, which cannot be said about his knife, which within a few minutes was in the hands of the young man. Taking the blade as his own, the young man began to lick the remaining blood from the blade, clearly enjoying the process. Unwitting witnesses watching what was happening were in shock, not knowing how to react to this, and why the guy was so fascinated by human blood. However, this did not bother the young man at all. On the contrary, he said that this was very little for him. Standing amid all the horror that was happening in the corridor, the young man with an unshakable look said that he really liked being upstairs. The guy did not hide the fact that he was anticipating the taste of victory, which was about to go to him. Smiling maliciously, the young man shamelessly announced to everyone present that he was ready to eat. It seemed that the young man was already aware of what would happen to him in the chambers of his mistress, who clearly would not leave him without a portion of blood. Deciding not to waste time, Z began to climb the stairs, realizing that all his ill-wishers were left behind. The brunette looked at our hero in amazement, who understood that the guy was about to disappear from her sight, and clearly was not going to allow this. The beauty simply stood and looked in amazement at the young man, who, it seemed, at that moment had nothing and no one. He clearly saw his task and went towards it. Suddenly, Xiao Pao, that was the girl's name, rushed up the stairs, realizing that the situation was not turning out in her favor in terms of victory. The brunette was immediately followed by the young man from whom our hero had taken the knife a few minutes ago. The man, who took off from his seat, ran upstairs as fast as he could, realizing that all was not lost. But not even a few seconds had passed before the stranger stopped. He was alerted by some sounds coming from very close by. Before the man had time to come to his senses, he saw a crowd of brutal people who attacked him and began to furiously shout something. It seemed that the stranger was not going to take any special action, because he understood that these were guys from his own clan. True, one got the impression that they cared little about this, since they did not stop in front of their goal and did not listen to their comrade, who was trying to somehow reason with them. Grabbing the wall with all his strength, the young man did everything possible to not only escape, but still reach the top floor. However, the enraged former friends could not be stopped. On the contrary, they forgot that they had once been a team. Now each of them had their own task. This task was to kill absolutely everyone who stood in their way and prevented them from completing the mission, which they did. In less than a few minutes, complete silence reigned around. But it was not only frightening but also terrifying. The once beautiful corridor resembled some kind of incomprehensible meat grinder with broken glass, windows, as well as bloody floors and walls and a large number of corpses. Bloody traces could be observed not only on the wall, but also on the floor, although they were more evidence that someone had survived. And it was true, with difficulty climbing the stairs and holding onto the wall, the man did not stop, overcoming step after step and thinking about his place in the new clan. Surprisingly, it was still the same unknown person, who apparently himself dealt with his former comrades in order to join the bloody clan that he had dreamed of for so long. The facade of the building looked much more beautiful, especially against the backdrop of the moon, than what was inside. Ling Lanyu, standing in front of the window, thought that there were 3 people heading towards her, and all 3 did a great job, giving her indescribable pleasure. The lady noted that she was most pleased with the fights on the stairs, since they were imbued with despair and at the same time the desire to win. And for her, this is the best appetizer. The goddess was thinking that soon a teenager would come to her, who had so far shown incredible results, although initially no one had placed any bets on him. The same was true for Xiao Pao, who first caught her fish so brilliantly, and then won a fair fight in order to be able to move on. An unknown guy was also interesting, who, with all his might, was going to go upstairs to please his mistress with something. Carefully examining the candles on the candlestick, Ling Lanyu couldn't wait for her guest to come and show what they were capable of. Opening the lid and looking at the plate on which the spoon and fork lay, the girl said that the party was beginning, and she was waiting for those surprises that would delight her. Suddenly, music began to play in the hall, indicating that the holiday was actually in full swing. Male and female feet sliding along the parquet floor made it clear that the hostess was going to have a lot of fun. Guests had already gathered in the large hall in fancy dress, who obviously knew what was happening, and therefore were looking forward to the denouement. Laughter and casual conversation were what could be seen in this room. And to make the evening as enjoyable as possible, an orchestra was invited to play music for different tastes and preferences. However, the very next moment someone's voice announced that the main characters were approaching. Opening the large doors, some voice still continued to tell those gathered that the long-awaited show had finally begun. And still the same voice noted that the beginning should fascinate all the guests, and the continuation of the party would be much more interesting. The exhausted and tired trio looked attentively at everything that was happening, hearing how they were invited to a wonderful and enchanting ball. The organizer was quick to point out that all the noble families of the city were participating in this party. Looking at all this disgrace, the stranger with an angry voice asked what kind of masquerade this was, and where their mistress, for whom they fought, was located. The young girls who were standing nearby and heard this remark began to smile and told the young man not to worry, since everything was going according to plan. They noted that a beautiful miss was among them, moreover, as a candidate to join their family. He could not help but be aware of this fact. Their conversation was interrupted by the organizer, who began to introduce all the participants, the first of them being the same mysterious Chen Day. Xiao Pao Feng is the second participant and the only girl who managed to get into the top 3. The third player was our hero, who seemed to not like all this, but he tried to keep his emotions to himself. The organizer continued to say words of congratulations to the participants, but at the same time said that their task was to find Miss Lin Lanyu among the hundreds of beautiful ladies who were in this place. The contestants were clearly confused, so they simply stood and studiedly looked at everyone gathered, not daring to take the first step. Realizing that the guys were in no hurry to act, the organizer continued to give them hints, explaining that perhaps the lady was the one who was best dressed. It is quite possible that the hostess has created an intrigue and therefore is hiding behind the curtain, wearing a mask and waiting for her so-called savior. But it may also be that the girl dressed like a man while working as a waiter so as not to be recognized. The organizer said that the contestants have only one attempt. After they make their choice, they will have to invite the beauty to dance. The real miss will stay with the winner throughout the evening and then show him to her room. At the same time, the contestant can make only one mistake, and the organizer fell silent for a while, pausing. The fact is that 3 can become easy prey at a banquet. Everyone can hunt at any time. Everyone can eat the contestant, from clothes to skin. A loud voice warned that it was best not to make mistakes, but it should be remembered that absolutely any lady could be the real Ling Lanyu. The participants, who had already walked a lot and seen a lot, seemed unprepared for such a sudden turn of events, expecting to be directly greeted by the lady herself on the top floor. But before the guys had time to think about anything else, the same voice told them that, according to the terms of the competition, they had exactly 30 minutes. During this time, they must choose a dance partner who will turn out to be not an ordinary stranger, but the mistress of this estate. Chen Day looked carefully at all the ladies who were in the hall. One could read from his face the intention to act according to some secret plan. It seemed that Xiao Pao also understood this. Turning to the young man, she said that she knew what he was thinking about, and after a little hesitation, she added that his idea was to kill her and Zhe, because in this way, there would immediately be no need for any search. Smiling maliciously, the beauty added that there was one thing why she would not allow such a development of events. The main reason is that the girl cannot kill our hero, since he is not only strong but also very wise. It seems that he is being guided by some kind of force. If so, then instead of becoming an enemy, it is better to use the young man as a shield to achieve better results. Xiao Pao heard a man shouting insulting words after her from afar, but she herself added that he should follow the rules of the game, since she would give him some chance. Turning to her opponent, the beauty declared that no matter what, she would still kill the man at the last second before the end. And after a little hesitation, she added that not only him, but also everyone who was present at this ball, including Ling Lanyu herself. Not wanting to listen to questions, she herself explained that this would be possible since she would use a bomb hidden in her own body. Suddenly, Xiao Pao called someone a traitor, but paused briefly before continuing. Beauty said that her organization kills traitors, namely those who have completely lost their humanity. Remembering the mayor, the girl thought that he saved her life, but it still wouldn't last long. Those human beings who are controlled by the Blood Clan have long been doomed to their own destruction. But there is still a small group of people who will never betray their moral principles. It is they and others like them who firmly believe that someday everything will change for the better. Something will definitely happen in the world, because change is inevitable. Life does not stand still. The fate of humanity will definitely be different, not the same as it is now. Everything will come out of a dead end. It seemed that the brunette could talk about this topic for a long time, but the next moment the organizer, turning to the contestants, noticed that time was passing and they still had not started their search. The next moment, some beauty in a purple dress grabbed Chenda's hand and, spinning him around in a dance, began asking if she looked like the lady he was looking for. Looking at everything that was happening, Xiao Pao said out loud that that young man was just an ordinary fool. After a couple of minutes, the crowd began to offer their services to the girl with the machine guns. Someone offered her a drink, and someone assured her that they would be happy to help her in her search. "I'm not going to stand on ceremony with anyone." The participant sharply responded to those gathered, adding that she would rely only on herself. Xiao Pao was about to go in search, but suddenly grabbed her head, realizing that she was very worried about the pain in the back of her head. Standing on the balcony, the red-haired beauty said that since the government approved the law on the protection of people, there were fewer hunts and entertainments in the world, not to mention large banquets. Having heard comments that playing with death and with one's candidates is not very good, the beauty noted that she sees nothing wrong with this, since entertainment is very good. Turning to the lady, the girl stated that no one would be able to find her, since the banquet hall is filled with the charm of blood, which affects confusion. While drinking some red drink, the goddess noted that the young boy was not so bad, since he surprised her from the very beginning. After a little hesitation, she continued that it seemed to her that this particular young man would give her a pleasant and at the same time unexpected surprise. It seemed that the allure of blood had a negative effect on all the contestants, but this did not apply to our hero, who sensed something. Looking carefully at Z, the lady understood that what was happening to him was different from what was happening to the other guys. Not even a minute had passed before the young man looked carefully into the eyes of Ling Lanyu, who had been standing on the balcony all this time. But what happened the next minute shocked her as she felt someone's strong hand grab her wrist. It was Z. Smiling and looking into the girl's eyes, he announced in a quiet voice that he had finally caught her. Realizing that she couldn't give up so easily, the girl began to ask the young man if he was really sure that she was the one he needed, and not just a similar red-haired beauty. The guy decisively declared that he was absolutely sure that the lady was not like the others, and without a shadow of a doubt, he added that he wanted food and was going to eat it. Such a statement clearly flattered the hostess, who said that she would be happy to skip the dance for the sake of what the guy was offering her. Leading the young man along, the girl said that she was very interested in what he could do if left alone with her in her bedroom. The next moment, the organizer's voice informed everyone gathered that Lin Lanyu was standing on the balcony, whom the young man had found. With a fierce look, Chen Day shouted that all this was impossible, that he could not lose to some brat who had actually done nothing to win. Xiao Pao, who was also carefully watching everything that was happening, did not believe her eyes and did not understand how she could lose. With despair, the brunette thought that she had only one chance to blow up her pump, and this should be done as quickly as possible. Pressing a button, the girl was surprised to find that for some reason nothing was happening. Although she checked the device several times, an unknown blonde stood behind Xiao Pao and explained that they were in a special room where all signals were monitored, since safety was paramount for them. The brunette tried to somehow escape, but she was already surrounded by girls, explaining that resistance was useless. There were many of them, and she was alone. Not even a minute had passed before these hunters began to say that they had received very tasty prey, which they could not even count on. At this very time, our hero, being in his mistress's bedroom, was thinking that he had a lot of time at his disposal for a variety of fun. The young man carefully assessed the room, but seemed to have no idea what would happen next, since his instincts were not as pronounced as before. Our hero lay on the bed, while the lady hovered over him, carefully studying the young man. Smiling widely and showing her vampire teeth, the beauty declared that she couldn't wait any longer and wanted to start as soon as possible, hearing approval from her guest. Ling Lanyu turned to the young man, calling him baby, and said that he would be the first. Then, after a little hesitation, she added that he would be the first person who had ever slept in her bed. She added that after that he will belong entirely to her, and as long as he loves her, he will become a toy for her. Biting the young man, she explained that she would become a queen who would be able to relax her slave. The young man thought that she was doing her job with intensity, but he was not disgusted by it all. The red-haired beauty noted that she really liked the taste of the young man's blood, and it could not be compared with anything she had tried before. It seemed that the lady had not eaten for a long time because she enjoyed every drop of the young man's blood. She said that when she tamed the young man completely, they would certainly have the same scent. In a timid voice, our hero asked the goddess how he managed to become the winner. However, without answering his questions, the beauty asked if he was wondering why the ceremony was not over yet, and then added that it was too early. The beauty added that she would just suck a little blood, and there would be nothing strange or surprising about it. The young man will just need to relax and slowly enjoy such an intimate process. The girl noted again and again that they had the whole night ahead of them, reminding Jay that he had previously said that he also wanted to eat her. The young man, looking carefully at the red-haired beauty, asked her if she was scared. After a short pause, smiling, the young man said that if not, then he wanted to do something interesting. The guy forcefully translated the spoken words, "I'll eat you up," into action, sinking his fangs into the neck of his new acquaintance. Both surprise and indignation could be read from Ling Lanyu's expression. The girl screamed at the young man, asking him where his fangs came from, because nothing like that should have happened. The lady did not let up, turning again and again to our hero and ordering him to immediately get off her and let her go, since his actions were illegal. But it seemed that her words had no effect on Z, since the young man, just as he held the beauty's wrist tightly, continued to do so, without even thinking about loosening his grip. It seemed that our hero was a little maddened by the smell and taste of blood, because he ate and did it with great pleasure. Moreover, the guy wanted to show his superiority, so he gladly showed his fangs to the beauty. Ling Lanyu understood perfectly well that if one vampire bites another, digging into his skin, it means he is putting a mark. Therefore, the guy did something he shouldn't have. Resisting, the girl shouted that according to her plan and demands, this young man was supposed to become her slave. But it turned out that she was his victim. The beauty noted that she was a mistress, and the guy was her subordinate, and if he was not going to accept her rules of the game, then he needed to leave her bedroom immediately. Realizing that no amount of persuasion was working, the girl began to scream even louder in the hope that if the young man did not hear her, then someone else would. Fortunately or unfortunately, no one heard Ling Lanyu, although she no longer needed it. The beauty still resisted, but our hero understood that this was more like a game than a real reluctance to obey him. After a short period of time, the girl began to say in a calmer voice that everything that was happening to her looked like some kind of real madness. And if a few minutes earlier she had convulsively pushed the young man away, now she clearly was not against what was happening between them in the bedroom. Smiling, the housewife told the guy not to stop, because she gets great pleasure from what he does. Looking at the red-haired beauty, it seemed that now Z did not understand what was happening to him, since the beast had turned into an obedient and sweet cat. With amazed eyes, with some kind of sadness in her eyes, the beauty began to ask him for forgiveness. Suddenly, Ling Lanyu, who had just recently been lying down, for some reason suddenly decided to jump out of bed, backing away. Addressing our hero as master, she began to ask the guy to continue his ritual of gratitude, saying that from now on she was his faithful servant. Having fallen head down, as is usually done before deities, the girl did not let up and continued to ask the young man to do what he had done before. Looking carefully at the beauty, Z spoke out loud that thanks to the blood of the goddess, everything had finally cleared up in his head, and not a trace remained of the former confusion. Studying the goddess, the young man said that even though she was an ordinary pureblood, he would still accept her, but with great disdain. Ling Lanyu, hearing such a remark, began to thank her master, adding that she had his mark on her, so from now on she became his faithful servant. The young man thought about whether he should please the servant, because his family loves such things very much, and said out loud that this was a special occasion, so he would give the girl some of his blood. Having generously smeared his finger with bloody liquid, the young man brought it to the girl's forehead and left a large dot there. Not even a minute had passed before this spot magically turned into some kind of symbol, for which the beauty again began to thank the guy. He, in turn, casually looked at the girl, who noted that she was very pleased to be a member of such a powerful family. Although the very next moment the girl began to ask him why the young man's body was so weak, because he was a real gentleman. And then in a timid voice, she explained that at first she did not recognize him. Our hero, once timid and modest, said in a firm voice that his slave should not worry about this at all and that she needed to calm down. With her head down, Ling Lanyu suddenly began to say that she was very sorry and that she didn't want this to happen. The guy said that he needs to rest and digest everything else, and the body itself will do everything necessary, because it is he, and it is for this reason that the beauty must be faithful to his body. Z explained that he did not want to attract unnecessary attention to himself, so they would play some kind of game in which he would be considered a slave, and the girl would become his mistress. And lying comfortably on the soft bed, he noted to himself that he would be the first to sleep in this bed. Looking carefully at the young man, the girl noted that in his sleep he looked even better. She was glad that events had turned out this way, and now she had two masters with different personalities. With admiration in her voice, Ling Lanyu noted that her master's memory had been erased, so she shouldn't scare him. But she had some kind of brilliant idea. The beauty decided not to voice what this idea was, so she silently and carefully watched the guys sleep. It was unclear how much time had passed since the young man went to bed, however. When he opened his eyes, he felt sleepy. Rubbing his head, Jay thought that it was starting to hurt him, despite the fact that he had a great night's sleep. Looking around, our hero drew attention with horror to the red-haired beauty who was not far from him. With a smile on her face, the girl, turning to the guy, said that she congratulated him on his excellent choice and called the young man her little servant. Not understanding what was happening, Z shrank with fear when he heard the beauty invite them to start some kind of joint adventure into the world of pleasure. Ling Lanyu, looking at the young man inquisitively, asked what was happening to him and what was wrong. The beauty asked again and again whether the young man wanted to have fun with her, and why he was standing at such a great distance from her. Embarrassed and timidly approaching the girl, our hero tried to explain to her that, most likely, something wrong had happened to him since he just lay down and fell asleep. Zai, who turned his back to the goddess, quickly felt for the door and said that he wanted to leave it. At the same time, the young man wondered why the door did not open. But it seemed that Ling Lanyu did not hear him and did not want to do this. She firmly stated that if he did not start, then she herself would take the initiative. True, a minute later, something happened that the beauty who had planned the game did not suspect. The guy decisively pulled her hand away from his. Some kind of indifference and a true desire to leave this room as soon as possible began to be read on the young man's face. True, the young lady, remembering that she was fulfilling her role, continued to ask the guy if he really wanted to give up her help and the chance to become a member of the Blood Clan. Z's face, which was already stony and indifferent, suddenly became angry and furious. In confirmation of this, the young man clenched his fist forcefully, which indicated something bad. Smiling and winking at our hero, the girl noted that most likely he would resist her until the very sad end. Realizing that there was no point in remaining silent any longer, the young man finally said that he was not going to become her doll, losing himself forever. He would rather accept death. Coming closer to the guy, the beauty explained that he was wrong, adding that no one should resist when a wiser being becomes the master of another person's mind. Hugging Z with tenderness in her voice, the girl added that at such moments you need to be happy, rejoice that you have finally found your home and clan, and moving even closer to the young man, she noted that apparently, subconsciously, the guy wants to be the master, to touch her. Realizing that the plan was starting to work, Ling Lanyu now said in her ear that he probably wanted to kiss his mistress. Continuing to use all her feminine charms, the red-haired beauty did not stop, saying that the young man would certainly not mind satisfying his mistress. But realizing that the young man was standing still as before, clenching his fist and preparing to raise it, she sharply noted that Z should not rush, since she had some interesting proposal. And finally, she asked her would-be slave a question about whether he wanted to listen to what she was offering him. The next day, the weather turned out to be incredibly good. People were standing next to some building and talking about a car approaching. Several cars, following one after another, actually stopped not far from the entrance to the building. The correspondent who was reporting from the scene for the news channel informed everyone that Miss Lin Lanyu had finally decided on who had become her slave. The girl continued to say that everyone present was looking forward to the first public appearance of the lucky one. While the beauty was getting out of her car, those gathered were actively discussing the choice of the lady. One of the guys asked the guy standing next to him if it was true that this crazy woman had taken an ordinary person as her slave, wondering how it had come to this. The guy noted that now the blood nobility and high-level clans by default choose their servants from old loyal families. This is practically a tradition, but the lady went against it. Not even a minute had passed before Jay began to get out of the car. But the public, who did not understand who this man was, continued to actively gossip that they wanted to see him as quickly as possible. It seemed that time was dragging on as long as possible, and the gathered onlookers were waiting for the appearance of the slave, as if it was something most incredible in the whole world. However, not even a few seconds had passed before the beauty and her companion were already moving along the path towards the banquet hall. Reporters standing nearby were actively taking pictures of the couple, meeting the eyes of the inimitable mistress. The audience standing nearby also rejoiced. It seemed that these people were not just observers, but as if they themselves were involved in everything that was happening. The servants, who were posted on both sides of the path, threw petals for the couple and greeted Ling Lanyu. Meanwhile, the guests who stood in the second row brought binoculars with them to get a better look at the beauty. And there were also those who filmed everything on video. In addition to the fact that those gathered were carefully looking at the young man and the mistress, they were also actively discussing the fact whether the young man was really a new servant. Many found it very difficult to believe this because, in their opinion, the guy looked quite everyday and there was nothing special about him. One of the observers stated that they say that the young man is an ordinary person, and his family works in a hairdressing salon. Another expressed the opinion that this is all politics, because everyone knows that purebloods choose servants from the ancient families of the royal courts. If all parties offer their representatives, then Miss Ling Lanyu will have a problem choosing someone, and therefore she decided to take a weak person who does not even have a pedigree. If a slave dies, then hardly anyone will notice, and after a while it will be easy to replace him with a new servant. Onlookers continued to note that this guy was taken simply for testing and could be thrown out at any moment as unnecessary. Ling Lanyu, realizing that they were gossiping about him, began to calm the young man, telling him not to pay attention to anyone, but just look at the camera with a smile. She added, barely audible, that the young man would be in all the media headlines. Pretending to be a servant is the most important mission in his life, so he must behave correctly. To himself, our hero thought that by smiling, he could become a target. He only has one chance. Not even a few minutes had passed before Jay and the girl came close to the front door, planning to enter the hall as quickly as possible. One of the guests politely greeted them, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl, in turn, thanked them for the invitation from Duke Young. But our hero was little interested in words. What attracted his attention most of all was the stranger's eyes, which he kept averting all the time. The guy thought that such a rush of blood that the young man had was a manifestation of a recently adopted ritual. Z continued to think that he had the same strength as the mistress, which could only mean that he was Ling Lanyu's slave. Suddenly, one of the men approached and said in a sad voice that young people have a lot of ideas, but if they shirk work, they will not achieve their goals. The beauty, turning to our hero, informed him that many were watching him and were unhappy that she had accepted the young man into her clan because he was a weak person. The next minute, the girl hastened to move the conversation to another topic, pointing out to her companion some people, saying that they couldn't wait, but didn't specify what exactly. But the very next moment, Ling Lanyu began to explain that since the Blood Clan was inconvenient to do something, they sent their servants. And then, with a malicious smile on her face and a languid voice, she asked a rhetorical question about what she herself would do. Z asked his companion why he should do anything, because he is a completely ordinary person who has no strength and who actually cannot do anything. Ling Lanyu did not bother our hero with an answer. Instead, she stated that if he gets rid of these people, then as a reward, and fell silent. And then, as usual, having withstood the intrigue, she said that she would teach him to use magic. From what he heard, the young man's eyes lit up. On the one hand, surprise was visible on his face, and on the other, a desire to know all the secrets of this world. The young man remembered one statement that said that only genetically strong people possess all types of magic. Z thought that the young lady could actually do him a great service by telling him all the secrets. Moreover, the young man himself once saw with his own eyes what it means to master magic perfectly. But suddenly, something incomprehensible began to happen to our hero, as he remembered some past time. Although at that very second, pictures of the recent competition appeared before his eyes, and he decided that now was a completely different time. Zai looked carefully at the people who stood right in front of him, but the necessary puzzle did not fit in his head. Rubbing his head, the guy tried to remember what happened and how he ended up in the mistress's bed. The young man was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of one of the servants, who asked the young man if he was thinking of somehow forcing Ling Lanyu to sleep with him, laughing at the fact that this was impossible. Having drawn some kind of curtain, a couple of slaves said that for our hero the night of addicts was beginning. This was a test that everyone who joined the clan must pass. A slave must show his pedigree, mind, body, manners, as well as upbringing. and this is a must. Pushing Jay inside, the couple added that no one can stop the one who goes to the secret room. Once inside, the young man heard someone addressing him by name, wondering if he was really who he said he was. But the very next moment, the lady, without waiting for an answer, asked the guy to sit next to them. The young man did not immediately figure out what to do. Instead, he looked around the room with his eyes, noticing a large table at which people were already sitting, as well as several empty chairs. Before our hero had time to think about anything else, the lady's menacing voice ordered him to immediately take a seat. And at this time, the woman began to explain that she was in the top rating and was the director of the Night of Addicts, immediately after the appearance of the addict. And before the start of the first dance, he must participate in the ceremony. This is a royal tradition and therefore cannot be abandoned. And then she sharply added that since everyone has gathered, the test can be considered to have begun. A minute later, those who were in the room sharply raised their hands up and began to make joyful speeches, glorifying the great king of the family. People thanked him for creating their flesh and blood, thanks to which they were able not only to evolve, but also to survive. Those gathered noted that they bowed to him and asked him to take their blood and allow them to live miserable lives, adding that only His Majesty could make the world truly happy. The people shouted that the power of their king was a great gift to them, and they lived thanks to their masters, to whom they were grateful, worshipped, and served faithfully. Those gathered talked about how they had no father, no mother, no brothers, no friends. They lived only for the leader and master who gave them his own blood. As for these people, they are simply pathetic slaves who must do whatever they are told to do. Watching everything that was happening in horror, the young man thought about what kind of ceremony this could involve. He didn't understand, but he knew for sure that everything that was happening was already giving him goosebumps. The next moment, the leader loudly introduced their newcomer to everyone, calling his name. The young man, having heard that they had addressed him, looked carefully at the lady, not understanding what to expect in the future. And then the waiter came up with a plate in his hands and announced that he had brought the guy some kind of holy food. Our hero understood that they would not bring him anything edible or tasty, and that most likely there was some kind of catch in this dish. Carefully examining the meat on the plate, the guy became interested in whether he really should eat what was brought to him. Turning his gaze to those gathered, he began to ask in a stuttering voice whether the meat he was served was human. There was no answer, and so Z, with trembling hands, took a knife and fork and began to cut the steak served to him. Looking at the food with disbelief, the young man was mentally replaying the same thought regarding where the cook got this meat and who it belongs to. The next minute, the waiter, who approached the young man, suddenly picked up his plate and took it away somewhere. Z saw the waiter place the dish in front of the lady, who introduced herself as the head of this society. Without any disgust and with complete indifference, the woman pricked a piece of meat on a fork and began to bring it to her mouth. By opening her mouth, she demonstrated that this was in fact very tasty and, most importantly, healthy meat. Our hero carefully watched the woman and seemed to be waiting for some kind of outcome, not understanding how it could all end. Raising her head up, she stated that it was lamb meat, which was perfectly cooked. The next moment, the woman stood up and slammed her hand on the table, attracting the attention of everyone present. Ringing the bell, the lady declared that everyone should eat holy food, clearly hinting at the meat that she had tasted a minute earlier. Without hesitation, the waiters immediately began bringing plates of steak to all the other guests. Pouring wine, the woman noted that she was grateful to the great king for the beginning of their family tree and for the entire family as a whole. Raising their glasses, all those gathered again began shouting slogans similar to those said at the very beginning of the meeting. One of the young men sitting next to our hero tapped him on the shoulder and became interested in why he froze, sat silently, did not eat or drink anything. The man explained that nowadays the rules have changed for the sake of human cattle, and some kind of ridiculous constitution was written. But in the old days, guests and newcomers could enjoy female blood and the flesh of a baby. That was a pleasure. Now the meat is also not bad, but it cannot be compared with human meat. The guy added that when the opportunity arises, he will take Jay to a fun place where he can try something that the young man has probably never eaten. The young man noted that he would be on the side of our hero, regardless of who would bully him, and said that the young man must endure everything and go through everything. He also added that over time, being under the supervision of a noble clan, he again knew this world in all its glory. Z listened carefully to his interlocutor, but everything he heard seemed to him like some kind of terrible dream, as well as the fact that a guy must get used to the taste of blood which slaves consider the best drink. While everyone was happily eating their food, Jay was thinking about all the madness in which he had begun to take part. This is just madness, which a healthy person just can't wrap his head around. Perhaps this is not a night for addicts, but rather a night of hope, but at the same time madness. An amazing carnival of human suffering of people who are addicted and don't even realize it. Our hero was the only one who looked at everything sensibly, and who could not understand how he happened to be among all these insignificant people who were ready to do anything for blood. The guy was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of an elderly lady who, getting up from the table, said that it was time for the next part, and a blonde was brought into the hall, wrapped in only a sheet. It seemed that she herself did not understand what she was doing in this room and what would happen to her next, but from the satisfied faces it was clear that they knew exactly what ritual would follow, because they began to shout that the sacrament was something truly incredible. The lady began to explain that Ling Lanyu was having an unusual night. Her aging body could no longer cope with the difficulties, and in some cases, she might not be able to cope. Hearing all this, Z replayed what was said in his head in horror, not understanding why they brought the little girl and what these crazy people were going to do with her. With one click, the old lady announced to everyone gathered that the fun was about to begin and ordered them to remain quiet. Suddenly, the hero was ordered to go to the middle of the hall, which was already illuminated by bright spotlights. Standing a few meters from the unfortunate blonde, the guy didn't understand why they should make some kind of show out of this. Turning away from the girl, the young man began to ask those gathered what he should do in this situation. There was silence for a while, as if they were testing his nerves and iron patience. But less than a minute later, the elderly lady spoke, telling the young man that a special sacrament awaited him. Confused, he looked at everyone gathered, trying to understand what they wanted from him and how long they would keep the unfortunate blonde on stage. It seemed that the girl was holding on with all her strength. Despondency and a desire to end everything as soon as possible were visible in her eyes. The guy wanted the same thing. He did not dare to take a single step closer to her, waiting for something and awaiting further orders or actions. But nothing happened. The stranger still looked into emptiness with her huge eyes, not expressing any emotions. Suddenly, she rose from her seat and, without any embarrassment, demonstrated the knife that she had been holding tightly in her hand all this time. If earlier Z had looked at the girl carefully, now he realized that the main danger came from weapons. And this was really so, because, throwing off her sheet, the stranger sharply raised her right hand and clenched it into a fist. But instead of attacking the guy, the girl grabbed a knife and began cutting her hand so that blood came out. When everything was done, the stranger threw the weapon at her feet as a sign that she was not going to harm the newly made slave. Everyone gathered in the hall looked carefully at what was happening on stage, clearly anticipating what would happen next. The blonde came as close as possible to the young man, holding out her hands to him so that he could carefully look at the blood that appeared. With tears in her eyes and a plea in her voice, the girl turned to the young man, asking him to help himself, to eat as much as he wanted and not to be shy about it. Our hero was in no hurry to do this, which was understood by those gathered, who began to shout out words of support, and the lady even told him to hurry up and complete the ceremony. One of the guests said that the new slave, first of all, is an ordinary person, and therefore he is inherently cowardly, and he will not be able to cope with the task. The audience began to discuss the current situation, saying that there is always inconvenience for people who are addicted, and this is the reason for spending this night. The elderly lady hastened to tell the guy that if he did not complete the ceremony, he would remain an ordinary person, and if so, then he would replace the blonde and become the next victim. Hearing these words, many questions immediately appeared in the young man's head, to which he wanted to immediately get answers. He asked how, when joining a clan, a person ceases to be a person and turns into an addict. The young man asked if those gathered wanted to drink blood. One of the girls replied that for their clan, the higher the rank, the faster the blood is saturated, but at the same time, people are the main food. And the lady added so that Z would not think that you can get rid of the rank only by becoming dependent. According to the laws of the blood clan, the strongest is always at the top of the food chain. Our hero again asked if it was true that people were not obliged to give blood to the clan, based on what had just been explained to him. And he added that only by leaving the status of a person and turning into a slave, people like him automatically become food for the blood clan. The only difference is the taste of this liquid. Those gathered confirmed that he was right, noting that the guy needs to be more respectful because he just became addicted, and even if he is clean, it is impossible to compare with them. Laughing, they said that they had the right to eat the guy at any time, But now he should definitely complete the ceremony and then donate his blood. After this merciful sharing of blood, our hero will definitely understand what it means to be higher and lower. And he must firmly acknowledge his position. The truth is that, having become dependent, the youth is a superior man and can enjoy human blood. But at the same time, he still remains food for the superiors of the blood. It is the light and dark sides of his vampire life that are revealed by the night of addiction, which everyone inevitably goes through. Looking carefully into the eyes of the stranger, the young man thought that everything was annoying him. And then in a barely audible voice, he added that he really wanted to kill everyone, and fell silent. He thought to himself that his only desire was to kill every single one of these entities. Addressing Ling Lanyu, a lady asked permission to introduce her son, who is the chief of police in the province. Kissing the girl's hand, the young man said that his name was Zhang Zhengchai. He said that the purity of his blood reaches not 100%, but 75%. But he still hopes to meet the lady. Courteously bowing his head, and as if giving his hand to the beauty, the young man asked if he could invite the lady to dance. Holding the glass in her hands and carefully looking into the eyes of her guest, Lin Lanyu said that, unfortunately, she had to refuse. Suddenly, the guy's mother intervened in the conversation and said that Zhengkai should probably take the lady to a place where it would be quieter in order to communicate in private. Looking after the retreating young people, the woman quietly said that if her son married Ling Lanyu, the status of their family would become much higher. The plump lady was thinking that according to rumors, Lord Qi Yu's position in the Eastern Imperial Court was currently unstable, as the emperor was suppressing him. Ling Lanyu, ignoring the current situation, causes ordinary people to become dependent. But the little girl wants to fight against the enormous force. The woman continued to think that if Ling Lanyu showed herself differently, then marriage would be guaranteed for their family. Sitting on the sofa, the red-haired beauty, turning to her new acquaintance, said that his mother was watching them very closely. Apologizing for his mother, Zhengkai hastened to shift the topic from her to himself and began to tell him that he works in the regional police department. But before the young man had time to develop the topic to the end, he suddenly began to ask his interlocutor what she was looking at so carefully. Hiding her embarrassment, the beauty said that she was a little worried about her servant. Zhengkai said that if he was an ordinary person, it would be difficult for him, and then added that he could call him and arrange everything because the owner of the ceremony was his good friend. Showing her superiority, Ling Lanyu noted that it doesn't matter what happens in the room, because there are slaves there, and advised the young man to forget about it. But the young man, having heard his friend talk about her slave injuring others, began to wonder if she really believed that her dependent could fight with someone. The guy began to explain that addicts change, join a blood clan, but they cannot have the full power of their masters. They must rely on their own strength because diluted blood flows in them, and the higher the master's blood content, the stronger the slave. But even if the servant is strong like the master, if he has become dependent in less than a day, he learns to quickly use his strength. The main reason is that next to him there are those who have long evolved and reached the highest levels. Zhengkai did not let up, continuing to say that even if the young man got angry, he still could not surpass all those addicts, and was interested in the beauty's opinion. Ling Lanyu repeated his words about anger and fell silent for a minute. And then she quickly added, saying that her slave was none other than a real king. Jumping up from his seat, the policeman was so surprised that he could not believe his own ears. Realizing this, the girl said with a smile that she was joking, and then added that the ruler of the 7 kingdoms is a creature that they cannot contemplate. Ling Lanyu noted that she hoped to see the king one day, because she so admired the behavior of the high blood clans. The young man hurried and began to say that only the governor could see the king. And although the ruler had been in power for many years, he had never held office. Zhengkai also said that if the miss marries him, he can become the governor of the province. And then, but the guy did not finish. Suddenly, angry people began to emerge from the secret room, shouting that everything that was happening was terrible. The policeman completely forgot about his thoughts, shouting that something had gone wrong inside. Something was not according to plan. Smiling slyly, the girl invited her interlocutor to see what had happened there. Turning around, the beauty said that this was the work of her addict. Most likely he had some problems, but realizing that some kind of incident had happened in the secret room, they immediately went there. However, when they opened the curtain, everyone was in shock. Those gathered looked attentively at Ji, who picked up the blonde and was about to take her somewhere. Looking at the lifeless bodies lying all over the room, the observers began to shout that something incomprehensible had happened. They tried to find out how it happened that the girl was alive, but all the other slaves were not. With complete calm in his voice, Z began to explain that he did what any person would do, since all these traitors deserved death. He added that people should not be treated this way because they are not toys. There are human norms and rules that must be followed. Otherwise, you can lose yourself forever. True, the very next minute, looking at the corpses on the ground, the young man began to think about what happened in this room and how it came to this. Scratching his head, he thought that he knew this feeling. Just like last time, his mind was clouded, as if he belonged to someone else. The only thing that Z remembered well was how he clenched his fist tightly, but only in order to hit the offenders. Rubbing his own head, the young man did not stop thinking about what was happening, because it all seemed as strange and inexplicable as possible. First, somehow magically, he managed to catch a fish, and not just one, but several at once. And it was a huge catch. Then strange spots appeared on his neck, similar to bite marks. But the guy had no idea at what period of his life they appeared and who left them. In addition, the unknown and incredible power that awakened at the moment when the young man needed it most was impressive. All this frightened Z, frightened him very much since he did not realize who he had become and whether he was still a person, which he really hoped for. Perhaps our hero would have remained in his thoughts for a long time if he had not been brought out of them by the voice of Uncle Ling Lanyu, shouting about what happened in this room. It seemed that Ling Lanyu herself did not care at all about this, and then, turning to her relative, she asked him to pull himself together and calm down. Looking at the lady who had recently been in charge, the man was indignant, noting that it was the girl who made this woman like this. And now she lies wounded. The crowd seemed to fully support Miss, noting that the addicts were terrible because they couldn't handle the newcomer who had evolved a few days ago. The uncle turned to all the guests and angrily declared that they could not understand him and that they were noble boors. Suddenly, an elderly vampire lady spoke, looking carefully at her master, and noted that she had been with him for 50 years and had done a lot for him. But the man already knew exactly what he would do, therefore, swinging his hand, he said that the maid was now an absolutely useless thing for him. Having dealt with her, the uncle turned to Ling Lanyu, asking what the girl could say regarding the entire current situation. Hearing that the beauty said that she did not understand what was going on, the man began to swear, saying that she was protecting her slave, which was impossible, and this was fundamentally wrong. And if the matter has taken such a turn, then it is best if this issue is decided by the Count himself and no one else. It seemed that all the guests were happy about the Count's arrival, since some had not seen him for a very long time, while others wanted to complain about the beating of their dependents. Ling Lanyu, realizing that everyone was looking forward to meeting her father, asked those gathered whether this was really an evening in her honor. Without waiting for an answer, she quickly picked up the phone and dialed a number, waiting for the caller to answer. In a gentle voice, turning to her father, the girl told him to come as soon as possible, because many people want to see him. And as for herself, she is being beaten. Having sat down comfortably on the sofa, the mistress said that she had done everything she could, and now she just needed to wait for her father. Realizing that the game was continuing, Ling Lanyu called her slave Z over and ordered him to give her a massage. Peering carefully into the girl's eyes for a while, the young man simply looked at her. But realizing that they were not alone in the room, and the game was continuing, and in a game where he was a servant, he decided that it was not worth refusing. Before starting, our hero first sat the blonde in a chair, and then came closer to the mistress. Lounging on the sofa, turning her back to the guy, she waited for the moment when he would do his job. The guy timidly began to touch his mistress's back, but she was not satisfied with this, so the girl began to object, noting what and how to do. While Z was kneading the lady's back, she did not forget to gasp and groan from time to time, showing everyone gathered what a good servant she had found. At this time, one of the young men, addressing the neighbor as a brother, asked why he was not included in the Mrs. plans if they had recently been on a date. He, as if retreating, explained that although Count Kiyu is suppressed, he is still a pure blood lord, and they say that his strength has reached the highest level of Xin Yao. One of the guys thought to himself that there was only one step left before the royal level battle. This means that the higher ones will be able to defeat him, especially if they stick together. Although he did not specify who exactly we are talking about, the guys whispered about pure blood, but despite the fact that they tried to speak as quietly as possible, our hero still heard them. Realizing that the massage had become of poor quality, the girl asked what the young man was thinking about, not realizing that thoughts were spinning in his head about those two whose conversation he had heard. Rising and hugging the guy, Ling Lanyu asked in a soft voice that the young man give her a normal massage, and lying down on the sofa again, she added that Jay should not worry but simply relax and do what she asks him to do. The lady explained that this space is only for dependents and owners. It is created on the basis of the spiritual consciousness of the owner. And since they are in this space together, no one outside will know or even guess about what happened. Catching up and grabbing her hand, the young man began to ask what she meant when she talked about the space of addicts. The young man began to ask the girl if she was tired of him, and then added that he was not a bag of blood, but an ordinary person. Without waiting for an answer, he asked Ling Lanyu how it happened that she was trying to change him and alienate him. With disappointment in his voice, the guy began to accuse the girl of lying to him all this time, since he was no longer human. Screaming and struggling, it seemed that the young man did not want to come to terms with what had just been revealed to him. The red-haired beauty explained that her father would arrive soon, which means that the young man would soon find out about everything. But while there was at least a little time, the guy could hurry up and satisfy her desire. Ling Lanyu continued to explain that she should increase her strength a little, because she only has 1% strength, and there are still a lot of shortcomings. Seeing how the girl was pressing, the young man shouted that, firstly, he did not understand anything. Secondly, he was asking to let go of his body. And thirdly, he was dissatisfied with the fact that so many were looking at them. Z did not hesitate to say that the red-haired beauty was not only not herself, but also crazy. And this seemed to be true because, despite all the words and warnings, the girl was not going to give up and retreat from her plan. Pressing herself closer and closer to the guy, the girl waited for him to at least loosen his grip a little and relax. But the lady tried not to pay attention to the young man who, squinting one eye, tried to understand what she would do next. Pointing her hand towards the guy, the beauty concentratedly talked about how he felt very warm. But this is only the beginning, because then Z must direct his energy in the right direction. Ling Lanyu commanded that the guy finally begin to manage his energy and try to control it at least a little. The girl told the young man to imagine a page, connect the image together, and then begin to concentrate on it. Hearing the young man shout joyfully that he had succeeded, Miss noted that this was his true strength. Moreover, all the strength and energy is stored in the blood of the young man, which he must always remember. Ling Lanyu added that the stronger the young man becomes, the faster the content of his page will be replenished, realizing himself and others. And all this is the basis of victory or defeat. Jay wondered why his page was blank, not realizing that it was because he was using brute force. Having pestered the guy, the girl offered to kiss him, and then show him how to write down the rules. But at this very moment, the young man had another question regarding what he would write with. Without waiting for the mistress's prompt, he himself guessed that he should imagine that he had a pen or pencil. Standing in front of a huge white sheet, the guy watched as the pencil slowly touched him, leaving some incomprehensible scribble. True, the very next minute, our hero's eyes suddenly widened. It seemed that he saw something that was difficult for him to comprehend. It was a refrigerator, or, as the girl said, the oldest single-seat three-door transport. Looking carefully at what happened, the young man could not believe his eyes that this was all really happening, and especially to him. He asked the beauty why the refrigerator came out, and she began to blackmail our hero with a kiss. Z did not hear the answer to his question, but began to think logically, coming to the conclusion that this object was motionless and also closed, and perhaps it should be opened. Leaning on the refrigerator, the guy thought that the power was inside him, and it seemed that someone was controlling this power. Listening carefully to the thoughts of the young man, the beauty noted for herself that she had come across a real cutie. While the guy continued to think to himself that all the pages had completely different fonts, this led him to a dead end. Studying the pattern resembling a flame, our hero thought that perhaps this was also some kind of pattern. At the same time, the beauty was thinking that, most likely, Z had never seen anyone make 3D models. And watching the guy try to open the refrigerator, the girl noted to herself that this was not easy, and the guy seemed to have no faith that the doors would give in. Sitting down next to the young man, the lady said that her master was definitely worthy of his title. And then, with seriousness in her voice, she noticed to herself that he didn't even roughly understand what this refrigerator meant. And carefully studying the object, I decided for myself that it actually looked a little scary. Time passed very quickly, so fast that neither Ling Lanyu nor Zhe seemed to be aware that it was deep night. The guests, still standing next to the young man, noted to themselves that he looked somehow very strange. There was something about him that others did not have. They all noted that for some reason the young man was very different, but did not specify from whom exactly, despite the fact that the night was quite quiet and moonlit. To the surprise of our hero, within a few minutes a severe thunderstorm began. Not understanding what was happening, he began to look around when one of the guests announced that someone had arrived. But this was not the worst thing. The most unpleasant thing was that it seemed as if a thunderstorm had burst into the room. Everything around was sparkling, and the sound of glass was heard mixed with some indistinct screams. At the same time, the light went out. Despite all the noise, Z heard someone say that Count Ki-yu himself, whom everyone had been waiting for so impatiently, had appeared. One of the guests exclaimed that this man had destroyed the shield, while another shouted that the whole castle had been destroyed, and in comparison the shield was nothing. Holding his head proudly, the Count noted that he never liked the castle. It was too creepy and did not suit his style, so he has no plans to restore it. Ki-yu said that it hurt his eyes to look at the terrible, tasteless, and crooked building, so painful that they began to bleed. The owner of the castle shouted that the Count should not dare to go so far, noting to himself that this man was truly vile. Wiping his eyes, the man replied that his style is everyday life, and this place is as unpleasant as possible, so he dreams of leaving it as soon as possible. Running up to her father, Lin Lanyu stated that she was incredibly glad to see him. The father said that it was mutual, because meeting his daughter is what lifts his spirits. But the very next moment, the man, turning to his daughter, was going to ask her about something, but fell silent mid-sentence. And then he suddenly announced that his beauty's smell had changed, and this was due to the fact that something completely different had appeared in her blood. Ki-yu looked at his daughter with a murderous gaze, and then began to say that she was his ideal princess, but did not finish speaking, as he was interrupted by the young man. Lin Lanyu, running up to our hero and grabbing him, turned to her father, saying that this is her new addict, who is a real miracle. Coming closer to the young man, the Count said that the young man was very ugly, but he could bear it. He asked his daughter if they could change the addict. Hearing an unsatisfactory answer, the father began to cry again. This scene clearly did not please the owner of the castle, who, addressing the trio, said that this was not the place to break up a family comedy. The man said that Ki-yu's daughter's dependent had wronged them all, so the father was obliged to compensate for the damage. Otherwise, they would not be able to leave this building peacefully. But before the owner had time to finish speaking, the fire began to blaze again inside the building, or rather, what was left of it. Again, strange sounds began to be heard from all sides, and again stones fell from everywhere. Carefully assessing the situation, one of the guests said that the building definitely no longer exists. If before there were at least walls, now only ruins remained. Ki-yu suddenly spoke up and suggested that his opponent slightly change the boundaries. Without a shadow of a doubt, Ki-yu noted that his battle rank was Xin Yao 2, and thanks to the battle with the scum, he will be able to completely reach the level of Xin Yao 2. Among other things, this is the only way. Suddenly, a plump lady spoke up and said that Ki-yu should pay today, adding that 2 fists cannot defeat 4 arms. Even the strongest king cannot defeat an army. The gentleman was clearly amused by these words, as he decided to rise from his seat and head towards the opponents. Standing in all his glory in front of those gathered, he, turning to the lady, said that she was trash and did not even understand how high the sky was from her. And, to show his superiority and strength, the Count decided to destroy the remains of the stones that had once been a large and beautiful building. Looking at everything that was happening, the owner of the once former castle shouted for Ki-yu to immediately stop the destruction. The plump lady said that the Count had no place here. He was called to help, but instead he took it and destroyed everything. The next moment, the owner called for a shield to help, and immediately found himself under a small dome separating him and Lin Lanyu's father. But not even a minute had passed before the shield was easily destroyed by the Count, and the not understanding man ran to save himself. The next moment, everyone gathered turned their attention to a flash that raised stones up, striking everyone who was displeasing to Ki-yu. Confused people lay on the ground and tried to collect their thoughts in order to take at least some measures to protect themselves. Zhengchai was the first to speak. He asked why they were still not doing anything, despite the fact that there were many of them, and their strength should have been enough to cope with the Count. Looking at everyone, Ki-yu stated that if everything depended on the number of people, then they would definitely win, destroying the clans like ants. He added that pure blood is noble, and mixed blood can never compare with it, which is why it is best to maintain restraint and be modest. The owner of the castle, who listened to all this attentively, said that he would not allow the Count to rejoice. He had insulted them, and that is why they would tell everything to the emperor. And then there would be a trial, Ling Lanyu, who was standing nearby, said casually that if you kill all these people, then no one will know about anything, and no problems will follow. In turn, the Count noted that this is too disgusting. If he kills everyone, then in the future, he will have nightmares, and in general, there will be all sorts of dirt in his head. Looking towards Z, the man told his daughter that if she wanted, she could order the young man to do something. Our hero, hearing out of the corner of his ear the opponent's conversation about destroying a house and beating people, looked carefully at something else, at what interested him most at that moment. And it turned out that it was not something, but someone. It was about the unfortunate blonde, because of whom the Count was called. Approaching the girl, our hero made sure that she was safe and unharmed, and thought to himself that the Count probably deliberately held her back so that she would not get hurt. As Ki Yu walked away, he noted that this blonde was one of the few things that could be called beautiful among ugliness, which means she should be protected, clearly hinting at the young man. Making his way through a pile of rubbish and stones, the guy, quietly turning to the lady, said that they needed to leave this place. It was just in time, because the very next minute reporters arrived and began shouting that the castle had collapsed. There was a struggle inside. A group of great people were lying on the ground, and the Count and his daughter had escaped. Not even a day had passed before all the newspaper headlines were filled with urgent news that a sudden struggle had arisen between the experts of the Blood Clan. Most likely the reason for this lies in the addict, who was originally the brother of the mistress, which is a separate behind-the-scenes story. Entering the room, Z met Ling Lanyu there, who greeted him and asked whether the matter he was dealing with had been resolved. Having received a satisfactory answer, the young man explained that the girl said that she would go back because she remembered where she lived. The young man's offer to accompany her was refused. The blonde explained this by saying that it was inconvenient to take up his time, after which she turned around and silently left. Answering the lady's questions as to why he didn't run away, the hero replied that, firstly, he didn't think about it, and secondly, he knew that the beauty would have found him anyway. But the very next moment, Ji's mood changed, and he began to ask Ling Lanyu what was going on with his body. But she only said that her father wanted to meet the guy. Sitting in his room and looking at the young man, the man stated that he was modest, but despite this, dependent. Looking into the young man's eyes, the Count asked him whether he chooses life or death. It seemed that our hero did not understand what was going on, as he looked at the man in fear and could not utter a word. And then he, taking out several masquerade masks, asked the young man which one he liked best, and added that if he saw his terrible face again, he would undoubtedly either die himself or the guy would die. Z understood that the owner of the house was not joking, and therefore chose a bat mask, hearing Ki Yu's satisfied exclamations. But a minute later, in a serious tone, the man added that although the father is happy, the daughter is afraid that the guy will not be able to control himself and will kill someone. Having looked carefully at the girl, the Count added that it seemed to him that she liked the young man with whom they were inseparable. After a short silence, he noted that they should go somewhere together. After a short pause, the Count informed everyone gathered that they were going to the Holy City, and then he explained in a languid voice that those guys spilled the beans very quickly, which is why he made headlines tonight. Changshin emailed him to come back, and in a more cheerful tone, he stated that Changshin and he grew up together. They are like brothers, so they trust each other in everything and do not pay attention to any rumors. Returning to reality, the Count announced to his daughter to prepare and take everything she needed, since they were leaving on the road in 5 days. Left alone, our hero looked carefully at Ling Lanyu and, stammering, began to ask the beauty something. Realizing that something was bothering him, the girl said that he wanted to leave, wanted to return home and continue living like an ordinary person. But he did not understand one detail. Looking at the floor and being silent for a while, the beauty said that she was giving the guy 3 days to think. After this period, he must give her an answer. Hearing Ling Lanyu ask a question regarding what kind of power he contained, the young man remembered that he had never asked about his own power and what was happening to his body. The guy wanted to catch up with the girl, but the very next moment he heard his phone ringing. Answering the call, our hero heard only 2 words regarding help. Someone asked him to immediately come and help. Rushing through the city at night, the young man thought about his friend Wen Cheng, since the caller's voice was very similar to his voice. Running up to the house, our hero was very embarrassed that he was not met at the entrance by the security guard, who was always at his post. Z's heart was beating very strongly. A variety of thoughts were confused in his head, especially after the young man discovered that the inside of the house was empty. Opening one of the doors, the young man began knocking on it and shouting the name of his friend, as well as his director. The young man was so worried that he did not even immediately notice that the door was open, and therefore began to push it very slowly to get inside. The room was dark. Looking around, our hero again and again called people close to him, feeling that something bad had happened to them. Z noted to himself that he searched the entire house, but found no one. Moreover, there were no traces or signs of a struggle. Moving forward, the young man heard how he stepped on something, and therefore carefully looked at his feet. Picking up a framed photograph from the floor, the guy realized that it depicted the director and his friend, who was holding a certificate in his hands that distinguished the student who took third place among the best students. Still holding the photograph in his hands, the young man realized that something had happened to his friends. Our hero did not know what exactly happened, but he realized that it was necessary to act to find both the director and Wen Chang. The young man ran to the police station, where he reported his friends missing, but heard the policemen say that they could not deal with the case right now. Our hero went on to explain that a friend called him and asked for help. This guy's family members hold important positions, and all these people suddenly disappeared. The policeman said that only a few hours had passed since the disappearance, and it was absolutely normal for adults to disappear for such a short period of time. In the same dispassionate voice, he added that at 4 o'clock in the morning, all students should be asleep, and if something really happened, then they should call the department. Without listening to what the guy was saying, the policeman stood his ground, explaining that they should not serve civilians and deal with cases immediately if the missing person is not a member of the blood clan. Z was indignant. He did not understand how he could turn a blind eye to the loss when people could be in serious danger, because he could at least take his phone and check where the call came from. However, suddenly a female employee approached the policeman and told him in his ear that a new addict, Miss Lin Lanyu, was sitting in front of them, which radically changed the man's behavior. Having started to retreat, the policeman firstly began to call our hero Mr., and secondly, invited him to sit down, and if he wanted, he could even take the director's seat. The guy didn't like all this, so he started screaming and demanding that the police immediately go to his friend's house. Hearing this, the man said that he would personally try to lead the team and monitor the progress of the investigation. Not even a minute had passed when the young employee again approached the boss and began whispering something in his ear. Looking at the ceiling, the man said that he could not do anything because this was an internal matter of the blood clans, and if they dealt with it, then their small police station would not be able to cope with the problems that had piled up. Z couldn't understand what an internal matter means because the director's family is in danger, and they pretend that they don't know anything and don't want to look into it. Wiping his sweat, the boss explained that all the blood clan families in the city had sent their children to participate in the selection of dependents, and fell silent for a while. The policeman hinted that it would be best for the young man to take care of his own relatives and find out what was happening to them. But he could do nothing more. Not even a minute had passed, and our hero was already calling his father, who swore that he was bothering him so late. But realizing that it was still his son, invited him to dinner and hung up. Standing on the street, the young man did not understand why someone would attack Wencheng and not his own family. There was no logic in it. But the very next second, the young man heard the voice of the butler, who loudly declared that the Z family had been under close protection all this time. He explained that every time there is a recruitment of addicts, guards are placed for the families of the contestants. Anyone who dares to rob or attack will face certain death. Mr. R noted that the dependents are important when it comes to other families who have fought their whole lives for this opportunity, and he cannot dismiss their value. And then, with a barely noticeable smile, he added that all these families hate the young man and, of course, wish him everything, but not the best. The guy said that he would like to talk about all this later. Right now, the most important thing for him is the director and his best friend Wen Chang. The butler said that he has information that these people are on Juan Street 18. Their people have already arrived there to carefully inspect everything, and slowing down his speech a little, he added that if the guy gives the order, they will destroy any family he dislikes. Smiling, the butler said that the status of a young man gives him power, even if he himself does not realize it. Therefore, if he wishes, almost any request will be fulfilled. Looking carefully at the young man, he asked what he was planning to do and what he needed at the moment. Lost in thought, our hero replied that his main goal was to save people, without specifying which ones. At this very time, in some mansion, imposing men were telling the blonde that the emperor had ordered Kiyu to come to the capital as quickly as possible. The man complained that the count's daughter had begun to irritate everyone, and that she had chosen a commoner's family, because of which their years of cultivation were wasted, and the family had been brought into disrepute. Suddenly, an unknown blonde spoke to her servants. She said that they should be careful and help before killing. Rising from the sofa, the girl told her interlocutor to go and rest, since it was already late, and invited him to some surprise tomorrow. But already in the dilapidated mansion, with surprise in their eyes, they looked somewhere, not understanding what was happening, but realizing that this was not good. Outside the window, against the backdrop of the moon, one could see a young man surrounded by people in black cloaks. It was Z, whose eyes showed rage, which was completely unsurprising, given the fact that his closest people were kidnapped by unknown people. Being unfamiliar with our hero, the gray-haired man was interested in who came to them and who decided to lose his head of his own free will. Towering over the house, Mr. R watched everything that was happening closely, but seemed in no hurry to make decisions. With his usual malicious look, the butler noted to himself that the people in this house were murderers whom he did not expect to meet that evening. As they entered the house, the boys heard the owners shouting that they should not come too close. The gray-haired man began to tell the friends of the Count's family to stop, because there was only a small misunderstanding. But this does not mean that it should be blown out of proportion. Putting the director on his knees, the man continued to make excuses, noting that the man just came to visit them for a cup of tea, and nothing bad happened. The gray-haired man noted that if the guys approached, he might get scared. And then, out of fear, his hands would begin to tremble. The butler, looking with horror at everything that was happening, stated that the director's life was coming to an end, and most likely, he would not live even a day. Jumping up, the blonde declared that she was a member of the family of General Tianwei, who is a direct subordinate of the emperor. And if so, then she advises everyone to think better, because Z is a dependent nobody. Turning to the butler, the girl noted that he is a half-breed. How can he allow some new dependent to command? This is completely wrong. Adjusting his glasses, Mr. stated that since there are not many Blood Clan members in this room, all questions should be asked to Lord Wangzhe. After a little hesitation, he added that the blonde should beg the little addict for mercy and mercy. The girl looked at the man with horror and could not utter a word. She was so amazed. Realizing that the situation was taking a dangerous turn, the gray-haired man, sitting on his knees, begged for mercy from the arriving gentleman. The blonde, sitting next to her, turned to the man with fury in her eyes, asking how he could beg on the knees of some addict. But she did not finish, hearing that the interlocutor ordered her to calm down. Fearing for his life, the gray-haired man explained that he would certainly return the old man and their son to the masters. And this is absolutely fair if they want to take revenge. With a voice full of courage, Z declared that if Wen Chang suddenly died, then this person would immediately follow him. The stranger sharply protested, explaining that nothing terrible had happened to the young man and he was alive. Having led the uninvited guest to a door, the gray-haired man said that they only needed to open the basement, and then the gentleman would be able to see the young man. The door was locked, which could only be opened by retinal identification. Having successfully passed the scan, the owner of the house stood and waited for them to get inside. A few minutes later, the door opened, and a gray-haired man, pointing everyone to the room, invited them to come inside. Realizing that there might be a catch in this, our hero turned to the owner and told him to come in first. Entering the room, Z's eyes opened wide in surprise. He was as scared and surprised as possible by what he found there. His friend, dressed in a smart white suit, lay in a coffin, arms crossed over his chest. From his appearance, it was difficult to guess that he was alive. Realizing that minutes could count, the young man ran with all his might towards the young man, wanting to help him as soon as possible. But at that very moment, a gray-haired man approached the wall and pressed some red button. The very next second, the doors began to close, which our hero looked at in horror, not knowing what to do in such a situation. The butler, realizing that his master was inside and realizing that he was in danger, told the servants to firstly immediately inform Ling Lanyu, and secondly, to try to get inside as quickly as possible. The butler thought to himself that Z had met with a clan of blood veterans who were cultivated to the 3rd level, and therefore there was no way out. He was indoors and on foreign territory. The next moment, Mr. R, for some reason, began to smile, giving the impression that he was happy about something. Continuing to smile, the butler noted to himself that the young man was already dead. But despite this, it still seemed to him that, for some reason, the man decided not to develop his thought further. And at this very time, the gray-haired man, who was left alone with our hero, opened the bottle and poured some red liquid into a glass. The man said that before doing anything, he likes to prepare surprises for guests, and the first of them is his friend Wen Chang, so harmless and unhappy. Looking into the young man's furious gaze, the owner continued to note that the door was made of super alloy, and even Ki Yu would take some time to get inside. But it turned out that the young man no longer heard these words, because he ran to his friend. The young man began to bother his friend, called him by name, tried to tell him something, but he showed no signs of life. Our hero could not understand how to help Wen Chang, who seemed to be still breathing, but at the same time did not hear anything, and did not react to anything. The white-haired man explained that the director should have seen his son and become depressed due to grief, and then his own son, who had become a slave, would have killed his father. Laughing and smiling, the man said that it would be an amazing and exciting spectacle that would amuse not only him, but also all the gathered guests. But suddenly Z appeared, who disrupted all plans, which means that everything was in vain, except that the old man managed to admire the young man's distorted face. Raising his glass, he continued to note that since events had turned out this way, he would replay his plan a little so that the ending would be no less enchanting. Addressing Wen Chang, the owner ordered him to wake up, calling the young man his faithful servant. With every minute, the young man's eyes opened more and more, however. Despite this, they remained just as lifeless and empty. Realizing that the slave had come to his senses, the gray-haired man said that he really wanted to find out how different the dependent Lin Lan Yu was from his own. More precisely, the man was interested in which of the guys was stronger and more resilient. After a couple of minutes, the young man decisively headed towards Zia, and clearly not to say hello and ask how things were going. Seeing the wild anger in the eyes of his friend, our hero tried to stop him in every possible way, convincing his comrade of who he really is, and also that he is not a slave and has never been one. Seeing everything that was happening, the owner explained that this was all useless. Since the guy had become dependent, he was a puppet who did not have his own opinion, who would never betray the owner. Looking at the enraged Wen Chang, the man told him not to hesitate, but to finally tear his opponent apart. Looking carefully at his friend, Z remembered how soft, affectionate, and friendly he was, not believing that in just one moment this had changed. Our hero was angry not so much that he had been lured into a trap, but that some shameless person was mocking a beautiful young man who was innocent of anything. With rage in his voice, the young man said that again and again, small people violate the limits of their capabilities and then go where they shouldn't, adding that this world is just garbage. But the gray-haired man was only amused by this. He said that the guy says such words because aggressiveness is what makes masters masters, and they can do whatever they want with the servants. It's just natural selection. With a smile on his face, the owner said that if he kills our hero, not a word will be said to him, because he is an ordinary addict, and then he will calmly give Wen Chang's head. After hesitating for a second, he added that everyone was obedient and they would forget about him. And as for the Count, she wouldn't even understand anything and wouldn't go against him because of some capricious daughter. Hastily turning his gaze to his dependent, the man said that the game was over, and if so, he ordered this guy to use his signature trick. Then he added that the slave must use the movements from the memories he received as a blood Viking when he became addicted. The man said that it was not as brutal as he might have thought, but he could still kill his opponent with ease. The gray-haired man noticed that his transformed one, who was particularly cruel, needed as much blood as possible. He explained that the addict's speed and agility increased by 300%. In addition, he can help with a powerful explosion that lasts for several minutes and prevents the enemy from breathing. Our hero did not understand what this all meant, but less than a minute later, he felt his comrade's body on himself. Not understanding what he should prepare for, looking at this spectacle, the owner laughed loudly. It seemed to him that what was happening amused him very much. Meanwhile, Wen Chang pressed himself against Ji and simply continued to stand in that position, doing nothing. The eyes of the unfortunate slave opened wide in surprise. It seemed that he himself did not know why he approached his friend. At this time, our hero said in a quiet voice that in the end everything must end one day, and it will definitely end. Hugging his friend tightly by the shoulders, Z still noted in a whisper that the young man had been caught. Continuing to hug his friend, the guy reassured him, telling Wen Chang not to worry, since he would definitely solve the current problems. Suddenly, not a trace remained of the gray-haired man's smile and good mood. He now looked furious and dissatisfied and was shouting something. But this did not bother our hero at all, who stood his ground and continued to hug his frightened comrade tightly, saying that very soon everything would be decided. The next moment, Z grabbed his comrade's shoulder with his teeth so hard that he began to bleed. Suddenly the owner spoke, who said that our hero's blood was unclean, which meant that he would not be able to put a mark since he was much weaker than the gray-haired man. The young man continued to do his job and listened carefully to what the stranger was trying to impose on him. Suddenly remembering how he came to such a decision, standing in the middle of the room, the young man realized that Wen Chang was so fast that he didn't even have time to touch his cloak. But the very next moment our hero remembered his strength, his power, as well as the refrigerator, inside of which there is the space of the addict. Climbing onto the refrigerator, the young man thought that he still could not open it, not understanding how to use it, but realizing that it was probably too late. The next moment, in some incomprehensible way, Ling Lanyu appeared in the imaginary room where the refrigerator stood, who was clearly happy with the young man. The girl happily stated that in a certain range, when the two sides are ready, they can communicate in this way, but only Z can create the most powerful space. The beauty added that she experimented on different people, but no one succeeded. She was amazed that her limit of influence was 10 meters, and her limit knew no bounds. Hearing the guy asking what he should do, Ling Lanyu first told him to kiss her in response to the information, and then continued that his strength is terrible news for the owners. The girl explained that she also cannot open the refrigerator because this is his power, but she can tell him what to do in the situation in which he finds himself at the moment. The beauty said that a person who wants to save others has become addicted, so what should he do in such a situation? Hinting at something specific, she looked into the amazed eyes of the young man and added that he should become his own slave. She explained that turning a person back is impossible, but he can become his dependent if he simply bows to himself, and added that she considers this the best way out. Lin Lanyu said that she would tell her how to do this, but it would be up to the young man to decide whether to use this information or not. The girl added that the guy should not forget that she has pure blood, and since he is dependent on it, he can mark someone by suppressing mixed blood for a short time. She thought to herself that it is difficult to mark a person when you are dependent, but the master is strong enough, so it will be easier than ever. And she said out loud that Jay should hurry up. While biting his friend's words were spinning in his head that his friend must either be marked or killed, and there was no other solution. It was a beautiful, sunny day outside when Wen Chang came home and happily told his working father that he had finally returned. The young man asked his father if he was really doing calligraphy again, and then noted that the man did not need to sit for a long time because he had not yet recovered from his illness. Coming closer and looking at his father's work, the young man noted that he was doing a great job, in fact, as usual. True, after a few minutes he asked whether the man was tired of writing the same words every day, and suggested slightly changing the content or appearance of the cards. With seriousness in his voice, the director said that the laws of heaven, earth, and man are fickle, and besides this, the importance of man should not be forgotten. Confused about the meaning of being human, Wen Chang remarked that he would understand it better once he knew enough. Already in another room, the young man and his father discussed where and what the limit of writer's improvement was. However, at this point, the conversation was suddenly interrupted, and dead silence reigned in the room, as if he had not been there at all. At the same time, a photograph in a broken frame was lying on the floor, which a few minutes earlier had stood on the director's desk. Wen Chang, clinging to Zhe, thought only that he needed to go, and as soon as possible, tears appeared in his eyes, sweat rolled down his face. But it seemed that the guy did not understand what was happening to him at that moment. He was just thinking about his father. And while Wen Chang was thinking, our hero did something inexplicable, as a result of which fiery circles appeared in the room, separating him from the enemy. The gray-haired man, looking carefully at everything that was happening, could not believe his eyes, so he asked again and again where all this energy came from. The man thought that things were taking a dangerous turn, and he could not allow the young people to continue the transformation. The next second, the owner did something indescribable and shouted for Z to die. The owner of the house looked intimidating. This was not the same man who had begged him to be spared a few hours ago. Moving somewhere to the side, the man looked behind the screen, where he clearly expected to see someone or something, and noted to himself that it was completely empty. At the same time, he watched out of the corner of his eye as Z loomed over the limp body of his comrade. Wen Chang very carefully took our hero by the head, which indicated that something had changed dramatically in the young man's behavior. His eyes also changed. Now they showed sympathy, sadness, and some kind of longing, either for lost time or for what happened. In the first minutes, the owner simply watched the young man, expecting some decisive and even cruel actions from him. But after a short period of time, he realized that none of this would happen, and therefore began to get angry and furious. Looking at his former slave, the man thought about how it was possible for his connection with his dependent to be interrupted, and so suddenly and unexpectedly, sitting on the floor, the man was thinking about how some addict managed to share him with a slave. Because this is something completely ridiculous. Looking at Wen Chang, the man noted that he was not his opponent, and the young man himself was a weakling, unlike the master, who was born strong and noble because he has pure blood. But it seemed that the man's words had no effect on the young man, who looked at him with an impassive gaze. Realizing that something was wrong, the gray-haired man began to slowly back away, hoping that the guy would attempt to kill him. However, the young man's sly smile said otherwise. After everything that had happened, he was definitely not going to leave the old man alone. Not even a minute had passed, and the man was already sitting on his knees, defeated and humiliated, not fully realizing how it happened that he became a slave. The next moment, he was lying face down on the floor, thinking to himself that he could never have imagined that everything would turn out so sadly for him. Without wasting a minute, Wen Chang walked up to his friend and began to carefully examine him. Leaning over Z, the young man wondered how events could spiral so quickly, and why his best friend was now lying in front of him. Suddenly, the guy heard the weak voice of his comrade, who asked what it meant to be human. Looking at himself as if from the outside, our hero thought that everything was really over for him. Looking at how Wen Chang held his face, the guy noted that he did not understand anything and did not know what this man wanted from him. The young man thought that after the young man was bitten, he froze and could only watch from the side as his best friend went crazy. Suddenly, he noted to himself that Wen Chang had changed a lot lately. He had become much more durable than before. The guy with great speed killed opponents in the blink of an eye. Looking at the smiling Ling Lanyu, our hero asked her if this was all connected with the Langu bloodline. But the guy did not have time to hear the answer because all his attention was directed to his friend, who was sitting motionless. The very next moment, his hand with claws reached towards the area of his heart, and he began to tear his own shirt. Looking at the amazed face of her ward, the beauty said that his friend was engaged in self-destruction. The main reason is that the young man has lost the meaning of life and wants to end it. The girl added that due to the fact that Ji's body has stopped moving, he temporarily cannot control it. It will act in accordance with its instinct at specific moments. Hearing Wen Chang pronounce the word suicide, our hero thought that his comrade should under no circumstances do this. He shouted to his friend that he should stay alive, because while he was still alive, he had every chance of starting everything from scratch. Realizing that his comrade could not hear him, the young man did not give up trying in every possible and impossible way to stop the young man. Running up to him, he began to grab him by the neck, trying to either take him somewhere or somehow wake him up. The next moment, Z somehow incredibly managed to drag Wen Chang into the magical world in which our hero and his friend were at that moment. Hugging his surprised friend, the young man in a calm voice asked him to calm down and then listen to him carefully. Looking at the young man, Z seemed to not know where to start, and therefore carefully selected his words so that his friend would understand everything. But before he had time to gather his thoughts, he noticed that his friend was sitting down on one knee and bowing. Ling Lanyu, who observed everything, explained that after the spiritual connection between them stabilizes, this obedience will prevail in Wen Chang. And then she added that from now on, whatever the guy asks to do, it will not be rejected, since it will be perceived as an order. Looking into the sad and teary eyes of his comrade, our hero noted that the young man had become dependent. Sitting next to his friend, Z talked about how Wen Chang shouldn't have become like this and wanted to find some solution to fix it. Our hero said that he wants his comrade to become the most ordinary, so that he becomes himself. But sadly lowering his head, he added that, unfortunately, Wen Chang was the same as himself, an ordinary addict deprived of his own opinion and his own life. The girl looked attentively at her charge, but decided not to say anything or interfere, letting everything go its way. As for our hero, he could not calm down because, grabbing his comrade, he shouted that he was himself, which means that the guy also has the opportunity not to lose his personality. The beauty, deciding not to interfere, could not stand it and began to laugh, adding that such human conversation gave her a strange heartbeat. After a little hesitation, she continued to say that in order to convey full intelligence to the young man, careful marking is necessary because this bite is far from the standards. Putting his hand on Wen Chang's shoulder, the young man asked what the careful marking the girl was talking about meant. Looking somewhere ahead in amazement, Z now asked about the thing that was in the lady's hands. Opening the refrigerator to hide, the guy shouted that he did not want to go through any markings, and in general, he was not interested in all this. Pulling the door forcefully, it seemed that Jay was doing the impossible. Hearing the beauty again and again telling him not to run away from her and not to refuse her proposal. Thinking that everything was lost, the young man was surprised to note that the door, which had been closed all this time, suddenly somehow opened. Looking inside, Z expected to see anything, but not what was revealed to his eyes, since it was the most ordinary ice cube. Not knowing how to react to this, our hero began to state with a smile the fact that ice in the refrigerator is absolutely normal. However, he did not fully believe that the object that he had been unable to open for so long contained simply a small frozen cube of water, and this would be so if, having brought their hand closer, all those gathered had not seen how this small piece began to shimmer with white light and exude energy. The very next moment, the energy was directed towards Wen Chang, whose head glowed with a light blue light. But this was not the most surprising thing. The strange thing was that some kind of bluish symbol appeared on the young man's forehead, exactly the same as Z's had once appeared on. Not understanding what all this meant, our hero first asked his friend how he was feeling, and then asked his friend what kind of flower pattern it was. However, she seemed to either not hear the young man or to pretend that she was not going to answer. Zay, confident that Ling Lanyu knew absolutely everything, was not discouraged because she was silent and ignored him. Not even a minute had passed before Wen Chang turned to Zhe, and he in turn looking at his friend in surprise, and at the same time joyfully, called his name. Amazed, Wen began to say something with tears in his eyes but could not find the right words. But the very next minute, looking into his friend's eyes, he began to say that something had happened to his father. It seemed that our hero either didn't know what to say to the young man, or was thinking about how to find the right words to explain everything to him, and then quickly said that the director was outside. Standing in the room, Jay and Mr. R looked carefully at how the young man sat next to his exhausted and wounded father. Crying and sobbing, Wen Chang, turning to his father, asked him for forgiveness and said that he was to blame for what happened. Our hero, who looked at the director's hand lying on the floor, did not know what to say or do to somehow help his friend. The young man looked confused and sad. It seemed to him that something had happened that he could influence but did not. Going outside and looking at the moon, our hero thought that the director was no longer alive, while his son had become addicted. As for himself, he realized with great regret that he had not been a human for a long time. He thought that he was a human, but this was not true. Bowing to the master, the butler said that the director had developed rigor mortis, and therefore he needed to be buried as soon as possible. In a low voice, Mr. R said that according to the regulations, people without abilities cannot be buried. And since he is dependent, Miss Lin Lanyu has permission to do so. After a moment's hesitation, he added that the status of the blood of the youngest person was also important. Turning to the butler, the young man asked, however, that it was not an accident but a trap, although he does not understand anything about it. He realized it long ago. Smiling, the man replied that Mr. Z was mistaken. He only thought what he said. And then he asked why the young man made such conclusions. What prompted him to do this? Because everything was fine. Not even a minute had passed when, instead of answering, the butler felt a tingling sensation in his chest, which was like a sting of fire. He did not understand how this could be. While screaming, he thought to himself that the punitive arrow that Lady Ling Lanyu had fired at him was used, and he didn't understand why she needed it. The butler shouted that this was a punishment for acting against her will, thinking about how he spent so many years with her, watching her grow up, although he was not her dependent. Sitting on his knees, he continued to think that most likely this was a trifle, but one offense, and it was all over. And all because of his addiction to this young man. To someone who deserves neither trust nor respect, the lady defends an ordinary weakling, which is a completely meaningless and unnecessary act. Looking at her butler, the beauty smiled, noting that this time she would limit herself to a mild punishment, hinting that this would not happen again. And then she added that no one dares to anger the owner, and it doesn't matter who it is. And this must be the truth. Watching Wen Chang leave the funeral home, our hero called out to him to talk. The young man, who was holding the urn tightly in his hand, turned around slightly, but continued to remain completely silent. Looking at the small ceramic vase, Zai said this. But the next moment he fell silent, not understanding how to express his thoughts. Realizing this, the friend began to explain that he did not think that his father and these monsters would be buried together, but he still wanted to bring his parent home. Strangely walking at the same pace as his friend, The young man said that he would go with him to support Wen Chang and at the same time pay his last respects to the director. The guys walked in silence all the way. It seemed that they either didn't know what to talk about or that the events of the last days had greatly affected their friendship. Approaching the door, the owner of the house brought the keys to open it and invite Jay to come inside. The friends went inside. The room was quite dark and uncomfortable, but this did not bother the owner of the apartment at all. Turning on the lights and walking into the living room, Wen Chang told our hero to make himself comfortable and make himself at home. Pouring water into a cup, the young man asked our hero if there would be red tea, noting that his father loved this drink most of all. The young man explained that he specifically went into the wilderness for these tea leaves, because tea is considered ancient and very rare. The guy noted that the man did not drink this tea often, so there was a lot of it, and now he would need to think about what to do with the tea leaves. With trembling hands, Wen Chang took the cup and automatically opened the tap with cold water, which began to quickly fill the container, preventing the tea leaves from brewing. Realizing that he had already ruined the tea, the grief-stricken guy began to talk about what to do now, because the tea would not turn out the way it should be. Looking at his friend's torment, Z began to cry. He was very sorry for Wen Chang, but he did not know how he could help in such a situation, so he began to apologize. Wiping his eyes, the young man said that everything happened because of him. If he had not intervened then, no one would have taken it out on either the young man or his father. The guy continued to say that he didn't know when he became a monster, but he was sure that it was he who hurt his best friend. Not understanding what his comrade was talking about, Wen Chang pulled himself together, turned around, and said that he was eternally grateful to the guy. He noted that it was thanks to Z that he managed to gain such strength with which he could take revenge for his father on all offenders. And moving to another room, he shouted that if the young man is a monster, then who is he? With thoughtfulness in his eyes, Wen Chang looked at his father's last entry and said out loud, "Man, earth, sky." But suddenly the young man switched gears and said that those with a special gene are different from ordinary people. But aren't they people anymore? The blood race is dependent. They are all more than people, strong in genes. Representatives of the Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid races, aren't they all people? Their abilities are different, their appearance is also different, but they all belong to the human race. After a little hesitation, he added that his father said that it doesn't matter whether people have any abilities. The main thing is that a person always remains a person. And if you behave like a human being, then you relate to people. Looking at his friend in amazement, Z declared that the guy was not a monster, like himself. But it seemed that the young man did not hear him. Continuing to walk around the room, he suddenly said that he understood a lot. Holding the broken frame in his hands, the guy noted that before he was weak and ordinary, didn't know what to do next, didn't have a dream. But now he knows exactly what he must do. And with a smile in his eyes, he asked his comrade, because it was true that G would not stop him and dissuade him from his plan. Looking carefully at his best friend, Wen Chang explained that he was his master from now on. He added that dependents always obey the will of the master, and it turns out that G's desire is exactly the same as his own. The young man added that, using the power that he received, he could destroy everyone because representatives of the blood race are not worthy to be called people. Our hero looked attentively at his comrade, but he continued to stand silently, unable to interrupt the young man, and he continued to say that the monster would never think of it, that even though the guys had become addicted, they remained human, and by taking advantage of this, they could easily change their fate. Slamming his fist on the table, the guy noted that they simply had to give it their all. They had no other way. But first, you need to think through everything carefully, collect data, make a plan, but you should start by writing a paper about the weaknesses of the blood race. Jay, who a few minutes ago was thinking that his friend had changed, finally exhaled, deciding to himself that his friend was still the same nerd, which means he remained the same. Therefore, with a calm voice, he said that Wen Chang first needs to come to his senses. Don't leave the house for a couple of days. No matter what their intentions are, they should first become stronger. The interlocutor shouted furiously that he understood this, because weaklings would never win a war, and was counting on a friend who was his master. And all because the level of his abilities directly depends on the strength of our hero. Therefore, Z needs to train more so that they both become stronger. In a calmer tone, he said that he needed to buy books about abilities and training for addicts, about the main principles and how to defeat the enemy with one blow. Leaving his friend's house, our hero wondered if he was really going to spend all night writing the lists he had talked about earlier. He looked at his hand and thought to himself that leveling up his abilities is a primary task, because in this strange world, strength decides absolutely everything. The guy noted that he felt like there was incredible powerful energy inside him, but he didn't know how to use it and how to release it. In addition, the ice in the ability refrigerator remained a big mystery. It was unclear where it came from and how to work with it. Lost in thought, he reflected that he had accumulated too many questions to which he did not know the answers. And considering that our hero wants to continue to live in this world in order to fulfill Wen Chang's dream, he should find out everything. And Z thought for a minute. The young man remembered a recent conversation with Ling Lanyu, who gave him 3 days to think about it, after which she demanded to tell her the answer. The young man understood that, living in this abnormal world of the blood race and being a man, he had to make a difficult decision. And then he added, "No matter what you do, you still won't be able to escape. It's impossible in this world. If so, then all that remains is to fight and become stronger at any cost. You need to hone your own skills, because this is the only way to protect your loved ones and become free." Having thought everything over to the smallest detail, after a short period of time, the young man called Wen Chang and asked him to give him a copy of the materials. Wen, in turn, said that it was a crazy long night that was finally over. And of course, he would give his comrade everything he needed. And the next day, all the newspapers were full of the fact that Count Qiyu destroyed the family. It was a small family, but still it belonged to the blood race. But the most interesting thing is not this, but the fact that before this, the gentleman had also blown up the building where the whole family had gathered, not understanding whether he was mad or simply weaving some kind of intrigue. Some even believed that this man did not value the role of the king at all, and had not taken his opinion into account for a long time. At this time, in a huge room, sitting on a throne, a man holding a printed publication in his hands was carefully studying it. It was the same yellow press, which claimed that for Qiyu, there were no longer any rules or laws, since he imagined himself to be this very law. Raising his hand, the man said that in 3 days they would hold a great meeting of the 7 kingdoms. Addressing the servants in a cold tone, he said that the count should be notified, who was obliged to be at the meeting. Bowing deeply, several young people noted that they would definitely notify Qiyu. At this time, our hero brought his father to the hospital. He refused, saying that everything was fine with him, and he was definitely not sick because he felt great. Z, patting his father on the shoulder, noted that it's good if this is so, but it's still worth checking from time to time, so you shouldn't neglect it. Waiting in front of the office into which the man had just entered, our hero thought with relief that one of the global problems had already been solved. But there is another one. Despite the fact that he gave his consent to Ling Lanyu to go with her to the capital, he still did not calm down, because he feels that she is most likely up to something. The guy thought that, having made him dependent, she did not brainwash him, but on the contrary, helped our hero in every possible way, which is very strange. The young man understood that he did not want to leave his father alone, because he did not trust his assistance. So he decided that he would ask Wen Chang to look after his parent. However, the next moment his thoughts were interrupted as his attention was caught by a blonde walking down the corridor. Peering carefully into her eyes, he realized that this was the same unfortunate woman who was at the initiation ceremony and whom he later saved. The man following her said that he had brought some last page and added that after the examination the girl would be able to return home, and so that she wouldn't lose consciousness while she was going to the doctors. He also grabbed something for her to snack on. Looking at the man's face, Z thought to himself that this man was the mayor. He was sure that such a round-faced type could not be confused with anyone else. The young man could not believe his eyes. He did not understand how the mayor could be the father of this girl, and what this gene mutation means. Adjusting his glasses, the stranger called our hero by name, clearly knowing who he was, or had definitely met him before. However, suddenly a girl intervened in the conversation, and turning to her father, explained to him that this guy saved her on that terrible night. Hugging his daughter, he spoke, saying that he knew everything perfectly, more than anyone else. And then, turning to Z, the mayor began to explain that on that terrible day, his daughter definitely had to become a victim. However, he not only did not know about this, but also did not suspect that such a thing could happen. He added that he knew that our hero saved her, but could not, as the mayor, publicly express his gratitude. Having met the young man here, he hesitated again, but sincerely thanked the young man. Not knowing what to say, the young man just stood there and thought that he didn't even suspect that this could happen, despite the fact that the mayor is not only rich, but also influential. Reading the surprise in the teenager's eyes, the man began to explain that for those people it was absolutely not important who they chose to play the role of victim. They took whoever they wanted. The main reason is that they are a race of blood, and he is an ordinary person. A father who did not save his own daughter. The guy wanted to say something, but he was unable to find the right words, so he decided to remain silent. Coming closer to the young man, the mayor told him not to go to the capital, since it was a bad idea. Looking into the man's eyes with bewilderment, the guy did not understand what he was talking about, and he, after hesitating a little, added that it was a trap. The king would kill Count Kiyu there. And in order to instill confidence in the young man, the man repeated to him once again that he should not leave because he might not return. Automatically waving to his new acquaintance, Zai did not understand what to do next. The recent conversation unsettled him and made him think. Looking somewhere into the distance, our hero remembered the words of the mayor, which were firmly lodged in his memory. The guy understood that this man had no point in lying or inventing anything, and since he said what he said, it means that some rumors are still circulating. There is a danger. Still standing in the middle of the hospital, the young man realized that he should listen to the advice of a high-ranking official. And then the guy decided that he should inform Ling Lanyu about this, who might be able to somehow influence the current situation. Taking the phone in his hands, Z wrote to the girl that he had received information from a reliable source that it was impossible to go to the capital, since the king would kill her father. He added that if they still decide to go, then first they should prepare and stock up on everything they need. However, Ling Lanyu either did not understand the meaning of what was written, or thought it was a joke, but in response, she simply sent a heart. Having received no other answer, Jay saw a bunch of emoticons and a message that she thought his concern for his loved ones was very sweet. And having sent this message, she wrote another one that she knew that the guy would not turn his back on the family, which flattered her very much, because this was probably all for his mistress. Our hero read the message and, without taking his eyes off the phone, did not understand how, after such a serious warning, he could write what the red-haired beauty was writing to him. However, she did not let up, saying that in the evening, they would embrace the night scenery, which is a very romantic action. A minute later, an SMS came again with a bunch of kisses, in which she admitted that she always thinks about their ceremony, which was unforgettable, and now she can't stand it anymore. The girl hinted that the young man would finish all his business as quickly as possible and come to her. The father, who stood nearby, encouraged his son, explaining that he must control himself. Seeing his son's embarrassment, he remembered that at his age, he was also a womanizer, and he was considered the main handsome man among hairdressers, which greatly flattered him. Then, changing the subject, he said that their little barbershop had now become a favorite place for celebrities since the young man became addicted. The man added that many people like Jay's haircut, but not only this is surprising, but the fact that he has been cutting the guy's hair since childhood, and they only noticed it now. Waving to his son, he said that he needed to go to work, since the hairdresser was signing up for the next year, adding that now the guy needs to work hard because he is an addict. And standing with his back to his son, the man added that he understood that the guy was halfway to high society and had already practically become a celebrity of all times. Our hero wanted to say or ask something, but the man simply wished him luck, and once again noted that he should go to the hairdresser. When leaving, he said again that no matter what happens, he, as a father, will always wait for his son in their small but cozy house. Touched by this statement, Z assured that his father should not worry about him, since everything would be fine and even better with him. Realizing that the meeting needed to end on a positive note, the man approached our hero, hugged him, and took a selfie with him. And then he said that the connection between father and son is pure. They both experience deep feelings. And if so, then next to the new photo, you can put the one where he is still small, naked, and bald. Teasing his son, the father added that he would attach these photographs directly to the front door so that everyone could see, and then quickly disappeared behind the door of the hairdresser. Looking after his father, the guy thought that the most important thing was that his father was happy. But he understood that behind this smile was hidden concern for his son. Z knew that he had to protect the life of his dad. Ling Lanyu did not listen to the warning at all, and perhaps she had long ago guessed what would happen in the capital. But despite this, such a woman is not to be trifled with. The guy thought that traveling to the capital was an unforeseen danger, but whether he could protect himself was the question. But the very next moment, a girl approached Ji, handed him a leaflet and said that this was an advertisement for their martial arts palace. And then she said that if a young man is interested in this, then she can take him around, show and tell him everything. Approaching a small building, our hero read that the Liangshanbo Palace of Martial Arts was written on it. And given that this is the hero of a Chinese legend, one could assume that the palace was of a high level. Looking around, the young man thought that the place where he had come looked like an ordinary gym. Z decided that most likely all training halls were now called martial arts palaces. But there was one difference. Carefully watching what was happening in the ring, the guy thought that this was real madness, since real battles were taking place there. Despite the fact that everyone is training in this place, it seemed that everything was happening for real, since one of the men's teeth fell out after the blow. This means that the place is not a training room, but still a real palace of martial arts, where you can learn a lot. Addressing our hero, the winning boxer asked the guy where he could see him from, because his appearance was very familiar. Without finishing speaking, he invited the young man to fight a little and test his strength. Realizing that things were taking a dangerous turn, the young man began to say that he could not fight because he had a lot to do. With calm in his voice, the boxer stated that everyone who comes to the palace wants to become great masters, and to become strong, you must fight. After a moment's hesitation, he added that if the guy couldn't even muster the courage to fight, then how was he going to get stronger? Having heard the stranger call our hero a coward, he asked if the man wanted to hurt him. The boxer replied that it didn't matter whether he won or lost. Looking straight into Z's eyes, the man added that he was unlikely to win. But if he did, he fell silent for a minute, and then he sharply said that if he still manages to win, he will sign up for training, where he will be taught everything for only 2888 won. Seeing the guy's suspicion, the man said that he was an excellent coach of the third rank, and to train the young man, he would be more than enough. But our hero seemed to be playing some kind of game of his own, so he said that he considered the boxer to be a weakling. Hearing such words, he declared that if the young man managed to defeat him, then he would train him for free. Although the man understood that this would no longer make sense, since who would train with the defeated one? Therefore, the boxer said that if the young man still manages to win, then he will personally ask the mentor to train him. Looking closely at the poster of Rank 1 Master Chu, Zai thought that it was very cool to have such an excellent mentor. But at the same time, the young man did not understand why this man looked like a superhero who had found himself in the real world. The girl who invited our hero, addressing the boxer as Xiao, asked how he would be able to bring Master Shu, since he would probably kill him. A young man standing nearby intervened in the conversation and said that it was unlikely that a master would train some boy. Looking at everyone gathered, Z thought that this was most likely a gang of scammers, and he should really be careful because there were too many deceptions around. In addition, he did not meet a single member of the blood race and not a single addict in the hall. All those gathered are the most ordinary but at the same time capable people, and if so, will they be able to defeat the monsters from the blood race? Because it is quite difficult to do this. And again, our hero's thoughts turn to the fact that the sports palace in which he is located was created simply to improve health. A minute later, scratching his ear, the guy said that he accepted the boxer's challenge because he himself was interested in finding out what he was capable of. But there was one thing. It doesn't matter whether Jay wins or loses. He will give him a general physical examination and professional assessment for free, since it is very important. It seemed to Xiao that he was satisfied with everything, but he did not understand why the young man was more interested in his condition than in the mentor and his training. The guy did not answer, but thought to himself that he needed to know why he was working, and if he succeeded in what he had planned, then the boxer would have to bow to our hero as a master. Taking special gloves in his hands, the young man looked at them very carefully, without taking his eyes off. He had held similar items before, but they didn't have the numbers on them that these ones did. Reading the questions in the guy's gaze, Xiao stated that this was a blow force meter, because the young man wanted to check his physical condition, and this is exactly one of the points. Another plus of their palace is that everyone here uses a special quality of protective equipment. As for the ropes, they are not ordinary ones, but made of steel cable and made at the highest level. The main reason is that the abilities of special people are much higher than ordinary ones, and a ring made of ordinary materials will never withstand long and intense training. Not even a few minutes had passed when a young girl standing in the center of the ring said that the guys should get ready because the competition was about to begin. The assembled fans, on the one hand, supported the coach and colleague, and on the other hand, wished the guy good luck, realizing that it would be very useful to him. Raising his fists, it was clear that Z was full of determination. For him, victory would be a challenge to himself and an opportunity to prove that he is much stronger than he thinks. Realizing that he could not hesitate, the young man pounced on the enemy, who just at that moment accelerated to strike. Seeing Xiao hit, one of the fans said that no one could have thought that his strength would be 290 points, because such a blow could penetrate the board. The second noted that our hero also showed himself well, if only because he did not fall down or give up in the first minutes of the battle. Seeing Jay hit the boxer, the fans again began to say that the coach was great for blocking such a great blow. The guys did not let up, continuing to note that Xiao must definitely push and go beyond his limit, not only to win, but to surprise everyone. But not even a minute had passed before the angry boxer jumped on the young man, wanting to end this round as quickly as possible. And again, someone from the audience noted that this blow was equal to 299, only 1 point short of 300, and therefore Xiao should be pushed a little. An unknown voice from the crowd recommended using abilities to strengthen the blow, as well as remember everything that he knew before and what he uses now. Turning his head and realizing that the boxer's mentor Shu was standing among the crowd, he shouted that if he used all his abilities, his opponent would not survive this. With indifference in his voice, the man said that his ward's thoughts were not the best. It was difficult to imagine that a third-rank master could think like that. And the very next second, the master asked his ward a question as to whether he really did not understand anything. Z, who was closely following what was happening, began to guess that this man perfectly understands who he is and why he recommends this boxer to use all his skills. And again, one of the guys in the hall said that the young man, as if nothing had happened, parried a blow with a force of 290 points. This indicates that he is very strong. Realizing this, Xiao, turning to his competitor, said that from the very beginning he had enormous strength, and if so, he would not restrain himself. Looking at his sparkling glove and the ability to emit an electrical charge, he said that he wanted to see if the guy could take a fatal blow, and the blow was made. Its strength was 388 points, which seemed an exorbitant amount. At that moment, Z was thinking that the enemy was strong, but he would still try, although he did not know whether he could repel such a blow or not. Not even a minute had passed since this blow was made, but Xiao struck it not at the young man, but at the floor. Enraged, he looked carefully at the young man, who, as if nothing had happened, was still standing in the middle of the ring with his hands raised. The boxer screamed and began to explain to the guy that he shouldn't dodge. "It doesn't work that way." Z began to make excuses, explaining that he didn't want to dodge. He just doesn't know how to use the abilities, and since his opponent uses them, he only has to dodge. But a minute later, the voice of Master Shu was heard in the hall, who said that the guy should use his imagination. It's like a carton of milk, from which you should suck everything out with a straw. And after that, you need to direct all the force into the stomach and then distribute it throughout the body. It seemed that the young man did not understand at all what the coach was talking about, as he looked at him with an attentive but unconscious gaze. And the man continued to say that Jay should just calm down, concentrate, and then start using his own imagination. Taking a deep breath, our hero looked somewhere to the side and thought for a second. It seemed that he had finally understood something. The guy thought that this was the same refrigerator that he had wanted to open all this time, but which just wouldn't budge. If you imagine everything that the master said and put it on the refrigerator and then take a straw, but the very next second, he realized that the tube was too soft and bends well, which means it wouldn't work, but an electric drill would be a much more suitable tool. So, if you take this drill and start drilling into the refrigerator, then this should lead to something sensible. Namely, to the fact that after a short period of time, at least a small crack will appear in the refrigerator. This means that force will be able to come out through the hole, at least a little. But this will already be something. As for Z, he will have the opportunity to draw this energy and strength to himself when there is a need for it. He will also be able to direct and absorb it, experiencing an incomparable feeling. Something that, it seemed, the guy had never experienced. Looking at how his hands were filled with strength, our hero noted that the energy spread very quickly throughout the body. He did not believe that this was the ability that he had been told so much about. Those gathered, realizing that changes had taken place in the young man, said that this could not be. From the first time the guy discovered his ability, this means that he is very talented. But this state of affairs did not please Qiao at all, who understood that the battle was not over, which means it would continue. Master Shu shouted that his ward should not dare to give in and give in to the enemy, and therefore attacked with all his might. Looking at the guy and listening to the master, the boxer clearly understood that he needed to fight to the end so as not to disgrace himself in front of all those gathered. And the next moment, Xiao struck, shouting that this time the young man would definitely not be able to repel him. But seeing how Zi's gloves met his, the boxer looked at everything that was happening in amazement and did not believe that this could even happen. Looking carefully at the man, the young man said that now it was his turn to hit, which is what he was going to do. You have to give the master his due, because the next minute he began to give instructions to the young man, telling him to group himself, focus on his feet, lower his left hand, and then hit. An enraged Xiao was expecting this, but he was convinced that the young man would not succeed because he was too young and inexperienced. Feeling the opponent's glove on his face, the boxer shouted for him to wait a little. The guy standing nearby and understanding what had happened said that this blow was something impossible, something unreal. No one could think, and no one could believe that some student without training could knock out an experienced boxer. And this was actually on the verge of science fiction, since no one had ever encountered this before. Looking at our hero's glove, everyone present looked in surprise at the number of points that were equal. The guys thought it was incredible. The young man actually showed himself very well, and his shot scored over 600 points. But our hero seemed to be interested not in this, but in something completely different. Looking at the master in confusion, he wondered whether he was really Master Shu. Looking at the serious man, the young man, without waiting for an answer, asked him the same question again, but in a more confident voice. Sitting in some establishment, the young man thanked this man for his tips, saying that he was great, and at the same time asking if the master could give as much advice as possible for a beginner. In turn, Xiao, standing nearby and looking in Jay's direction, noted that his mentor was very cool, not forgetting to add how his jaw hurt after the blow. While drinking something from a glass, the man said that the young man was smart, and he had more strength than his stupid ward. He said that he felt that the guy had great power hidden in him, but he didn't know how to use it. It was like a child learning to box, but that way, he would only hurt people. With a smile, our hero stated the fact that the master was saying everything absolutely correctly, and therefore asked the man to teach him everything that he himself knew. The coach explained that he had been staying too long in the martial arts palace, and besides, he had not been in the right shape for a long time, so he decided not to take on any more students. After a moment's hesitation, he added that the guy had great potential, and he was afraid that if he did not train him, he would miss out on a promising talent. Putting the glass on the table and getting up from his seat, the master declared that in the current situation, Z would become his last student. The man proudly stated that he hoped that after training the young man would become great enough to follow the right path. Xiao shouted with joy, congratulating both the master and his coach, and then said that the young man would need to write his name on the contract. Signing the paper, the guy said that he had done everything and handed it to the young girl. Looking at his future mentor, Z asked if he could use either the payment system or use a transfer. But before the young man had time to finish speaking, a girl intervened in the conversation and, looking at him carefully, told him not to rush. The master, who until recently was so cheerful and friendly, became blacker than a cloud. On the one hand, his eyes expressed a storm of emotions, but on the other hand, it was difficult to read anything from them, since they seemed empty. Having looked carefully at the guy, the man said that his offer was cancelled and added that he would not teach the young man, so it was better for him to leave the institution. Surprised and disappointed, our hero looked at his failed mentor, trying to say something but could not find the right words. Pointing to the door, the girl said that it was already quite late, and therefore everyone gathered had better go home, once again telling Jay that he should leave. The brunette, seeing the confused young man, did not understand why he could not understand why he was not welcome now, and why they wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. The beauty asked, because he is actually Wang Jie, that new addict that everyone has been talking about lately. Dressed in a simple t-shirt and with surprised eyes, the guy at that moment looked like a confused child who does not understand what he's accused of. The young man directly stated that it was really him. But at the same time, it was difficult for him to understand how this fact could influence the fact that he decided to become a student. The brunette explained that he is a man of high status, and it is a great honor that the young man came to them. But their palace is quite modest. It is intended for the most ordinary people. With calm in his voice, the master stated that he was an ordinary person who was not able to teach a representative of the blood race, and once again asked the guy to leave. Our hero did not understand what to say or what to do in order to be treated like an ordinary student or teenager. Picking up the glass again, Coach Xu stated that the door was ahead, hinting that the conversation was considered over. Moving through the city at night, Z had many questions swarming in his head, to which it was difficult for him to find answers. He thought about how he had difficulty finding an outstanding master. Under his guidance, he took the first step in using the ability, but the problem turned out to be his status, because of which he was kicked out. The guy didn't understand whether he should just retreat so easily or should act in this direction, but he already knew for sure that he was filled with anger. The young man noted that as soon as those gathered found out who he was, they still treated him with respect and even respect, but their intonation and facial expression spoke of something completely different, which they did not even try to hide. In this world, it is customary to respect representatives of the blood race. Even the mayor is forced to obey them. Many are ready to break their heads in order to become dependent, because the blood race is a dream for many. Suddenly, the young man noticed some people who were either fighting among themselves or waiting for him in a dark corner. Despite this, the young man seemed to recognize those gathered, because with his eyes wide open, he addressed someone formally. But he didn't have time to say anything more, because the fight was in full swing, and it seemed like no one noticed our hero. However, the very next minute, the situation changed dramatically, as people in black quickly ran up to the young man and surrounded him on both sides. While one man grabbed the young man by the throat, the second, leaning on his leg, studied him carefully, but both remained silent. Suddenly, the stranger who was standing on the right spoke up. He asked if the newcomer was really the dependent of Lin Lun Yu who participated and won the selection. The young man looked at the man in black with an uncomprehending gaze, and he demanded that the young man answer the question asked. Without waiting for an answer, the stranger decided to approach from the other side and asked if our hero had seen a girl with a weapon at the selection. Squeezing the guy's neck harder, he told him not to remain silent, but to answer what happened to the brunette that day. Z stood still silently, thinking about what to say and how best to present the situation that happened in the castle. But before he could begin, a man addressed the stranger as a coach, noting that his punching power had not previously exceeded 388, and now our hero spoke, saying that now the force with which the man is holding his neck is no less than 600. And then he added that if the boxer had immediately shown his real strength, perhaps he would have paid for a practical lesson with him. Taking off his mask, the man said that it's okay if the guy recognized him. It doesn't matter at all, since the most important thing for him is to find out what happened to the brunette. He screamed and spoke again and again about our hero confessing, because otherwise they would speak completely differently. Squeezing Zai's neck more and more, Xiao, threateningly, said that now the guy would finally feel how great his strength was. But the more the master squeezed someone else's hand, the more he felt the pain in his wrist caused by the squeeze of Z's hands. The young man watched his opponent, who became more and more angry and dissatisfied with each passing minute. The next moment, our hero concentrated all his energy on those who threatened him. One of the attackers wanted to kick him, but the young man managed to very quickly dodge and jump to the side. Realizing that he needed to act decisively, Z clenched his fist and directed a stream of energy into the chest of one of the guys. Despite this, the other did not let up, and in less than a minute approached the young man. But this was a bad decision, because our hero was not going to hesitate and wait until they began to love him, and struck with his foot. The guy stood next to his opponents and examined them carefully, as if he was trying to find something or simply wanted to examine his offenders. But the very next moment, he heard a voice that said that after revealing the power of his abilities, they need to be distributed throughout the body, and this method actually works. Without turning around, Z realized that these words were spoken by Master Shu, so he simply called out the man's name. Suddenly, Xiao spoke up, and turning to his mentor, asked him for forgiveness for what he had done to the guy. The coach stated that he repeatedly told Xiao not to act without permission, since his hot temper would not lead to good things. With anger and despair in his voice, the man continued to ask for forgiveness and said that it was all about his sister. However, the mentor said that she gave her life for the victory of humanity, for the sake of its prosperity, and for a reason. Hearing Z assent to the master, Xiao began to insult our hero, saying that it was none of his business, since he himself now belonged to the blood race. Not allowing our hero to justify himself, Master Xu continued to say that the young man would come to an end, since Z had become dependent, and therefore was no longer a person and could not threaten people like him. Hesitatingly, the young man began to explain that he remained himself, and he believes that there is some way to return to his previous state. He is convinced that Z is still the same Zhe, With a calm voice, Master Shu said that people converted to the blood race lose their humanity and lose their minds. But this can be found out very easily. Looking somewhere into the darkness, the coach called the girl, addressing her as Quan, who slowly walked out of the alley. Seeing the nurse, the young man was very surprised, and not because she disguised herself so well, but because she was holding a pistol in her hand. Reading the surprise in the young man's eyes, the beauty said that this is a gun for measuring Moebius impulses. It activates the most hidden, primitive desires. The nurse added that until now, there have not been such individuals. There have been addicts who wanted to gain confidence, but after the shot, they revealed their true nature. After the shot, the guy will show his true face. He will fall into a wonderful world of dreams, and then they will kill him. Without finishing her story, the girl asked our hero if he was ready for this. Having received a satisfactory answer, the beauty pointed the weapon at Z, and all those gathered looked at each other carefully, exchanging glances from time to time. Realizing that nothing was happening, the young man decided to speed things up, so he headed in the direction where the medical worker was standing. Grabbing the weapon and pressing it to his head, the guy told the girl not to hesitate and do what she was going to do, that is, shoot him. The beauty said again that it doesn't matter how skillfully the young man pretends and how much he considers himself a human being. But if he has become dependent, after the shot he will reveal himself. There will be no turning back because this is a time bomb in the genes of a young man. After the shot, his only salvation will be death. But it seemed like Jay didn't care much, as he said that if that was the case, then he definitely had to give it a try. The young man added that if he became different, then something appeared inside him that he could not control. And if so, then perhaps one day he would become a member of the blood race and lose control. And if he is doomed to become a monster, then it is better to find out about it now in order to end it once and for all. And if he is destined to die, then he relies only on his new acquaintances. In order for the nurse to finally understand the meaning of his words, the young man repeated once again that she should not pull, but shoot at him. Master Shu, who was monitoring everything, said that the guy didn't show it so that they would believe it, and then added that if the gun has no special properties and is just an ordinary weapon, then it will leave a hole in his head. Our hero replied that people fighting against the blood race are real warriors in this world. They are the most respected, which means dying at their hands is much more pleasant than at the hands of the same race. This is why he believes both the master and his men, since they have no intention of deceiving the young man. Still holding the gun near his head, Z once again told the girl to shoot and stop stalling for time. In a trembling voice, the brunette said that the guy should not think that she is a coward. Human resistance will not stop anything. Both she and her like-minded people are sure of this. After these words, all those gathered heard the sound of a shot and saw a bright flame emanating from the pistol. The nurse saw how our hero quickly fell to the ground, but was in no hurry to help him or do anything else. As for the young man, he simply lay there with his eyes closed. It was not even clear what state he was in at that moment. Still pointing the weapon towards our hero, the girl stood motionless, waiting for some kind of outcome. And the very next minute, turning to his assistant, the master told her to be as careful as possible, since the young man could go wild. Having moved to a safe distance, the brunette assured that everything was fine with her. Besides that, she knew what happens in such cases. The guys who just recently were sitting and lying down jumped up and stood up, realizing that they too could be in danger, since there was an addict in front of them. But time passed, and nothing changed. The girl still stood with a weapon, young people surrounded our hero, the master was upstairs, and Z lay with his eyes closed. Looking at everything that was happening, Master Xu thought to himself that as a trainer, he should have blocked his power. Block the spread of the power of blood race subjugation in the dependent. Still looking attentively at the young man, the mentor said that for now, everyone was out of danger. But soon the young man would show his true face. Not even a few minutes had passed before Jay began to slowly rise up, looking at the brunette who was right in front of him. The young man's red eyes, claws, and also his habits indicated that this man belonged to the blood race. Looking at his smiling face, all those gathered noted that this man had already lost control over himself and his actions. Despite all this, he threw out loud words that everyone practically believed. Realizing the danger, Xiao shouted that it was better not to do anything rash, but to wait until the guy weakened. But the very next minute, one of the guys said that something was wrong. The young man was still conscious and did not attack. But Master Shu suggested that the reason was that Ji could not believe that he was really like this. The young man simply did not imagine global changes. The nurse, who was preparing to pull the trigger again in case of danger, seemed to begin to lose control herself because events were not developing as everyone thought. But suddenly, someone's powerful hand grabbed the weapon in one fell swoop and took it for itself. It was Z, who, raising the pistol higher, asked everyone gathered whether this weapon was really as dangerous as they imagined. With a smile on his face, the guy really lost control for a moment, and then began to become interested in the device he was turning in his hands. Turning to Master Shu, the young man said that there was a measuring device next to him, and he could not help but notice it. For the first time that evening, the man looked somehow confused. He clearly did not understand how Z managed to guess about this. And while our hero was explaining that he was a man, one of the guys began to shout that this was impossible. He himself saw how the young man lost control, but then pulled himself together, noting that this was probably a new type of addict, perhaps a hybrid. Hearing such insulting words, the young man began to shout that he could not be either a hybrid or a dog, waving his arms and wondering why the master was silent. Suddenly, the subordinate spoke up, saying that their weapon could have missed, and although it caught the pulse signals of the dependent, but if he had a reflector with him, the pulse OV, the nurse finished his sentence, explaining that if this was true, then their weapons were useless because the guy could have fooled the meter, and therefore the person and the phone should be searched. Not even a minute had passed before someone's hands were about to begin a search in order to, as soon as possible, make sure that the words spoken were correct. Despite the fact that one of the assistants already had Z's phone, the second continued the search, which caused indignation in the guy. Coach Su was closely following everything that was happening, but it seemed that he was thinking about something, and therefore was in no hurry to enter into a discussion. Hearing that the guy's phone was ringing, one of the assistants shouted that he had found something important in it. Scientific articles on the darknet that described the secret abilities of addicts, as well as ways to kill people. But the very next minute, he shouted that he was a little mistaken because there were ways to kill vampires. He invited the guy to come up to him to demonstrate his abilities. Z explained that precisely because the man had just spoken, he is not a member of the blood race. Because why would he look for ways to kill himself? But the assistant still did not let up, saying that the young man had not left the field of communication with addicts, and therefore he needed to either be checked or destroyed. Everyone gathered looked attentively at how the events were unfolding, but it seemed that they understood little or were not happy that this was all started. Pointing to the phone, Zhao noted that our hero's addict was calling, and this says a lot, but proves little. Not even a few minutes had passed when Wen Chang appeared on the street, looking at everyone and waving his hand at them. Then Z imagined how his friend, and at the same time an addict, would be shot to test his humanity. And then, when the guy looks a little offended, he will wonder if this is some new way of greeting. Listening to the young man's story, his new acquaintances did not say a word and still stood in their places. And then, unexpectedly for everyone, the master began to laugh, realizing how absurd and ridiculous it all looked. Finally, the helpers also relaxed, hugging and looking attentively at their friends, and also allowed themselves to smile. And only Wen Chang, turning his head around, did not understand what was funny about what happened to his friend. However, the very next moment, Z, with a serious look turning to his comrade, declared that these people were their new friends. From now on, they are not alone because they are all people, and the human race will never give up and never lose hope. Our hero asked if people have been continuously fighting all these hundreds of years. Then why is reality like this? Why is it that the blood race, under the pretext of caring, mercilessly brainwashes people in education, the internet, culture, everywhere the image of the blood race dominates? The master explained that a fish rots from the head, and vampires manipulate people, and the further they go, the more difficult it is to resist. But be that as it may, people continue to believe that they will win this war. Looking into the surprised eyes of the young man, the master said that since he wants to develop his abilities, he can therefore teach him everything he knows. And he added that because of the guy's status, he and his team still couldn't trust him completely, and therefore asked if he accepted it. The guys said that they agreed to everything, and the very next minute, opening the computer, Wen Chang said that they had found a study that says how to exterminate the blood race. The coach said that all the information is true. Only representatives of the rank of Count have the core of the race. It is inherited. This is the inheritance of blood power. If an ordinary dependent or blood race member is killed, they will die. But if a member of the rank of Count is killed and his core is not damaged, he will be able to be revived. If the blood race members of the lower classes are so strong, then what about the upper classes? Their power is too great. It is difficult to compete with them. But fortunately, there are not many of them, and there is no other choice. Hearing that this group wanted to attack Kiyu, our hero said that he was a count, as the guys thought. Besides that, they were all going to the capital at the invitation of the king. Having learned about this, the master handed Z a small box and asked him to give it to the count, but under no circumstances opened it himself. Turning his back to his friends, the master added in a more stern voice that time could not wait, and therefore the training would begin right in the next minute. The guys jumped with happiness, and Wen Chang asked if he could also participate, and if the coach would agree to help him too. Having received approval, the friends froze at that moment. They thought that this was one of the happiest days that had happened to them in recent weeks. 3 days passed after that meeting. Our heroes, slowly leaving the room, muttered something under their breath. Lying on the balcony, the guys talked about how they had finally managed to survive. Tears of joy flowed from their eyes. They noted that they felt very good. The sun was shining brightly, and freedom had come for them. The reason for this behavior was his training with Master Shu, which took place under very harsh conditions. The comrades remembered how he, the coach, said that he had taught them everything he could. Now they must train hard themselves and not shirk. The master himself understood that the boys' bodies were completely different. On the one hand, they were like those of addicts, but on the other hand, they retained their humanity, which means they could become the hope of humanity. And while Xi and his mistress were getting to the capital, the coach decided that it was time for him to report his students to higher management. Smiling at reporter Lin Lanyu, she forced the young man to do the same, saying that they were stars and everyone should know about it. Our hero did not hide his dissatisfaction and said that they were not going on vacation, but straight into a trap, not understanding what the count was going to negotiate. And while the guy was thinking to himself that he should take care of himself first and think everything through carefully, his friend did not stop and asked why he was so cold. To prove her affection for the young man, she rushed at him and lay on his chest, embarrassing the young man to the limit. Ling Lanyu said that they could fly by plane, but she chose a car so that she could spend as much time with him as possible, which is what she dreamed of. And leaning as close to Z as possible, she began to hint to him about something more personal, but came across a refusal. Feeling the girl's hand on his leg, the young man screamed so loudly that she should not touch him, that it seemed as if the girl was killing him rather than touching him. And it turned out that the effect was not long in coming, because the very next moment, looking with wide open eyes at the beauty, the young man was smiling. Ling Lanyu, who just a minute ago was practically lying on the guy, was now sitting on her knees in front of him and carefully looking at her interlocutor. The girl's eyes were full of tears and she whined, complaining that the guy yelled at her. Having buried herself in our hero's knee, the lady began to wail that she had been shouted at, and this should never have been done. And again, pouncing on the young man, the beauty said that only kisses could be with him. While not paying attention to Zi's screams and protests, the guy moved further and further every minute, while his mistress was literally pressing on him. But to herself, she thought that playing with her ward was very fun. She changed her appearance, taking on a form in which the young man would not dare to offend her. Playing her role, she would have the opportunity to spend several days with the young man. Ling Lanyu understood that her addiction was becoming stronger and stronger every day, however. As long as she was pretending, she was not afraid of anything. Besides this, such a game amused her greatly. Reporters, looking closely at the shaking car, noted that the addicted guy was most likely feeling bad, but he could be glad that the end was so cheerful. At the same time, the girl's father, drinking tea, noted to himself that youth is wonderful, and this is the most magnificent time. Suddenly, a small bat flew into the barely open window, which attracted the count's attention, but did not frighten him. The chiropteran animal said that everything was ready. After arriving in the city of Huzhou, you need to stop there, spend the night on the road, and then go to Ingguo. Addressing the mouse as Mill, the man asked since when did he take such care of him. But he said that now everyone feels that something is wrong. Not understanding why Qiyu decided to go to a trap feast where he is not welcome, because the king is not the same person they knew before. Now, he is the emperor. Addressing the driver, the count said that he wanted to listen to music, and then, turning to Mill, asked why he appeared in the form of a bat, because it was unethical. Seeing the man's indifference, the mouse hesitated, and then spoke again that Qiyu was going to certain death, noting that he was most likely crazy. With calm in his voice, the count said that without breaking the old, you cannot build a new one. But Mila did not understand him. Looking at the man, the mouse heard him say that there was no point in disturbing the peace and spoiling the fun. Throughout the long existence of the blood race, death had always been present, and they had forgotten the value of life. Approaching the majestic building, Lin Lanyu said that Beiluo, where they had arrived, is the capital of Huzhou, and among the 7 empires it is the most protected and safe city. After a moment's hesitation, she added that it was also the richest political center in the entire world. Looking carefully at the imperial palace, Z noticed that a very large crowd had gathered in front of him. Noticing the crowd of reporters, the girl said that this is how the meeting of the imperial family begins, but the real hype awaits them ahead. But it seemed that the young man did not attach any importance to her words, since his attention was attracted by something else, which he asked his companion about. One of the assistant girls was arguing with the guard, saying that their mistress came from Ingo, and she was being forced to walk to enter the palace. This cannot be called hospitality, although the guards had a different opinion on this matter. They stood their ground, arguing that the rules are above all. Understanding the assistant's indignation, one of the men declared that within the country, all people except the emperor must enter the palace on foot and asked the girls to show respect to the ruler. Another assistant noted that according to Ingo customs, an unmarried princess cannot set foot on the ground. Otherwise, this dirty world will tarnish her body, indicating that the guards are insulting them and breaking traditions. The reporters seemed to really enjoy this verbal sparring, noting that the customs of one city differed from the traditions of another. Continuing to listen to the guards and organizers insist on their laws, the assistant turned her attention to a car approaching the entrance. Realizing that this was Count Qiyu's vehicle, the girl stated that he was also not an emperor, but for some reason he could enter by car. After a moment's hesitation, the armed man said that this was previously prohibited. But Qiyu always ignored this rule, leaving the car in front of the palace entrance, which created traffic jams. The people gathered near the palace confirmed that this actually happened, and for quite a long time, since then, when Qiyu came to the palace, no one dared to stop his car. Qiyu's status is not so high, but he is a childhood friend of the emperor, spoiled by his love, and therefore does what he wants. But this time he was called for a reason, which means that everyone is in for a bright show. Meanwhile, the angry assistants were still shouting that the rules were outrageous, and the guards and organizers wanted to insult the princess. But the very next minute, getting off her transport, the princess said that enough scandals. For her, this was not such a big problem. Leaning out of the window, Ling Lanyu shouted in amazement that the princess was coming down after all, and wondered if they needed to get out of their car. Winking at someone from the car, the red-haired beauty shouted that it didn't matter whether the princess came down or not, but she had to be in the palace. Otherwise, there would be big problems. And she, in turn, said that there was a real fuss near the palace, and if she didn't go down, the newspapers would write the worst things. Besides, she was doing this not for her own sake, but for the sake of the future development of relations between the cities. The assistant said that they could still come back while the emperor was starting the meeting, but they would never stand and wait at the gate. They should not tolerate such treatment. Realizing this and clearing her throat, it seemed that the girl was preparing to say something very important. Throwing off her cape, the lady declared that she was the future empress, which means she should be inside with everyone. Through the open door of the car, the princess saw her old friend, and, turning to Sister Yu, said that she was very glad to see her. Without putting her foot on the ground, the brunette apologized for daring to disturb the girl and her companion. Our hero carefully studied the stranger, but did not know what to say to her, so he chose to remain silent. But he thought to himself that for some reason, this Princess Ingo smelled of Sakura, not understanding how this could be. As for Ling Lanyu, smiling and turning to her old friend, she suggested going to the palace together. The very next moment, the standing cars began to slowly move away and go somewhere. Newspapers said that the princess would drive into the palace in Count Qiyu's car to meet the emperor. And this would be a real sensation in international newspapers. The amazed assistants noted that this was the curse of Huzhou, and how dare they mock the princess. True, the girl standing next to her began to calm her partner down, telling her not to twitch, since she could easily ruin the king's entire plan. Looking carefully at the guards with guns, the maid said that now she knows exactly what to do. Turning her gaze to everyone gathered, she added that she would laugh no matter what. But at the same time, very soon all these people will clearly have no time for laughter, because something very interesting awaits them. And at this time, the journalists watched the cortege of cars entering the palace of Emperor Ya. Sitting in the car, the princess timidly turned to her friend, not knowing how best to start a conversation. But the very next minute, having become a little bolder, The girl said that she was very grateful for the red-haired beauty's help. She, laughing like a child, replied that there was no need for gratitude. Moreover, if she needed help in the future, she could always count on her friend. Listening to the girls' conversations, our hero did not understand why. Despite traditions, the princess still decided to go down. Z suggested that most likely the princess saw him, but he did not finish his thought. Since the brunette began to ask Ling Lanyu if the young man sitting next to her was really her dependent. But suddenly the princess said that she had never seen such weak dependence in Ingo, since all slaves below rank 20 can only do public work, and this surprised her. Lin Lanyu, turning to her friend, said that her ward is really weak. She added that in Huzhou everything is different, because here addicts are treated like pets. Having perked up, the princess noted that even a weak addict could be turned into a real killing machine. For her, this was a great idea. And while she continued to talk about her slave, Z, interrupting the brunette, asked where she got the scent of Sakura from. Not understanding the question, the princess was amazed, but at the same time embarrassed, not understanding how a young man could ask such questions. But he did not let up, continuing to explain that a light, barely noticeable aroma emanated from her. Realizing that the young man had embarrassed her friend, the red-haired beauty said that it was just perfume. As far as she knows, all the girls in Ingo have been versed in fragrances since childhood. Perfume is needed to repel bad odors when a brunette leaves the palace, for example. Cherry aromas not only enhance inner strength, but also improve brain function. In addition, perfume improves the appearance, bringing its wearer closer to perfection. So every imperial daughter or married woman uses it so that all passionate people desire her. As for the princess herself, she sat and was silent, although her appearance was sad and in some ways even doomed, which her companions did not understand. The girl thought that it was because of the perfume that every daughter of Ingo was raised like cattle as a gift. She did not know whether her fate would be the same or something different. In her thoughts, the brunette continued to note that her father was one way or another, and after a little hesitation, she continued to think further. And starting to cry, she realized that it didn't matter to her at all whether this scent was praised or whether it made her worse. Realizing that the thoughts did not please the princess at all, she decided to think about the fact that she just wanted to give a little fragrance to her friends, and there was nothing strange about that. Ling Lanyu, realizing that something was wrong with her friend, decided to call out to her in order to return her to reality. She, opening her palm, made the aroma spread throughout the entire car interior. Enjoying this wonderful smell, the lady thought that it was tens of times stronger than the last time, and noted that this was divine wisdom. After inhaling a little, she felt how everything immediately cleared up in her head. Our hero, who sat spellbound and could not say a word, understood this. Opening her palm, on which there was a small source of aroma, the princess explained that this was the breath of Sakura. For some time, the brunette held the plant in her palm, carefully looking at how it exuded the most delicate aroma. Then, lowering her eyes and turning to the young man, she asked him to accept some petals as a gift. Ling Lanyu, carefully observing everything, asked the guy if he felt the effect of the aroma, and then said that he should thank the princess. Looking carefully at the girl, Z thought that the entire time she was nearby, she was as sad as possible. However, the young man did not have the opportunity to think about why this was so, because a few minutes later they arrived at the entrance, where the royal stretcher was already waiting for the princess. Looking at her addict, the girl wondered whether it was true that he had fallen in love with her friend. But he angrily declared that she should think what he was saying, and Ling Lanyu continued to note that if the slave's partner became a princess, which of course is unlikely, then, having received her Sakura scent, his abilities would become stronger. In addition, Z will be able to become even faster, and for this to happen, the lady is ready to help him. But before the guys had time to finish speaking, the organizer's voice suddenly announced that everyone should remain silent as the meeting was about to begin. The unknown person introduced Count Kiyu to everyone present and greeted him politely. Standing behind the man and looking at his back, our hero continued to wonder why this man decided to come here. The bat, hiding behind him, also called out to the Count several times and told him to stand still. However, he, slapping his hands, did everything possible so that this small flying animal would not distract him. There was a small but beautiful two-story house in the forest, but it was unknown who it belonged to. Some girl, holding the railing, turned to the Count and tenderly called him by name. Climbing the high stairs, he either did not hear the woman's voice or simply did not want to answer her, and therefore headed forward. The man said to himself that he was in the Great Huzhou and was proud to be in this place. Then he added that their territories and the achievements of His Majesty are admired by the whole world. Carefully studying the palace, he noted that the emperor's taste still needed to be worked on and worked on. Even as he entered, the man kept thinking that the building was very ugly and that the emperor should have consulted his best friend before building it. In all his glory, the head of the city sat on his throne, and from the expression on his face, it was difficult to guess anything. Smiling and without losing his composure, the count introduced himself, declaring that he was the emperor's best friend. The very next minute, the organizer introduced Emperor Ya, who is the strongest of all. Hearing this, Qiyu began to whisper to everyone that the emperor was actually respected Meng. But the teacher of the imperial family reprimanded him. After a pause, the organizer continued, saying that the meeting had begun, and if so, then it was best to give the floor to the ambassadors. Let them explain themselves first. One of the girls gathered was interested in why the kings of these cities did not deign to show up and could not appear before Emperor Ya. The ambassadors, in turn, either did not understand what the lady was talking about or did not want to comment on it, but continued to remain silent and listened carefully. But later, a representative of the Clay country explained that their Negos did not have close ties, and the emperor had recently received several new concubines. If the sovereign wishes, their ruler would arrive in these parts. Some stranger, looking at the speaker, noted to herself that there were legends about him in the city. He spoke smoothly and told everyone what he wanted to hear. Hearing how this girl spoke sarcastically about him, the man immediately stated the fact that although she had been promoted, she was not strong enough to defeat him. Suddenly, Princess Chan spoke up, being a member of the royal family. She took the floor and began to reproach the disputants for not daring to sort things out in front of the emperor, since this insulted His Majesty. But the representative of the Clay country did not stand aside either, and began to flatter the girl, saying that she was very respectful. The next minute, a representative of the Snowy country took the floor and said that they needed to start already. After all, they had independent countries behind them. Without allowing him to finish, Aster, the son of the emperor and the representative of the Land of Plenty, said that the thug was unlikely to be able to understand delicate issues, and therefore it was better for him to remain silent. Now a skirmish began between representatives of the above-mentioned states, which angered the gentleman, who informed everyone that 3 minutes of precious time had already been spent chatting. It was Des, the Minister of Finance from a prosperous country, who, turning to the emperor, asked him to continue, since he had probably gathered everyone at his place for a reason. Addressing the young man, Bishop Ya said that he appreciated his reverent attitude towards time, but did not understand why representatives of other countries decided to ignore the meeting. And again, the stranger started a dispute, who said that 6 states, Migo, Nigo, Shago, Shuego, Hago, and Ingo, undertake to pay taxes and obey the state of Iago. Then she added that next year they were also ready to provide 20 more talented students from each country to study at Iago. The representative from Nigo's country stated that they agreed with this and would carry out this order. Then the organizer spoke, informing everyone that that was all, and everyone was free. After the official part, a banquet awaited everyone, so those gathered could head to the banquet hall. Someone, having heard how the representative of the Clay country rejoiced at the fact that he would meet the imperial daughter, noted that he had no self-discipline. The princess, turning to Emperor Ya, asked if he would go to the banquet, and then, in a low voice, added that she hoped to see him there. The next moment, the girl apologized and asked permission to take her leave. The teacher of the imperial family, who had been sitting silently all this time, suddenly spoke, addressing the emperor, expressing his bewilderment. He stated that there was no respect in the words of the ambassadors. If this had happened when they were ruled by the previous emperor, the ambassadors would already be dead. All the kings sent their ambassadors, and this means that they do not value their country. The old man said that His Majesty had 100,000 soldiers at his disposal, and therefore proposed to send them on a campaign and destroy all the kings as an edification to others. Qiyu, who realized that these reproaches did not concern him, began to put on a show, saying that he did not want to come. But since they wanted to see him, he could not disobey. Hearing this statement, the old man flared up, saying that the count behaves permissively, does whatever he wants, and then hides behind the authority of Emperor Ya. The man did not stop shouting that Qiyu was accused of betraying his homeland, revealing military secrets, and also destroying the noble family. All these actions were unforgivable. Insulted by such a statement, the count began to say that the general was crazy. Since their bloodlines were tightly connected, he did not choose his relatives. But since this happened, he wants to be respected. The next moment, the blonde man decided to show everyone the photographs that were taken just a few hours ago. The man showed everyone the photographs that showed the princess sitting in a car with Z and Lin Lanyu. Looking at all this, the count said that no one knows what awkward situation the princess was in. They just decided to help her, so what's the fault? But the general did not let up and continued to shout that it was not just this case, but that all accidents were not accidental. The next moment, everyone gathered noticed the photo, which depicted the count's basement. In one of the rooms on a shelf, there was a large number of different masks for every taste and for various preferences. However, the old man paid attention not to this, but to Yingguo's flag, wanting to know why it was kept in Qi Yu's basement. The man said that many years ago he was on a trip. Then he visited Ingo and returned with his daughter. They say that the girl's mother was a prostitute, but this is just a skillful disguise. The general said that the girl was outside, and if so, why not call her? Because you just need to do a test of her blood, then the whole truth will quickly be revealed. The reason is that the blood of each family is different. All its ancestors had different blood, therefore, different abilities. The ability of the Yago state ancestors is space. The blood should have a red and yellow glow. But if Ling Lanyu's blood is a different color, then it means something. Qi Yu was silent while listening to this explanation. The person who was smiling just a few minutes ago turned into a gloomy and brooding person. The emperor, who also wanted to settle this matter once and for all, said in a calm voice that Ling Lanyu be invited to the hall. Not even a few minutes had passed when a red-haired beauty appeared at the door, walking confidently around the hall. Smiling, the girl thanked His Majesty for the invitation, and noted that the emperor had not changed at all and still looked as young. Z, who was also standing nearby, understood that his mistress was not flattering at all, since I actually had a youthful appearance. Not wanting to comment on the girl's words in any way, the emperor, turning to Ling Lanyu, told her to show everyone her blood. Surprised, she heard someone say, "Death or life, shame or honor, the fate of her father depends on her own blood." It was a white-haired man explaining that everyone must test the girl's blood to prove her father's guilt. The general was waving some kind of object that emitted a violet light, but it was not entirely clear what he was doing and why. The very next second, the old man shouted that Qi Yu, who had been hiding the truth for so many years, had finally given himself away. It seemed that the count was not going to tolerate such humiliation, and stated that he had always been a friend of the emperor and had always done everything for the sake of the empire. No matter what kind of blood his daughter had, he just knew his worth. The general said that if Qi Yu so insists on his innocence, then all the more it is necessary to sort everything out once and for all. But just not use dirty tricks. The very next minute, the man began throwing fireballs towards the count, clearly wanting to harm him. The girl looked at everything that was happening in horror and screamed, calling out to her father. But it seemed that she could not do anything in such a situation. Turning to the emperor, the count shouted whether he would really just look at everything that was happening. In an icy tone, the man said that Qi Yu was forgetting himself, reminding him that the emperor was in front of him, not an old friend, ordering him to check the girl's blood. Looking at his former friend, the count said that he knew everything perfectly well, clearly hinting at something that was not known to those around him. And then, smiling sarcastically, he added that since the bastard goes to such measures, then he has no other choice. Having shouted to Lin Lanyu and Z to leave, the guys did not even understand how they began to be twisted into some kind of funnel. Realizing that the man was not going to play by the rules, the general shouted that no one should go anywhere. Then everyone gathered noticed some small spot that was at the end of the hall. Ling Lanyu also saw him, realizing that her father was doing some kind of trick. But she did not understand what and why. The next moment, one of the elders raised his hand but was silent, and it was difficult to understand anything from the expression of his face. Realizing that he could not physically reach the count's daughter, since she was hovering above the hall, he decided to use magic to get a few drops of her blood. And it really succeeded. Less than a minute passed, and the red liquid was already dripping from the girl's hand. The count hovering above the ground clearly did not like this whole situation, but he was unlikely to be able to radically influence it. Therefore, the general said that Qi Yu, of course, is an excellent warrior, but he is unlikely to be able to fight two kings, adding that the man overestimated himself. But the count did not give up. Looking carefully at the emperor, he asked whether brotherly love still lived in him. With a serious look and the same icy tone, he replied that he did not know love. Hearing this, the count declared that the emperor was merciless towards him. which means he had no conscience, and then noted that it was a pity that two faithful servants with many years of excellent reputation would retire. The gray-haired old man did not understand what the man meant, and therefore decided to ask him again about his plans. Still smiling, Ki-yu said that he would defeat them, despite the fact that they themselves called themselves Iago's sword and shield. Hearing this, the general called the enemy an impudent man and ordered an attack to show what real aesthetics means. The count explained that people hide their ugly faces behind masks, but he simply collects them and considers wearing them beneath his dignity, probably because he doesn't want to be like them. And after a little hesitation, he added that he himself decides who he loves and who he hates, and this is the most honest thing that can be. The man, laughing in the old man's face, shouted that this was his aesthetics, and it was the most correct of all. Looking at the count with horror, the gray-haired man wondered where the power of such a level came from, and when he managed to become like this. But before the general had time to think about anything else, he heard the words Ursa Major attack and saw a large fireball. Seeing such an opponent, the elder noted to himself that this was not the level of kings. This was even higher. Ki-yu at that moment was much stronger than the kings, even two at once. But by how much, it was difficult to say, although the very next minute, the elder began to say that blood could not be higher than the greatest king, therefore. He was a fool for thinking of defeating two elders at once. But these words did not hurt the man at all. He only spoke about the thirst for blood and the ignition of the soul. The next moment, everyone gathered noticed that the sky had turned red, not understanding what this meant. This was not understood by everyone except the kings, who noted that due to the technique of igniting the soul, the count's strength had increased again. And if so, then he needed to be torn to shreds. Not even a minute had passed before everything around was confused, fireballs flying from one side to the other. But all this did not last long, exactly until the moment when the elders bowed and admitted defeat, agreeing with the wisdom and strength of Ki-yu. He, in turn, turning to the emperor, said that they had been rivals since childhood, which means now is the time to find out which of them is stronger. And after a pause, he added that it was best for them to fight in a mortal duel, without postponing this decision until later. Still with the same indifference, Emperor, I asked my former friend if he realized what he was saying. But the count did not let up, explaining that from time immemorial, the new emperor must defeat the old one in order to ascend the throne. And, smiling, said that he was not a rival, and therefore there was no need to worry. Realizing that the emperor was getting up from his seat, Ki-yu added that his only desire was to die at the hands of his childhood friend. Now the emperor, looking menacingly at the count, said that he would fulfill his dream and fight with him. The people standing on the street again started talking about how the sky had turned red, which could only mean that the emperor had started a battle. One of the men said that right at the meeting of the king's family, the count challenged Emperor Ya, adding that he hoped that this was just a dream. At the same time, other officials standing in the hall shouted that this was high treason, and from that day on, Ki-yu became an enemy of the state of Iago. He is not just an enemy, he is the worst enemy. And if so, then he should be killed, and this man should be forgotten forever, like a bad dream. Listening to all these statements, the count smiled. He said that this was all very contradictory and noisy, but petty, and already turning to the emperor, he asked whether it was worth making such a fuss for the sake of some little thing. Without waiting for an answer, Ki-yu said that he only wanted to hit the kings in the face properly, and therefore, the very next moment, he directed a stream of energy towards the ruler, showing that the battle had begun, and it really began. But it turned out that the emperor was not at all affected by this flow, since he left a powerful defense separating him from the enemy. With disappointment in his voice, the count noted that his old friend was doing the same as before. The emperor said that only the descendants of the imperial family have mastered the power of space control, so they have no equal. The lord added that different blood flows in the veins of the 7 kings, and the abilities and skills are different. There are more than 10 spatial tunnels around him, and if so, the attacks will not even touch his clothes. Clenching his fist, the count replied that it does not matter how rare his ability is. What is more important is how he uses it. Kindling the flame, he shouted that he could do anything, but his opponent probably did not have such an opportunity. Realizing that things were taking a dangerous turn, everyone gathered looked at their emperor with bated breath and shouted to him to be as careful as possible. But it seemed that it was indeed very difficult for the ruler to withstand the storm of fire, which flared up more and more every minute. Narrowing his eyes, he told his opponent that he would greatly regret what he was doing. It seemed that the Count did not care at all about the words of his former friend. He noted that he was having quite a lot of fun. In addition, the man's appearance at certain moments suited his aesthetics. And again, spinning some kind of whirlwind, Kiyu clearly wanted to do so in a way that would not only catch his opponent, but also cause him harm. The very next moment, the man called on some spatial claws for help. But this hardly helped, since not even a minute had passed when the Emperor, declaring that it was time to finish, began to use all his abilities and forces. Just a few minutes later, everyone gathered turned their attention to the bright red sky and the same bloody rain, not understanding what was happening. However, all their bewilderments were dispelled by the Emperor, who declared that from that day on, there was no longer anyone named Chi Yu. He ordered his subordinates to find all the blood relatives of the Count within the state of Iago, in particular his daughter, and kill them all without delay. And then he added that the blood and abilities of each subordinate kings were carefully checked. He needed to know all the details. And the very next minute, everyone gathered joyfully greeted Emperor Ya, loudly shouting his name. At this very time, some blonde standing in front of the castle looked at everything that was happening, but did not take part. A representative of the Clay Country, who approached her from behind, said that he was impressed by everything that was happening, since he had never seen anything like it. The man explained that Chi Yu betrayed his homeland and was punished. The Emperor began to look for a hidden threat, but this is all superficial information. The most important thing is the battle. The girl said in a low voice that this was the first time that Emperor Ya had openly entered into battle, and information about his abilities was very valuable. The interlocutor noted that it turns out that Iago is no longer that strong and majestic country, and inquired about Shago, asking if they were really secretly increasing the army. Answering counter questions, the man explained that the sowing season has already begun in Nigo. All the people there are busy, but in Shuaguo, everything is different. There are, although brainless, powerful people. The state representative noted that the world had changed. There was a reason for war, and the world as everyone knew it had come to an end.